Good afternoon and welcome to Kirtland High School for the third of four 2023 Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports Media Days. Today we are live from Kirtland High School for the third of our Media Day events. We will be here starting at 12:50 and we're going to roll all the way till about 8:15 tonight. So stick with us. You can visit chagrinvalleyconference.com and click on today's Media Day event, and you'll see the schedule for today's interviews. We're going to start out with the Kirtland boys soccer team right around 12:50. At 1:05, we've got the Crestwood girls soccer team, followed by the Crestwood boys soccer team, and then the Crestwood football team. And then at 1:50, we'll have the Kirtland women's soccer team. And we will have interviews every 15 minutes with a different team from the Chagrin Valley Conference. We have one more Media Day event that is scheduled for next Sunday right here at Kirtland High School. We try to bounce around our media days, and we had one out at Orange High School last week. We had one at Independence High School last week, and now we're at Kirtland. We try to reach all of our CVC teams. When you've got a conference that spans 5 counties, that's a lot of travel for some of those schools. So we do try to get out to the east and the west and a couple of central locations. So that's where we're at today. We're here in our central location. And as the Kirtland boys start to roll in here, I'm going to go ahead and thank our sponsor for CVC TV, Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Our great partner allows us to do an awful lot with CVC TV, which will include some live game coverage this fall. We start out on Thursday with a football game. It's a Chagrin Valley Conference non-conference matchup, as Grand Valley will travel to one of our new members, Conneaut. The CVC expanded to 25 schools this year. We added Conneaut, Jefferson, and Madison, and that created some shakeups within the divisional alignments within the conference. You can view all those new conference divisions at CVC, at the Chagrin Valley Conference website, www.chagrinvalleyconference.com. So the Kirtland boys are filing in here. We should be started momentarily. I'm going to take a quick break until they take their seats, and then we'll be right back with the Hornets. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. And kicking us off today are the Kirtland Hornets boys soccer team head coach John Valentic. Coach, welcome. Glad you can make it. Start out by just introducing yourself and the guys you brought with you, and then just give us a little elevator pitch of what we can expect out of the Hornets this year.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for coming here and hosting this event. And I know that a lot of people will enjoy it. But as you said, my name is John Valentic. This is my 26-year coach in the varsity team. Along with me here are seniors Anand Sundararajan and Captain Nicholas Barisic, also a senior. Both guys are 4-year lettermen and have been a part of our success over the last, obviously, recent years, and are going to be important for us going forward this year. As far as elevator pitch, I think that we're one of the better D3 teams in the area. I think that returning to the district final is a fair expectation. What happens in that game, obviously, will be up to us and our ability to play that day. But we're looking forward to a strong campaign, and I know these boys are as well.
That district final game against Beechwood last year, that was an epic game. Obviously, you came up a little bit on the short end of that. But I have to imagine going in with what Beechwood returns, what you return, that's probably a collision course again this season.
Undoubtedly, yeah. It's interesting because we play each other the last week of the season as far as a regular season game. And then it's kind of like what happened last year. And so a couple weeks later, we met in the playoffs. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. But, they're young. They were young last year. They'll be returning a lot of players. So I think that's like I said, a fair expectation for the both of us to return if all things, everyone's healthy and play according to their ability.
The good news for you is you return a lot of guys as well. You lost Owen Mueller, as we discussed earlier, and he played a key role for you. But with that many returning starters, I have to imagine you feel pretty good heading into this year.
I do. I'm not going to lie. Like, I've been around here a long time, and so you're only as good as your senior class and as deep as we can go. And we've got 13 seniors, 9 returning starters, obviously some underclassmen sprinkled in, a veteran group who, again, these guys were around in the D playoff runs back in the regional finals a couple years ago, so they know what it's about and what it takes. So should be fun.
With that many returners, especially on the offensive end, how much has that unit kind of gelled and gotten a little bit better and more dangerous on the offensive end?
Doing the preview, looking at the stats, it was pretty well balanced. We didn't have any 20-goal scorers, but we had guys in that 6, 7, 8, 10-goal range. Anand was our assist leader with 14 last year. So I think there's we're going to need that. It's not going to be the 1 or 2 guys. I think we're going to need scoring from everybody. But I think that there's some guys that are hungry to improve upon last year and leave their mark.
And then just what are some of the challenges you face coming into this year?
It's always injuries, right? Staying healthy. I think depth. I think who can come off the bench and offer us a spark, maintain the level that the starters will create. That's going to be, I think it's still to be determined, and what level they're going to be at. So, but other than that, again, I think we're pretty deep in a lot of positions, but it's just a matter of the impact off the bench.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after we talk to you guys, but Anand, go ahead and grab your microphone and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Name, grade, and position.
I'm Anand Sundarajan, number 8, midfielder.
So Anand, coming into this year, I mean, as I said to Coach, he's got to be optimistic, but the players have to be too. I mean, you guys returned just about everybody. Had a great season last year. Obviously with a collision course with Beechwood probably on schedule again this year. But how optimistic are you about this team?
I'm optimistic. I mean, we had 9 returning starters, so we got a core group of guys: Chagrin, Will Bradshaw, me, Nick, Vincent, Vince Carrero. It's a core group of guys through the middle. So.
And as Coach mentioned, statistically, there wasn't one dominant scorer. It was a lot of guys contributing right around the same amount. How key is that for this team, just to have so many weapons?
I mean, yeah, it's nice because we can move around the ball really nice, and then it doesn't have to be one player all the time. Sophomore year, Marco, 35 goals, 32 assists. We always focus through him, but now we can move it around.
And when you look at, just this team and the legacy it's had, how important is it for you just to kind of top what your brother did and other guys who had brothers on the team who had so much success? Is that something that plays into your mindset?
I mean, yeah, it's always giving you more hunger to win more, be better than your predecessors.
You guys are going to kick off your season here, and I believe you'll start it on the new turf over here. No?
No. First game is on the grass, right?
Oh, I mean, well, just – oh, okay, so your first one's going to be out there. How excited is the team about, this new opportunity to come out here and play in a brand-new facility?
I mean, yeah, it's really nice. We have the backfields. It's a home, but a little bit bumpy.
What kind of goals do you have for this season?
I just want to win.
That's easy. All right, and then just give me a breakout player, somebody that might be flying under the radar right now, but after a few games, everybody will know.
I think Aiden, after a couple games, once he settles in, once he gets comfortable moving the ball, lay off one touch, I think he'll be very good.
Give Aiden's last name for the folks at home.
Whited. Aiden Whited.
All right, and then just obviously I focused a little bit more on the scoring, but defensively you guys returned just about everybody. You mentioned Jack back there, who's gotten pretty good in the goal, a lot more comfortable, more confident. How key is that unit to this team's success?
I mean, he's very important. It's important that he's good with his feet for moving out of the back. That's one of our goals this season, to play out of the back and build up our play. So he's important in that.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you this year. Nick, we'll go right down to you. Same thing. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Nicholas Barisic. I'm a senior, and I'm a midfielder.
So, Nick, 4 years ago, wide-eyed freshman coming out, and here you are 4 years later. It went pretty quick, didn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So going into senior year, you're probably excited about that, just being a senior, but at the same time, every time you play, it gets you closer to the end of your high school career. What are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited for senior year, but I mean, I just think back when I was a freshman, I mean, everything went by so quick, so I'm just not going to take anything for granted. Just try to remember everything throughout the 4 years, and especially this season.
From your perspective, what are the greatest strengths of this team?
I think we have a great midfield, and I think we're bringing back a lot of defensive guys, and I think through our defense and midfield, I think we can win a lot of games this season.
If Kirtland is going to win a district title, what's going to happen? Like, what's that one thing that just has to be there?
I think our chemistry. I think we need to. I think we just need to mesh really well. Bringing back a lot of guys is very important because we all know how to play with each other. And I think a couple games into the season, we'll be knocking the ball around, and I think everyone will get used to each other, and I think we'll be playing good soccer.
Same thing I asked Anand there, just on that defense. How nice is it, from a midfielder's perspective, just to have a unit with so much experience and a goalkeeper who's got his confidence through the roof right now? How nice is that just to know that, hey, you know what, I can focus on the attack and they've got it behind me?
It's very nice because I know the guys who are behind me and in front of me, so, I mean, you have a lot of trust in those guys, so you know what they're going to do.
What's your thoughts on the new facility? Because you get to kick for the football team too, right? You still doing that?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's excited in the school. We're all excited to play, so we just hope it gets finished. Yeah.
It looks pretty good. It's close. So, all right, what are your goals for senior year?
Just like Anand said, win. I mean, we want to make it back to the district game, and we want to go further. So.
And then what are your individual goals for yourself this year?
Individual goals.
Score more.
Yeah, I need to probably score more. Probably just command the field. Being a senior and a captain, I think my voice needs to be heard a little more than last year. So, yeah, probably just command the field.
And then who's your breakout player?
I would say Luca Oros and Daniel Bach. I think Daniel Bach's a pretty underrated defender, and I think Luca Oros can score a lot of goals for us this season.
All right, good luck to you this year. Coach, back to you.
Yes.
I asked the guys for some breakout players. Are there any other guys that have caught your attention early in camp?
I think they hit it on the head with that. I agree about Dan. He has to fill the shoes of Owen, who graduated, and Dan's versatile. I think he's also our shutdown defender. If there's someone on the other team who's really giving us problems, I think moving Dan to wherever that player is will help us. I think Luca's spot on as well. Aiden really does really good stuff off the ball. Makes good runs, so it's a matter of him finishing. So, I'm leaving anybody else out. I think, look, Xavier Lasecki is a sophomore. He's going to get thrown into the into the starting lineup in a position that he's not familiar with. But he's confident and he's got the ability to meet the standards that the seniors have set. So I think that's a player to watch.
And now we'll talk about the facility. I know Coach Braddock loves to play in the back. It's a grass field. It's bigger. How is this playing on a turf field now up here? It's going to be a little more narrow than in the back, but how does that change your tactic?
Yeah, I think we're going to try to stay true to who we are. I think it actually helps us, the fact that the terrain will be true and predictable, as opposed to, as Anand said, bumpy and patchy back there. So and we play most of our home games, right? If not all, away games on turf. So it's not too drastic of a change. I think that they're going to enjoy the under the lights aspect at home, and maybe more of their friends and peers will get to come out to watch them and maybe improve the atmosphere of the games and stuff. But I'm not going to lie, I'm going to miss the afternoon. There's something different and unique. I know that people hated walking back there. I had the long walk and playing at 4:30. I think that was our home field advantage. And now it's 7 o'clock at night. Everyone's doing that. So, but yeah, I'm excited too.
I always love those 4:30 games, nice and easy. Get home early unless I had to go cover another one. But it was a great opportunity to get out and get 2 games in one if I needed to. But all right, Coach and gentlemen, I appreciate you being here and kicking off our Fall Sports Media Day here at Kirtland. And best of luck to you this year.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that was the Kirtland Hornets boys soccer team here at 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Crestwood girls soccer team joining us here, the Red Devils. Once again, our CVC TV productions are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. So we've got the Crestwood girls soccer team taking their spots here at the head table. Sporting some league championship shirts there. That's always nice. All right, Coach, welcome. Appreciate you and the ladies being here. I'm going to let you start off. Introduce yourself and the girls you brought with you, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Red Devils this year? Grab your microphone, one of those microphones in front of you there. There you go. And there's a black switch on there. Flip that up. There you go.
All right. Hi, my name is Coach Eric Sway. I am the head coach of the Crestwood Varsity Girls. I have senior Allie Bartell here next to me to my left. To her left is senior Cami Ferrari. And to her left is junior Aaron Hallis.
All right, and just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the defending champs?
All right, well, what we are for our goals for this year is to repeat as champions of the CVC Valley Division. We're also looking at winning a playoff game this year, winning a sectional championship, and having 10 wins or more. That is the team goals. I expect nothing less from these girls this year. We have pretty much the starting core from last year coming back, minus a couple seniors, but we've already filled those spots with upperclassmen anyway. So
I love the quantifiable goals. Those are
we
nice.
have quantify. We have to work for something.
Absolutely. So coming in obviously you're coming in as defending champs. You returned almost everybody, and like you said, you have capable replacements for the ones that graduate. So your optimism has to be pretty high.
My optimism is probably the highest that it's been for this program of girls in some time, I would say. I can tell you, if we go back down through the years, the girls have not had a winning record since 2018. So we're going to change that this year. That is first and foremost.
Outstanding. All right, Coach, I'm going to come back to you after I talk to the girls. We'll start right there with Allie. Allie, go ahead and introduce yourself to the folks at home, name, grade, and position.
I'm Allie Bartell. I'm a senior. I'm a striker.
So coming into senior year, you're a defending champion, conference champion. As a senior, you kind of get to redefine the legacy at Crestwood and kind of change the culture. Another conference title might do that, but how important is that to you, just to kind of add to what you guys already accomplished?
I really would like to win a conference again, especially being my last year. I think, us as girls, it's like that memory that just lasts, knowing you won that together. So I think it's really important. Like, I really want to win.
What was the key to that championship run last year?
I just think that us together as girls, we just like, I think we work really well together. I think that we all wanted it. We put in the effort. I just think it was something everybody really wanted, so it helped us, shoot for that goal.
And how much have you as seniors talked to the underclassmen about going to work the same way you did last year and maybe raising the bar a little bit?
We always encourage our freshmen, especially, the new ones. I mean, it's so important. They're like, they're leading the legacy. So we always, we encourage them every time, this is it. This is important. And, we want that legacy. We want to be known for winning that. So we definitely encourage them a lot.
What is your role as a striker this year? I mean, obviously besides scoring, but how does Coach like you to kind of take the ball and run with it, so to say?
I know he wants me to score, so I guess that, and they say a lot. I give a lot of assists, I think. I leave them off to my other forward, Ava Julian. So, I do a lot of passing and stuff like that.
What's your strength as a player?
I think I'm good at passing, and I think I'm good at giving assists, and I like to think that I'm where I'm supposed to be most of the time. I think I'm pretty good at that.
And what about the leadership qualities? How are you doing there?
I do think I'm pretty good at leading. I'm not really afraid of talking in big crowds. I'm pretty social, extroverted, so I'm pretty good at talking to the new girls and making sure everybody's welcome and feels happy and no one feels left out or anything like that.
Who else is going to contribute scoring-wise? Who are the Red Devils looking for to score a lot of goals this year?
I definitely think me and Ava and Aaron especially. I think we all work really good together, getting goals, and even some of our outside mids get involved in that stuff. But I really think that I think we're going to get a lot this year. I do.
All right, give me team and individual goals.
I would say for our team goal, like we were talking about, I so badly want to win that conference. That's probably one of my biggest goals, and I would like to have a positive record. I'd say individually, I know we have an assist record, and that would be cool to break. I'm gonna try my best, but we'll see.
All right, and then last one, just give me a breakout player, somebody that maybe nobody knows a whole lot about right now, but after a few games, everybody will know.
I think probably one of our freshmen. Her name's Chloe. And I just think that she works really hard. She came to literally everything in the winter, off season. She always is there and smiling and happy, and I just think that she's really good. And she's a defender, and I genuinely think that she is a good asset to our team.
All right, well, good luck to you this year. All right, moving right to the middle, and I believe Cammie, right? All right, go ahead and for the folks at home, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Okay, I'm Cammie Ferrari. I'm a senior, and I play midfield.
And with a last name like Ferrari, you have to be fast, right?
Yeah.
So coming into this year as defending champions, do you feel any additional pressure or just a little weight on the shoulders because you want to defend that title so much?
Yeah, a little bit. I definitely want to win, so I think it adds a little more pressure because it's harder when you lose. And
so we talked a little bit about the scoring, but talk about the midfield. Who's out there helping to distribute the ball and get those transitions and move them up?
So I play on the wing, and Taylor plays on the other wing, and then we have Erin. So most of the time it's Erin distributing the ball. She's really good at it. So yeah, and we play it up to Allie most of the time. So
what have you done to improve from last year? Just kind of make yourself better, put yourself in a better position.
Yeah, so I've played throughout the whole off season. I played club, and we've been working with our high school team. We played in an indoor league, and we played summer league. So we've been working all season.
What's going to be the key to your success this year?
I think just being encouraging to the whole team. I think that really helps because when you're uplifting, then everyone it helps everybody.
We talked a lot about scoring. Where's all the defense going to come from? Who are the players back there that are going to protect your goalie?
So definitely Alyssa. She's our sweeper. So she's a key player with us. So she's really good. And we have Lily back on the field now. So she played in goal last year, but I think she's going to be really helpful too.
And then give me your breakout player. Who do you think is going to have a big year?
I'm going to have to agree with Allie. I think that Chloe as well. She's been working all off season, and I think she's been putting in a lot of effort. So I think that she'll have a great season.
All right. And then what are your goals this year, individual and team?
For the team, I definitely want to win the conference again. I think that would be really cool for my senior year. And just as an individual, I think just being positive and encouraging, I think that'll help.
All right, good luck to you. Aaron, on to you, same thing. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Erin Hallis. I'm a center midfielder for Crestwood, and I'm a junior.
How exciting was it to win that conference title?
It was good.
What do you think, from your perspective, what was the key to that run?
I think we all just really pushed hard for it. We worked hard every game, whether it was conference or not. And, yeah.
And then how can you transition from last year to this year, maintain that same level of success?
I think we should push the same and even harder. We have different competition, so we'll have to look at different players and different teams and just work to know what we'll have to do to win those games.
And obviously the conference title is but one of your goals. Another is to win a postseason game. What's going to be the difference there, getting into those pressure situations where it's win or go home? How can you and your teammates kind of come ready to play and finish those games off the right way?
We just need to not be as nervous. Like, we're always so shaky at the beginning of games, but once we get the hang of it, we really start, like, having chances on goal and just getting the ball around better.
Why do you think you're shaky at the beginning of games? That's an inherited trait. Your dad, who I'm sure is home watching, he was always nervous at our games, and it affected his performance every time. So
we just want to do really good, and we know there's pressure on us, but we just want to do it for us and ourselves and our community and team.
So playing in the midfield, it sounds like you're a little bit of a ball hog.
Sometimes.
But by design, right?
Yeah. I mean, I should probably shoot more. I've been told a lot.
All right. And so looking at this year's team, from your perspective, what is the strength of this team, and how can you guys maximize that strength?
I think we definitely have good forwards coming back and wingers that can send in good balls. Our defense has been improving every game.
All right. And then what are your goals for the year?
Have a winnable season. We haven't had that in a while. Just grow better, win league.
All right. And who's your breakout player?
I'd probably say Delaney. She's our left back, and she might not get stats, but she'll stop a lot of people, and she's really tough on the outside.
All right. Good luck to you this year. Coach, back to you. I think one of the key things in high school sports is just having that confidence level, and achieving success starts with that. And it sounds like these girls are pretty confident. Do you sense that as well?
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely confident. Like Aaron said, we just need them to step out of the game, come out of the game faster and just more aggressive than they've been doing. We have worked hard all winter and summer playing Division I teams. So that was by design. They are ready to go. And like Aaron did say, there is pressure. I do put pressure on them, which makes them probably a little nervous. But I think that's a good thing, honestly. I want them to go out there and realize that from game 1 to 17, they all matter every single minute of every game. And then when we get to 18, it could be the end of the season, or we could keep going.
And it's hard to replicate that pressure in a regular season game because you always know you have another one.
Absolutely.
But then you get into that postseason, and boy, it's pressure you don't understand until you're in it. So, I mean, how can you push them to even get close to that pressure in the regular season? Is just playing tougher teams?
Just playing tougher teams. We do run hard practices. They will definitely account for that, and that has happened for many months now. So it's just there's accountability for every player, and they know that. And if they have to come out, they'll come out, and they'll be talked to, and they'll go back in, and they'll do better. So
I've asked the players for some breakout player ideas, someone they think is going to have a big year. Are there other girls that you're waiting to step up and raise their level of play?
Well, I'm always preaching that they can raise their level of play no matter what, from maybe girl number 1 to girl number 17 or 18. They all will need to improve every game, every week. If I had to pick a breakout player this year, I'm going to go with Miss Aaron on the end. I think she is she's going to have to pick up some more time and a lot more things from a couple of the seniors that did leave. So, and I am fairly confident, well, I shouldn't say fairly, I am very confident that she's going to do that. She's a little quiet. We got to get her to talk a little more, but there's that's that whole, we always got to find something to work on.
CVC as a whole, some really good soccer teams, a lot of them on the rise as well. You know, you have your West Geaugas and Chagrins and Kirtlands, of course, but here comes Crestwood, here comes Berkshire. How important is that in the conference, just to have so many quality opponents to watch and compete with?
Well, when you have that many quality opponents in the conference, it makes it fun because in any given night, somebody can lose. There might be a favorite, and you just never know. And you have a bad game, and you get a reprieve when you see they had a bad game. So it keeps things going, and maybe somebody doesn't run away with a specific division or whatnot.
All right. Well, Coach and ladies, I appreciate y'all making the trip down 306/43 and appreciate you being here, and best of luck to you this year.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right. That is the Crestwood Red Devils girls soccer team, the defending Valley Division champions, live from Kirtland High School here at the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day, and Coach is going to stay right in his spot because we've got the boys team coming in, and I didn't know if that was a mistake in the Google Drive, but your name is listed as the boys and girls coach, so you must be busy in the fall.
I am extremely busy.
How does that work out? I mean, do you practice at the same time? Or
we do practice at the same time, yes.
Okay.
I have an excellent staff of coaches. We have pretty regimented practices. We do practice together. Which is beneficial for both the girls and the boys because they each have to learn different things and stuff maybe they're not comfortable with, which really goes to your question before of putting the pressure on. Well, these guys, I can't have them out there hurting the girls. So they have to learn to defend a different way and move the ball and do this and do that. So in the last 2 years, these guys have really become a more possession-oriented team. And they use each other, and this year is going to definitely show that.
Success-wise last year, obviously you want to grow from there. What's that going to take?
So, well, you know, last year we lost Crestwood's all-time leading scorer in Jaden Julian. He had 37 goals last year, so that is going to be difficult to replace. I will say last year we played with 12 players the entire season. So
wow.
These guys, every one of these guys played 80 minutes a game. They know and what to expect, and 80 minutes is 80 minutes. Now this guy right here next to me, Elijah Jurish, I think he was probably third in the state in D3 with 26 assists or something like that. Something around there. I'm not positive on that number. So we're going to reverse the roles this year and turn those into goals. So
he's got a big smile on his face, so he likes that.
Well, we already started our season on Friday, and he's already got 3 on the tally. So.
All right. Sounds like that's easy money right there.
Not so easy.
Yeah, not so easy.
Not so
All
easy.
right, slide that over. We'll start right there then, and go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Elijah Jurish. I'm in 11th grade, and I play up top or center attacking mid.
So big year for you last year, distributing the ball to your teammates, and now more of a focus on scoring. So how does that grab you?
I think it's pretty cool. I like to know that I'm a big part of the team. I think it'll be a good year this year, and I'm really excited for it.
What does that mean strategically for you or tactically? Do you have to change anything just to become more of a scorer as opposed to assisting?
I think I have to be strong on the ball. I just gotta place the ball well this year, and just gotta trust that my teammates can find me the ball.
So 3 goals on Friday Night Football the other day to kick off the season. What led to that success?
I think it was just my teammates were definitely feeding me that game, and I was a little bit limited. I had a groin injury, and I think we just came in knowing that we had to come out strong in the first 20 or so minutes, and we did just that.
So you were hobbled with a groin injury, and you still scored 3 goals. Not a bad day at the office. Offensively, I mean, obviously you can't do it yourself. Who are some of the other guys that are going to help you, get the ball up to the top, and then also some of the other guys that'll finish?
I think Cooper's definitely going to be distributing very well this year. Cooper right there. And then I feel like Kyle Shellhammer, he's going to be a big part of our offense this year. And I think both of those two are going to be scoring and assisting a bunch this year.
What's the key for this team to maybe compete for a conference title and a deep postseason run?
I think we just got to play the way we know we should play. Got to possess the ball. Got to know when to play those through balls, and just got to be aggressive and just play strong.
I know Coach mentioned that you want to turn your assists into goals. What are your goals for this year?
I think definitely one of my goals is to just, although Jaden may have set the record last year for most goals in a season, I definitely think that'd be pretty cool to break that, but that's a pretty high goal. I just hope my goal is just to get over 20 goals this season.
Do you know what the record was? What did he finish with?
I think 37.
37. That's pretty tough.
Yeah.
All right, so you got your work cut out for you. Give me a breakout player, somebody on your team that nobody at the table, since we'll talk to them, but someone that maybe nobody knows about right now, but after a few games, everybody will.
Kyle Scheinheimer, definitely. He's going to be huge this year. And we already had our first scrimmages, and he is huge. We connected really well. So
outstanding. All right, good luck to you as you chase that scoring record. Let's go into the middle. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name is Charlie Schweikert. I'm a senior, and I'm a goalkeeper.
Charlie, as the goalkeeper, obviously you want teammates that can score a lot of goals. Makes your job a little bit easier. How nice is it to have him up on top? And number one, last year spreading the ball around to get the assists, and this year to start off so strong scoring.
Yeah, last year I was.
Is that on? Is that your switch up?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, last year, or in the scrimmages this year and last year, I found myself very busy. But Friday night I wasn't as busy because this guy does a very good job possessing the ball and doing his thing up there. And when we can keep the ball possessed up on that side of the field, it makes my life a lot easier. So it's nice to have a guy like him, a guy like Cooper.
Absolutely.
And a couple of good wings that can possess the ball up on the other side of the field.
Take some of that pressure off as well.
Yes, sir.
But how long have you been playing goalie?
All 4 years of high school, and I started 7th grade, played my middle school years, and all 4 years, yeah.
How has the technique improved, and how has that helped your confidence?
Major improvement, actually. Throughout my 4 years, I've become a lot more aggressive, coming out, kicking the ball up, or coming out of the box, sliding to get well. I was very timid early in my career. I would kind of stay back on my line, but now I'm kind of more aggressive, and that helps me. It makes my job easier, puts me in better situations, and my confidence this year, I would say, is probably the highest it's ever been. I've been making a lot of kick saves, but honestly, it's just a mindset of like you're gonna have to put a pretty good shot on goal to score on me.
Right. Talk about your defense, since it looks like we have a couple midfielders, strikers here, but who are the guys on defense that's going to make your life a little bit easier?
Yeah, the defense is great. Hans Siebold, I've played with him all 4 years, and he's been great. He's improved majorly over the 4 years. He plays center back, and he's a wall. Nobody gets through him. Cade on the outside and Drew on the outside, two really good outside backs, and then we got Sam in the middle, who has improved a lot from last year, and he's going to be really big for our defense. But Cade's the one I'm keeping my eye on because he's had a really good scrimmages, had a really good first game. He's super aggressive, and he goes in there with purpose to get the ball. So
how adept is your defense into starting a counterattack, just playing the ball back and then turning it into offense?
Yeah, I would say that Sam is he's got a big leg, and actually, Hans on Friday night had a little assist on a counterattack. He got the ball, won it up, played to Elijah. But, so our two center backs have really big legs. But I would say for the outside, it's just about sometimes we have problems where we just, kick the ball up. But it's important that we kind of take our time because most of the time those defenders do have time. They got to take their time to find Cooper in the middle and actually, find feet instead of just kicking the ball up, and then that's where we can really succeed and get the ball to Elijah, get a counterattack going.
Give me a breakout player.
I would say Cade on the outside, yeah.
I'm going to have to start changing my rules that, you can't use the same
Yeah,
player.
yeah.
Everyone seems, not
But
just
no.
here, but, last week and earlier today.
Yeah, he's going to have a big year. Yeah, I like the way he plays. Sometimes he's got like, I don't know, a fire inside of him that lights up when game time comes. He's really aggressive, sometimes too aggressive, which we had a scrimmage Wednesday where it was a PK because of something he did in the box. But most of the time, he's really aggressive in a good way.
Got
So.
it. And what are your goals for senior year?
I just want to keep the team in every game. That's my goal. I want to limit, the shots on or the shots that go in the goal. Obviously, I want to try and keep it like 1 or 2 goals every game. And I don't know if there is a record for saves, but if there is, I'd certainly want to break that.
All right. So, well, that's an ominous record because it means you're also getting shot on a lot.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, right, exactly.
But all right. Well, good luck to you,
All right,
Cooper. Let's go right on over to there. Go ahead and grab your mic and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
My name is Cooper Pausch. I'm a junior, and I'm a center mid.
So, Cooper, coming into this year, how different is this team compared to last year?
I mean, obviously, we lost Jaden, our lead scorer. Elijah, he was great with assists last year. He scored a couple goals, but this year he's really going to be our lead scorer, and I'm looking to try and help him with assists and just getting the ball to him and him shooting on goal.
Tactically, what are your goals in the midfield? What does your team try to do?
I mean, really, we just need to possess the ball, stay together, stay tight, spread out at some points, pass the ball, get around, and then send to Elijah or send up top to our wingers.
What is your role? I mean, I know you're in the midfield, but what is Coach looking for you to do specifically?
Mainly just getting the ball from the defense, looking up, dribbling around some people, finding passes, give and goes, trying to just get the ball up, stay back sometimes, play defense, sometimes play up.
Looking at your team as a whole, what is the strategy? How do you guys try to set up your scoring opportunities, prevent the defensive breakdowns, that type of thing?
I mean, mainly our thing is just from Charlie. I mean, he can punt crazy. I mean, it's amazing. So he'll get it to us. We got to control the ball, get the ball, look up, either find Kyle. Kyle's our winger. Owen on the outside. He's great. Play to them. If they can't find anything, pass back to middle. I mean, I'll take some shots too. So you just kind of got to play middle, play out, play middle, play up.
Who else is in the midfield with you?
There's me, and then there's AJ Brock. He's definitely improved a lot since last year. Last year he was aggressive, but this year he's definitely a lot more aggressive and a lot more 50-50 balls he's been winning, which is good.
What are your goals for your team, and what's it going to take to reach those goals?
I'd really like to win. I mean, do the same thing we did last year. I'd like to go 500, if not better. This year we have a hard schedule, definitely. I mean, I'd love to score 10 goals and 10 assists, help Elijah out as much as possible. That's about it.
And then give me your breakout player.
Definitely AJ Brock. He's improved. He's improved so much since last year. I mean, like I said earlier, he's been so much more aggressive, so much more heads up. His knowledge is amazing now. He knows to get the ball to his feet, pass up. So it's definitely AJ Brock.
All right. Well, good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Coach, back to you. You get to hear your guys, coming into a new season. You never know quite what to expect, but it sounds like these guys all are on the same page. How confident are you that the message has been received and they're on their way to achieving their team goals?
The message has definitely been received. The team hasn't changed much from last year minus Jaden. We literally have everybody back. We lost 2 seniors last year. So we lost 2 great seniors. But these guys, with only having 12 guys last year, they all saw 1,000+ minutes. So, and we were in big games last year, and they know the pressure, they know how to play, and they know what it takes. I will say our entire starting defense is back, including Charlie. So, like Charlie said, we are going to be in every single game. I can guarantee that. It's just a matter of, can we score more goals than the other team?
Right. And if you knew the answer to that, you could go to Vegas and do pretty well for yourself.
That's
but,
correct, yes.
But that's why we play the games, to find out who can achieve their goals. So I've asked the players for some breakout guys. Who are some other guys that have impressed you in the preseason?
Well, I'm gonna give a different one here. I'm gonna say our senior forward, Gavin Dunphy. If we can get Gavin had 9 goals last year. Elijah had at least 10 or 12, and then Jaden had a lot. So if we can get Gavin to get 15 goals, I think we're going to be very successful this year. I mean, because like they mentioned, Kyle was a little low on the scoring list last year as a freshman playing 19 games and 80 minutes a game. So he learned his lesson. He will be much better this year in terms of scoring. So Gavin will be not focused on, and that's where when he's not being focused on, he can take over and really become another problem for many teams.
Good thing none of those other teams are watching this broadcast
I
to
hope
know.
not.
Yeah, so keep him hidden a little bit. So
Yeah.
good deal. All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you and the guys being here, and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that was the Crestwood Red Devils boys soccer team here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Crestwood football team coming in here, followed by the Kirtland girls soccer team. Cruising along here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. Again, all of our CVC TV productions are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. We'll be kicking off our fall coverage on Thursday with a football game, Grand Valley at Conneaut. Conneaut, one of our newest members to the CVC, so excited to see what they can do on this week. It's a Thursday night, but normally it'll be on Friday night. But up next, we've got the Red Devils. Coach, welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself, introduce the guys you brought with you, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Red Devils this year?
I'm Jack D'Amato, the head football coach. We have AJ Januska, Blake Baumgartner, and Gavin McIntyre, all with us, all seniors. From the Red Devils, from our team, we're hoping to just improve, really. So we'll be an improved team, a little bit more experience, and ready to take on the season starting on Friday.
Not that the Valley Division wasn't competitive before, especially we had a 3-way tie last year, I think a 2-way tie the year before, but now you drop Kirtland back into the mix and that competition level goes up just a little bit more. But just how nice is it for your guys going out there every week knowing they're going to have a competitive game and be in those games and have an opportunity to win?
It really is nice. It's an opportunity, that we look forward to, because like you said, week after week it's a grind. So there's no easy game on the schedule, and there's some really tough competition that we're going to see week in and week out. Especially like you said, adding Kirtland in, and then that's as a small school, that's what you work to emulate, is that championship standard that they have, and to be able to get to see it up close and personal, that's exciting for us.
As far as returning starters, what are you looking at this year?
We have a good majority of our returning starters. I think last year we started 7 sophomores and a freshman on both sides of the ball. We had a few juniors in there as well, so we pretty much lose about 2 on each side of the ball. So we have a lot of guys coming back with experience.
How helpful was that in camp, where last year you might have spent a little bit more time implementing systems, things like that?
Sure.
This year it's kind of just rehashing it and adding some more.
It is. It's been nice to have their experience, and especially our seniors here, along with Cody Brugman, who's not with us today, but having those guys that have been with us for 4 years. These are since this is my 4th year, so these guys have been with us since our freshman year, and they understand our program, and they're leading the program, and really hoping to get those kids to buy into what we're all trying to do.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the guys. We'll start right to your left. Go ahead and grab that microphone, and for the folks at home, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm AJ Januska. I'm a senior, and I play receiver and corner.
So coming in this year, AJ, last year the team was pretty young, still pretty young, but a lot more experienced. How helpful has that been, and how has camp gone?
Camp's gone good. I mean, everybody just got that level of experience last year, and we've been playing real good. We all energy's way up from last year. We're just ready to start the season.
I know in the past Crestwood has been run heavy. As a wide receiver, what is your role?
I mean, when we're running, just get out there and block somebody, and when we're going to pass the ball, just do my best to get open and be there for our quarterbacks.
Is the passing game kind of growing a little bit, or are you still sporadic throws here and there?
I mean, yeah, we've been passing more, but we're still a run-heavy team. But, yeah, we can pass the ball.
All right, and then defensively, how's the secondary coming along?
Good. We were we lost a few seniors that were played there, but we returned a few and new, but we were ready.
And then it looks like we've got some linemen next to you. So I'll ask you, who's the quarterbacks and how have they progressed?
Charlie Summers and Wyatt Januska are the quarterbacks, and Charlie was a starter last year. He's gotten way better, just much more composed in the pocket and everything. And Wyatt, I mean, he plays slot too. He's a kind of do-it-all player.
What's the key to this team's success? I mean, obviously you got to go out and block, tackle, and things like that, but there's more to it. What do you guys talk about being the keys to winning games?
Just to play with heart, come out strong, and just have energy the whole game, and just play confident.
Give me a breakout player, somebody that maybe right now not a lot of people know about, but after a few games everybody will.
Probably Tristan Addis. He's gonna play slide. He's gonna run the ball a little bit.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, and good luck to you this year. Go right there in the middle. Looks like we have two linemen, right? You guys both two-way guys? All right, good. All right, go ahead and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Blake Baumgartner. I'm a senior, and I play guard and defensive end.
All right, so I'm going to talk to you about the offensive line, and I'll let your teammate talk about the defensive line. Fair? Yep. Or you want to do it? Okay, good. Talk about the unit. How good is this offensive line becoming?
This offensive line has really grown over the year. I mean, we got 3 returning starters. Well, technically 4. And we have a newcomer on the line, but he's a junior. He's upperclassman, and we all push each other, and we're coming together as one good unit.
Give the name shout-outs. Give their name and position.
We got Dan Doring at tackle, Landon Kunzer at guard, Gavin McIntyre right here at center. I'm the other guard, and we have Cody Brugman, our other senior, at tackle. With a run-dominated offense, you guys are busy. You have to be physical. Yep. How do you guys go out and play the game? How do you approach it? We're taught. We come out. Games are won in the trenches, so we come out physical, hard, and we want to win and dominate up front. Being run heavy like that, does that kind of ease your mind a little bit? Because pass protection's a little bit different, and you got to play that a little bit differently. Are you guys comfortable in that run set? I feel like we're comfortable in anything that we have. We push each other. We're comfortable. We just battle up front. It doesn't matter run, pass, anything. We just battle, and we want to win. All right, and then just looking, you guys won a conference title a couple years ago. What's it going to take to get back to that level? Good mentality, good energy, and willing to put in the work. What are your goals for this season? My goals are to have a home playoff game this year, have a above 500 record, and just fight every game, battle. And give me a breakout player. I got sophomore Wyatt Januska. He's, like he said, he's an everything you can do player. He can do anything that you ask him to do. All right. Good luck to you this year, sir. Thank you. All right, Gavin, on to you. Go ahead. Same thing. Name, grade, and position.
My name's Gavin McIntyre. I'm a center, defensive end, and I'm also a senior.
All right, so on defense, I'm going to let you focus there. First, let's talk about the guys, give some names, and what positions they play.
I'm at defensive end. Our nose is Cody Brugman, and then Bryce Bennett is our other end.
All right. How does Coach like you guys to get after it up front on the defensive side?
Be physical, put your heart out there, get to the ball, swarm, 11 bad dudes with bad attention.
I like that. Who are the guys behind you, linebackers, DBs?
Jake Ironman, Jackson Rattray, and Tristan Addis.
Are you guys of the mindset that defense wins games, or do you kind of say, well, our running game does it, and we just do enough to let them do their thing?
If you have a good defense, you're going to have a great offense. So it starts with the defense, I would say.
All right. How do you that mindset that you said, 11 guys on defense with bad intentions, how do you carry that over to the offensive side?
Just got to play physical, I guess. It's just got to know when to flip the switch and play hard.
What do you think is going to be the key to this team's success this year?
Positive energy. If we're down, keeping our heads up, fight back, just be positive.
What kind of goals do you have for yourself this year?
Me, same thing, have a first-round home playoff game. I want to get maybe all Ohio maybe, but we'll see.
All right. And then who's your breakout player?
Mine would be probably Dan Doring. He's one of our newer linemen playing tackle, but I think he'll do good.
All right, sounds good. Gavin, you were a wrestler too, right?
Yeah.
How did that help you become a better football player?
Wrestling, you got to be kind of athletic, flexible.
Kinda?
Well, yeah, you do. But I think just me being wrestling helps me with football, staying low, and being physical.
Outstanding. Good luck to you this year. All right, Coach, back at you. I asked the guys for some breakout players, that kind of thing. Is there anyone that maybe they didn't mention that caught your eye in camp?
We've had a really good camp, and it's there's been a lot of players that have really stepped up and done a really good job. One that they haven't mentioned that really, just shined this in our last scrimmage on Thursday against Champion was Bryce Gill. He's doing everything that we asked him to do. He's a little bit undersized in his position, but I think that doesn't matter. He's out there doing the dirty work that we need him to do. He plays like a outside linebacker, safety kind of hybrid, and a slot receiver as well. Blocking down the field, taking guys 15, 20 yards down the field and keep driving them through for long touchdown runs. That's the difference, and that's what we're looking for. So Bryce Gill would be my guy.
Gavin talked about the mentality. And what is it when you hear that? How does that make you feel?
That's exactly what we talk about. Coach Baldwin, who's our defensive coordinator, talks about 11 bad dudes with bad intentions, just really trying to get after the ball, swarming to the defense, and swarming the balls. But that's the kind of mentality that we want. It's we call it a necktie mentality. It's always attacking, never full, like a great white shark. Always going to go up and. Never going to be full. There could be 100 seals on the beach. It's going to eat all 100 and still looking for more, and that's really the mentality that we talk about.
What's it going to take for this team to raise its level of play from last year?
I think it comes to that, the mentality that we talked about, that necktie mentality. It's these guys have done a really good job buying in to what the program and the culture that we're trying to instill. It's just a matter of, the older guys taking the younger guys under their wing and really showing them the way that we operate as a football program.
When you look at the squad you have this year, how different is it from last year? Even though there's a lot of the same guys.
It is different. It's the maturity. You had to grow up fast. They had to grow up fast. It's Friday night football, and no one cares if you're a freshman or a sophomore. It doesn't matter. They're still coming out to play and try to beat you. So those kids had to grow up fast, under fire last year and Friday nights, and they can take that experience now as sophomores and juniors, and bring it to the field. And these guys as well as seniors now.
When you look at the Valley Division, as I said, it's really competitive. Yeah. It got more competitive when you throw Kirtland in there, but everyone can go out and win and compete. But how does that help your guys, just knowing that, we've got to go out every night, it's a battle, and we've got to just be able to raise that level of play from the mentality perspective,
Sure.
Just because you can go into a game and you think they're going to be an easier opponent, and then maybe your play doesn't match
Right.
what you should. But
Right. I think that's what we've been preaching, though, that whole time, is that we have to keep that mentality high because of the quality of opponents that we see week in and week out, especially inside the league. The league from top to bottom is pretty dang strong. If 2 years ago when we won the league, if we wouldn't won on that Saturday morning at Hawken,
Right.
It would have been a 4-way tie. Last year it was a 3-way tie. That tells you exactly what you're going to get every week. And there's no, before this year, obviously, there's no clear favorite coming in. Everyone's, fighting for that top role. Now, adding Kirtland, they're on a different level than most of our teams are right now. But, they had to start somewhere too. And, hopefully we'll be able to emulate a little bit of that success.
Right. And then, everybody wants to win a conference title, a regional title, maybe
Sure.
get a state title, that kind of thing. But you don't have to reach those things to consider your season a success. How
Right.
are you going to define success?
We probably won't see success. What we truly believe as a coaching staff and what we culture-wise believe, we won't see that until 5, 10, 15 years from now when these guys come back. That's when we'll see success, is how they grew as men, how they grew as fathers, husbands, so on and so forth. That's where really the success that we're trying to build is not just on the football field, but in life and trying to make them better men.
Outstanding. All right, Coach, I appreciate you and the guys coming out. Enjoy your season, and best of luck to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Steve.
All right, that was the Crestwood Red Devils here at 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the Kirtland women's soccer team. Sorry about that. Kirtland girls soccer team, followed by Jefferson volleyball and Beechwood football. So up next, we've got the Kirtland Hornets. This Media Day production is presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery, a great partner for the conference. Allows us to do a lot with CVC TV and different productions of Media Day events and, of course, game coverage. We'll start this week on Thursday with Grand Valley at Conneaut, a rare Thursday night football game to kick off the 2023 season. And then we'll have a game on Friday night as well. You can visit www.chagrinvalleyconference.com to check out the schedule. Braddock, who are we waiting for? Your dad? Okay, we're going to start without him. Coach Braddock. All right, so Kirtland girls soccer. Let's see, who am I going to start with? You're all seniors, right? All right, Bryn, I'll start with you all the way to the left. Go ahead and grab your microphone and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Name, grade, and position. Flip your microphone on.
Hi, my name's Bryn Braddock. I'm a senior at Kirtland, and what else? I forgot.
That position.
Either center mid or outside mid.
Here he comes. All right, Bryn, so we're going to stick with you, though. But 4 years ago, wide-eyed freshman, and here you are starting your senior year. How fast did that go?
It went really fast. Like, I literally just – it feels like I'm still a freshman sometimes. But
when you look back at freshman year compared to now, how have you grown as a player?
I think I'm more of a leader now as a senior. And, like, I definitely got better growing these 4 years, but – there's still going to be done this year.
So talking about the team last year, disappointing end there in was that district final or district semi? District semi. Double overtime game that lasted 2 days, so pretty crazy ending. But how much did that motivate this team just to kind of work harder in the offseason, come back a little bit stronger this year?
It was a very disappointing end to our season, but I think that ending really, we want to push each other to get where we have been in years past. So, yeah.
This team, where's the scoring coming from this year?
I think it'll come from our midfield and some of our forwards, like Kennedy Boyd and Claire Davidson. She's back after having her torn ACL last year.
Yep, she had a really nice freshman year, missed last year with a knee injury, and Kennedy was in goal 2 years ago and moved to the field last year. So when you look at how the forwards are coming along and those midfielders that get in there, are you comfortable with the opportunities they're going to create?
Yeah, I think so. It just takes some work, but we'll get there.
What is your coach's role for you, besides cutting the grass at home and doing yard work or whatever else he has you do?
I think he likes to see that I'm a leader, and basically his words were I'm motherly to our team. And just helping each other out and encouraging others on the field and off the field.
I always ask the players at Media Days, just give me a breakout player, somebody on your team that maybe nobody knows about right now, but after a few games, everybody will.
I think Sylvia can really, she's a cross-country runner, and playing on the outside, she can run up and down multiple times a game and just keep going, and I think she has a lot of potential.
All right, and what are your goals for this year?
I'd like to get far in our season and score some goals and just have a great last year.
All right, well, good luck to you. Go right in the middle, same thing. Introduce yourself for the folks at home, name, grade, and position.
All right, my name's Stephanie Drzetic, senior, and I play center mid.
Another cross-country soccer player, right?
Yes.
So you got a few of those on the team.
Yep.
And I imagine you'll be here for cross country too?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
No.
So I will ask you then, how does that work out? I mean, that's a lot. Cross country and soccer in the same season. How do you manage it?
Balancing both is it's always been more difficult, but it's just kind of like Braddock's really good with it. Mr. Moran, cross country coach, is really good with it by knowing that some days we just need to take it easy on one side, or that they're okay with us sharing time with the other sports.
And it's nice because, like, the girls that do cross over are really good athletes for both teams, so it helps both. That's good. All right, so this year, senior year, last year soccer, what are you feeling?
I'm just really excited. I'm excited to play. I love the sport. It's been 4 years. It's crazy how fast it's gone already. I'm just excited to see what this team has. I think we work really well together. We're all friends, so I hope that translates onto the field.
Going back to whatever it was, 2012 or whatever, when I started covering the team, it seems like every year the seniors have added to the legacy. What do you think your senior class is adding?
Honestly, numbers. This is like probably one of the biggest classes. There's so many of us, and we all been playing since we were little mostly, and I just hope to make it fun, I guess.
The state championship team obviously cast a shadow on every team that comes after until someone else does it. Do you sense that pressure, or is it just, you know what, they did their thing, it's now our turn to do ours?
I mean, I don't think there's any pressure, but obviously it's more of an inspiration to kind of look at that team and be like, we could get to that level again. We're the last class that was on that team, and so we're just kind of like filling that out, hopefully, trying to see what.
Have you forgotten that moment yet?
No.
I haven't either.
That's still the greatest.
It was amazing. So what's your role this year?
Like Bryn said, to be a leader, to help kind of instruct our team around, but also help people like find fun in the sport, to like find the right spots and stuff, and just play the game.
All right, give me your breakout player.
She kind of took mine, but I guess I'll go with Megan. So she's a sophomore.
Urban? Okay.
So she didn't play much last year because she was kind of injured. And she's also a cross-country runner. So she's also got that endurance, and I think she'll be scoring a lot for us.
All right, good luck to you this year, and
Thank
cross-country as well.
Thank you.
Lil, go ahead and grab your mic and introduce yourself for the folks at home, name, grade, and position.
I'm Lily Whitaker. I'm a senior, and I play center D.
All right, so we talked a little bit about the offense already. Talk about the defense. We got a new goalie, I believe, and so did she?
Oh, she played last year, right? Yeah.
Oh, she's
Emily's
back. Okay, well, Coach.
Yeah,
okay, my bad. So good, she's back, but you got some new faces on defense, and so talk about how that unit's gelling.
And Maya's also playing center D with me, and she was out a lot of last year from an injury, so it's really great to have her back. She's very solid back there. And then I guess we're not quite sure who's on the outsides yet, but there's a lot of new faces, and they're all very dependable.
I think you have to figure that out pretty soon, right? Don't you open the season
We're
Tuesday?
still working on it.
And it's a pretty big game on Tuesdays. Oh, Monday, yeah, tomorrow. Wow, I'm thinking like it's 2 days away. Oh, I'm losing it, Mr. Braddock. I'm losing it. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, all right. So, with Emily back in goal, she came out last year, developed pretty quickly. She showed a lot of athleticism and some ability. How much has she developed in the net?
Honestly, she's never really played that much goal before. And it's really great to see her growing. And, she's so dependable back there. I'm so glad she's playing.
One of the strengths of this team going back 15, 20, however long Coach Braddock started coaching, he's what, like 88 now? Is that how old you are? So he's been coaching a really, really long time. He's really old, but one of his hallmarks of his teams are speed on defense. Do you guys have that again this year?
I think we do, yeah. Especially on the outsides, whoever we put there, they're all in great shape. Through summer workouts and stuff. We put the work in over the summer.
Every team has its own identity. What is this team's identity?
I think we're all just good friends. Like, we all work well together, and I'm really excited to see where that goes.
All right. And who's your breakout player?
I think mine will be Gianna Trem. She's a freshman this year, and she's one of the people that plays defense, and she's really solid, and it's just crazy that she's a freshman. She has crazy confidence, and she's great on the ball.
All right, well, good luck to you. All right, Coach, on to you now. Go ahead. I've already introduced the players. We've already talked to them, so that's how I usually start. So I'll let you just give your elevator pitch. Every team for you has been different. Your expectations haven't changed all that much each year, but heading into this year, 2023, what are you feeling as a coach?
We say it all the time. We want to play as long as we can. Every year that comes along, the longer we get to keep them together, the happier we all are. So I think that's my main speech to them, and I think they've touched upon it. We've got 12 seniors on the team. I think there's 12 juniors on this team. We have 37 girls on the team, which, as we're seeing teams canceling schedules because they don't have JV teams, that's a nice thing. And I think they want to support each other on so many different levels in so many different ways, and we just need that to carry over to the field. But we have a lot of unanswered questions in saying all that. So.
What are some of those unanswered questions?
I think again, defensively, what is that going to look like? I also believe that from a midfield seems pretty set for me, but forwards, we're still trying to figure out what the best mix is going to be. And we always say, don't judge us based on our first 8 games, base it more on our next 8 games, because it just takes time.
I think since I've been covering you, you've had dominant goal scorers. They had that killer mentality, and I think last year you had good goal scorers, but they didn't necessarily have that same mentality. Have they shaped that yet?
I think it's the hardest thing to do in the game is to be able to score. And if you have one of those kids, you ride them for as long as you can. On this team, I don't know that I can say who that is. And I think it's going to be more by committee than by one individual. And we have to play solid defense, which then will lead to offense. That's what we talk about too.
Every year, the CVC, by design, you moved up to the Chagrin division to face the West G's and the Chagrin Falls and the Oranges, et cetera, and Hawkins. And then you play a tough non-conference schedule. But just with that schedule, I know we talk about it all the time, just how much you have to, be the counselor for the kids as well, especially early on the season when they're playing those D1 and D2 teams that are elite level, and maybe the success isn't there, but it comes. And the point is you get them ready, but how do you balance that? And I know you have to kind of always talk to the girls about it, but how important is it to you to play that type of schedule?
I just think back to going back in history. Like I look at a Maggie Cadis, who we're 0-3-1, and everybody had these great expectations for us. And I remember walking off the field at Rocky River, and she said to me, I go, how are you doing? She goes, I just want to win a game. And I go, I get it, but by the end of that year, we were in Columbus. So you're right. Can you balance these expectations that we are supposed to live up to? And how do you do that and keep everybody calm? And that's, I think, where our seniors have to come into play. We talk about on bad teams, nobody leads. On a good team, I'm going to lead. And on a great team, these 3 are going to lead along with the other seniors. That's how we approach it. But our scrimmages weren't all that great, I would say, and I think they would agree with this. We faced some very good teams. And our first game on Monday is it's a very good Berkshire team. So we know who we are. It just takes us a little bit of time.
And with that opening up, I know there's been a little bit of a rivalry with Berkshire and Kirtland, some pretty good postseason games. So starting it this way, is that a good thing for your team?
It's just honestly, it's just the way the schedule worked out. I think we don't put too much who's our first game or who's our last game. It's just I was looking at the schedule today. It's just a jumbled mess at times. So no, there's nothing more to that.
Right. I've asked the girls for some breakout players. Who has caught your attention in camp?
Again, I think I'd be remiss if I don't talk about Lexi Vusicki a little bit. She's a freshman, and I think those are the kids you don't know, and they've touched upon Claire and Megan Urbanik. Those are also kids that I think are going to contribute. But I just think as a whole, we have to look to that junior class and that senior class for our leadership.
And then, how do I stop it? Stop! I don't know how to stop it. Make it go away. My alarm's going off. All right, so, obviously the goal conference title, district title, and anything else after that's gravy. But you can be successful without doing those things. What's going to be a successful season for you?
Honestly, I know this sounds like what people may not expect, but if we go 8-8 and every one of these kids walks away with some amazing memories, and we've talked about this often, whether you win a state championship or you leave here with memories that will last a lifetime, that's successful.
That it is.
And on top of it, obviously we get to play on this new field eventually, and so that I think is they're incredibly excited to do that.
I asked John, and I know we've talked, and I know you love that big field back there, and you love the grass. Is it going to change the way you approach things when you're playing home games now?
No, because this field, the field in the back is 70 yards wide. This is almost 70. We're at 68 yards wide up here.
So it's pretty close.
Yes,
okay.
We wanted it to be as close as we could. So yeah.
All right, so good. All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you being here, and ladies, thanks for coming out, and best of luck to you this year. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, that was the Kirtland girls soccer team live from Media Day here out at Kirtland High School. Up next, we have the Jefferson volleyball team, followed by the Beechwood football team, and then the Kirtland cross country teams will join us. So we're cruising along here at the third of our fourth CVC Fall Sports Media Days. We have one more on the schedule that'll be out here next week on Sunday, right here at Kirtland High School again. And so up next, we've got the Jefferson Falcons volleyball team. I see Coach making his way over. Hi, Coach. How are you? Any players or just you? Just you. All right. Anywhere you like. Yeah, the middle's good. All right, go ahead and grab your mic and just go ahead and introduce yourself for the folks at home. And then just give us your elevator pitch on what we can expect out of Jefferson this year. Flip the switch. There's a black switch on there. There you go.
My name is Don Palm. I'm the varsity volleyball coach at Jefferson. This will be my 15th season at the helm for Jefferson.
So you've been around the school a long time, and now you get a new conference. I imagine there's probably, it's a good feeling and a bad. You're losing the familiar, but it's got to be pretty exciting joining a new conference along with some old rivals for Jefferson. So how are you feeling about the expansion and joining the CVC?
Yeah, I know that we're definitely excited. We know the quality of teams and the quality of the conference, and so I think it's going to be a good move for our program. It's going to be a challenge for us to kind of get to know some of the other teams that we're going to be playing, but we're excited to play a lot of those familiar teams up in the Lake Division, up in Ashtabula County and Lake County, and so. I think it's a good thing for our program.
Great. Well, give us a little overview. What kind of offense do you like to run, and then maybe just start running through some players and what they bring to the court for you.
So last year we had a strong year, a strong season. We ended up 19-6 last year, made it to the district final, and lost to the eventual state champions, NDCL. And we've got 7 returning letter winners from last year, so including 5 seniors. So we have a good core that is returning. We've got a lot of girls that have a lot of experience playing in big games. So I feel very strongly that we're set up for success for this season. You never know what can happen over the course of a season. A lot of things have to kind of fall your way in order to have success. But we've got great leadership. We're gonna kind of see how our juniors and maybe a sophomore or two end up stepping up and filling some of the roles of a couple of the girls that we did lose. But I think that we should be, one of the things that I would hope is that we're competing for a CVC divisional championship. I hope that we're able to kind of put ourselves in a position where we have a strong win-loss record that allows us to get possibly a top 4 seed come district tournament time. And so, I feel like, we've this year we have a lot of opportunities and chances to do potentially just as well as last year and maybe even better.
Good.
up front, who leads your attack?
We've got a senior-led class. My setter, Helena Edgar, is an outstanding setter. She's somebody that has kind of led and run our offense. This will be her third year now. We also have a returning outside hitter, Chloe O'Rourke, who is our best all-around player. Outstanding both in defensive end and will lead us, was right at the top of our leaderboard in terms of kills. So those two are our team captains. They're both gamers. They both come and love to compete, really do an outstanding job. We've also got my senior libero, Sarah Stone, who just is really, really strong player, has a high volleyball IQ. She's going to obviously be helping kind of lock down our defense. And then, we have some competition for our middle blocker positions. And then my other outside is a junior, Marilia Matus. This will be a new position for her, and I think that she's somebody that is outstanding on the defensive side of things and continually improving on offense.
And then defensively, libero, defensive players, who's your key players there?
So probably those three. So Chloe O'Rourke, Sarah Stone, and Marilia Matus. I also have another defensive specialist, senior Adriana Brass. She's going to be having a role there. So we're not the tallest team in the world. I like to say that we're vertically challenged. So we don't have huge blockers out there. So our back row defense is really going to be extremely important for us. Helena Edgar she's our setter, and she's actually one of our tallest girls. She's probably one of our strongest blockers as well. We're going to rely heavily on just kind of being able to kind of dig up a lot of the other team's offense.
When you look at your squad and when things are going well on the court, everybody's happy, jumping around, patting each other on the back. When they're not, you need somebody to step it up and, pick up the slack and just let the girls know, hey, that was one play, we need to refocus. Who are those players?
Yeah, no, and we actually have had a couple scrimmages already this season. And I'm already seeing my seniors kind of fill in those roles and take over ownership of the team. When you go through those lulls where you just aren't playing up to your potential, Helena Edgar, Chloe O'Rourke, those two really kind of are our vocal leaders. But I'm starting to see that with more and more of the girls. They really, we've got such a good core that they know what they have to do. They know their jobs. They know their responsibilities. And I don't feel like, we're going to have a hard time kind of overcoming some of those tough moments that you have throughout the course of matches.
Right. And then just going back to the expansion and joining the CVC, how excited are the girls? They're now going to, and I'm sure you've played some of the teams that you're going to face off in conference play now as independents or as non-conference matches, but how excited are the girls to have those Ashtabula County rivalries back and in meaningful matches?
Absolutely. The fact that we'll get to see a lot of those more local teams twice is going to be a lot of fun. There's always been a big rivalry between Jefferson and Edgewood in terms of volleyball, Jefferson and Geneva. And so I know that they're really, really excited about seeing those girls having bragging rights for Ashtabula County and everything. And I think it makes a big difference for a lot of the parents. A lot of the parents kind of grew up playing in the NEC, and so they're familiar with those rivalries as well. Hopefully we get big crowds at a lot of those matches. So yeah, I know the girls are excited, and because of the fact that so many of the girls play, club volleyball, a lot of them are on teams together, and so they're very familiar with each other.
And then you talked a little bit on that atmosphere. Yeah, you start to get more people in the gym. The girls feel much better about, and that could affect their play. And just to go out and feel more confident and play confidently, so that could lead to a lot of things. So you start to, it's all a process, and you add all those pieces and components in there, and hopefully it all works out well for you. What is it going to take for your team to reach that same level of success last year and maybe beat it and go a little bit farther in the tournament?
Yeah, I think I really think that we kind of know what we're getting from our seniors. We've got 3 juniors that are going to be very, very important in terms of elevating their level of play if we ultimately want to get back to the district tournament. I think that those juniors are really going to have to be the ones that kind of step up their level of play and kind of help push us over the top. So, and you never know. You never know what can happen over the course of the year. Girls are kind of continually improving, and so it's exciting to see them kind of get better and better.
Last year you had 19 wins. You've been there for 15. Was that the best season you had, or did you have something?
No, we've had a tradition of success at Jefferson. My second year back in 2006, I want to say. We actually made it to the regional final.
Oh, okay.
And we're 2 points away from making it to state. We ended up losing to Walsh Jesuit by 2 points in the 5th set.
Oh,
so
wow.
15-13.
So yeah, that was close. Yeah. Now you've seen this team. You had them last year. A lot of those girls are back. How does it compare to that squad? Do they have that same potential?
Well, that early team that I had, 2005 and 6. I had a bunch of giants. I had a 6'3" girl and a couple 6-foot-tall girls. We don't have anybody that's close to 6 foot right now. So we don't have the height, but we have exceptional defense. We've got very, very high volleyball IQ. And so, the other thing that I've kind of adjusted over the course of the years and based on my team and my players is we're trying to speed up our offense because of the fact we can't necessarily overpower teams with our height and our physicality. We want to play faster than other teams, and so that's kind of the adjustment that I've had to kind of make over the years is when you don't have super athletes that are 6 foot tall, then you got to do something else to kind of ultimately give yourself an advantage.
It seems like a trend. A lot of the teams that I've talked to on media day, they're trying to play faster because they are lacking that height. So whatever's in the water, it's not leading to taller girls. So.
That's right. They're moving someplace else.
Right.
Who knows where?
But it is sure nice when you do get them.
For sure.
All right. And then, I always ask players, like, give me a breakout player, someone that they, on the squad that maybe not too many people know of right now, but soon everybody will. You got anybody like that?
Yeah. So I think, from my junior class, Abby Cotton is a girl that can play multiple positions in the front row. Right now, she's one of our middle hitters, but she could play on the outside. She could play right side, and she has the potential to go out there and get kills for us. Marilia Matus she was a right side hitter last year. She's now going to be in all 6 rotations. And is going to be playing, we're going to rely heavily on her on the outside as well. And then, I have sophomore Cheyenne McGurr, who is our backup setter, but, I'm having her hit right side this year, and she's been doing a really nice job as well. So those 3 girls, I think, they have the potential to have kind of breakout seasons.
All right, and lastly, just keys to success. What's it going to take for Jefferson to go out and achieve its goals?
I think that probably one of the biggest things is making sure that everyone kind of embraces the idea of team success over individual success, making sure that kind of we're all going in the same direction, and a lot of that kind of sometimes means having to sacrifice personal glory sometimes. Obviously, health is a big factor for all teams and all sports, is just kind of keeping your players healthy. And then, I think really making sure that we're not underestimating anybody that we ultimately play. So our margin of error is still relatively small. And so we need to make sure night in and night out that we have the level of focus and the level of intensity that we need to go out there and get the job done.
All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you coming out, making the trip out here for Media Day, and welcome to the Chagrin Valley Conference, and best of luck to you and your team this year.
All right, we're excited about it. Thank you so much.
All right, that was the Jefferson Falcons volleyball team here at CBC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Beechwood Bison football team, followed by the Kirtland cross-country teams, and then Lakeside volleyball, Kirtland football, and a host of other teams to follow. I'm going to take a quick break as we wait for Beechwood to get here, and when we get back, we should have the Beechwood Bison football team live from Kirtland High School at the 2023 CBC Fall Sports Media Day, presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Welcome back to the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day event, live from Kirtland High School and presented by Ohio Center for Orofacial and Implant Surgery. We had our first no-show of the day, so we're going to skip ahead to the Kirtland boys cross-country team and head coach J.P. Moran. Coach, go ahead and introduce yourself and the runner you brought with you, and then just give us an overview of what we can expect out of your Hornets this fall.
Okay, so this fall we've got 8 guys on the team. We have 2 seniors, 2 juniors. They're all out of town, so we actually brought one of our star freshmen in, Joe Chivarelli, Joey C. we call him. So we're really excited about our 2 freshmen. Actually, we've got Joe and Ben Brandel, and they've been running really well at workouts this summer, and also Joe just did a race last week. We went to the early Northeast Running Club 2-mile race at Paynesville Riverside High School. So, yeah, they've been running real well. So, no official experience yet at high school for Joe, but he had a great middle school career, and he's been training all summer. So, he's excited to get started and get there on the course. And, of course, we do have a few seniors for boys, but, obviously I'm also the coach for the girls, so we all run together. And we've got just tremendous leadership on the girls' team, too. So I think they really work together with the guys and help out. So I'm sure, Joe appreciates that, too.
All right, before I get to Joe, obviously your girls' team has had a lot of success the last couple of years, conference titles, getting to regionals. Has that trickled down to the boys yet? Are they being inspired by that success?
Yeah, I think so. So, obviously we've got Ainsley. She'll be on next. Her brother Ian, who actually just he's an alum now officially, but he ran a 10K this morning, the two-face 10K, and he got top 10. So he did really well with that. They do have big shoes to fill because we lost Brigham, we lost Ian, we lost War Dog. So 3 of our top 4 were seniors. We lost them all. We're hoping for Luke and Booth, those 2 kind of step up seniors. Our top probably returning one then, Jeremy Merva, a junior, coming back. But, the cupboard's not completely bare. We've got, the freshmen, I think they're going to have nice seasons, and we've got some upperclassmen that have been, 20s, 21, so we get them moving. For the CVC Valley, we should, hopefully be able to field a competitive team there.
The expansion of the CVC, that adds a few more teams in, changes the divisions slightly, but is that good for the Hornets?
It's, I guess, pretty similar. It's so crazy because, so I also do track, and there's different teams in track and cross country sometimes, and then of course, then we were last year. There were D2, D3, boys, girls, and then it's flip flop. So, so sometimes, it's kind of got to get into the season and see, okay, who we against this year? What division are we? Who's in the Valley? How's that going to shake out? I think it's always competitive, and I always enjoy coaching against all the other coaches in the Valley. I think we all kind of deal with similar situations, small school stuff, and I think we all respect each other in that regard.
When you've got so many younger kids coming into the program, do you change your training program at all, or you just get them right in the mix right away?
Well, we actually this year we're going to have to, sometimes there might be 2 tiers or 3 tiers of groups, but we're trying to. We've got girls that are running 20 flat, and we have girls that run 40 minutes. So there's trying to give everybody what they need. And luckily we've got some really experienced runners who take it upon themselves to make sure that they get what they need. Even like Friday we had a fun bike day, so that was fun. We had a great time. Wasn't a super hard workout, but it was a lot of fun. And then so they put in work after it if some of them felt like they needed it, and then some people needed a rest, and those people got the rest. So.
All right, well, now I'll hit Joe over there since he seems pretty quiet. Joe, go ahead for the folks at home. Just go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and let's go. You come from middle school, so give me your best 2-mile time.
My name is Joey Chivarelli. I'm a freshman this year, and my best 2-mile was 12:08.
And now, have you run some 5Ks to get a gauge of where you're at?
Not 5Ks. I've been running a lot, done some biking, biked 8 miles yesterday, so.
How different has the training been from middle school to the high school team?
Not really a big difference, because last year, Coach Sale, middle school coach, was like going off workouts that JP gave us, that gave the high school last year, really.
So coming in as a freshman, what kind of goals do you have for yourself?
Really, I'm going to try to break sub 20-minute 5K this year.
And what's that going to take? How close are you?
Right now, my best 5K is 20:21 or 20.
Oh, so you're really close. You can
Yeah.
just have a wind at your back and
Yeah.
beat that one. So you're not too far. So you might need to adjust that goal as time
Yeah.
goes by. You're pretty close. So,
Yeah.
coming out with the other guys, the upperclassmen aren't able to be here today. But how much have they helped you?
They've helped a big part.
Who are some of the guys that you kind of look up to, and they've given you a good start on your career so far?
Most probably like Jeremy Merva.
When you're out there running, what do you? How do you strategize your race? Do you just go out and not focus on anything, or do you have things running through your head? What do you do while you're running?
I'm just thinking, looking whoever's in front of me, and just trying to catch them on every time.
Yeah, and have you caught JP yet?
Yeah.
He tells me he's really fast. Is that the case?
He is.
I know one of the things with cross country is the kids get along really well. All the kids, and that's part of what I like so much about the sport. But how does that help you, just being a part of a group of kids that are, and they're all like hard-nosed kids. They're really disciplined. You have to be to be a runner. But how does that help you settle in as a freshman?
It just like helps me. Like they push me, push everybody to like do the best they can. Yeah.
All right. Without naming yourself, give me a runner that's going to have a big year this year, just based on what you've seen in the preseason.
Oh, Ben Brandel, easily.
All right. Thanks, Joey. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Coach, back to you. What kind of goals do you have for the team this year? I mean, I know the girls have gotten to the regionals, so maybe now the goal for them is a little bit different. But as far as the boys' team, as you're still trying to develop that culture and get the program going to an elite level, what are your goals this season?
Yeah, so I think one of our major goals is going to be to just kind of not have a huge gap with our top five, because I think for us to be kind of in the middle of the pack there to CVC Valley, we're going to have to, we're going to have to be kind of close together as far as a point spread. But, I'm really excited to, like Joey says, he's like him and Ben, they're very raw. Not a lot of, they've done some road 5Ks, but actual 5Ks with other competition. We opened up with 2 huge meets this year, which would be kind of like neat to get out there and mix it up. We're at Riverside, and then we're at Menor this year on Labor Day weekend, not Memorial Day. We're kind of going to be missing a couple of those up top guys, so I think these freshmen are going to fill in well. And then, I think Luke's been running all summer as a senior, probably more than he ever has. So I'm hoping that, he kind of has a nice season for that. And then, but Joe's in great shape too. One thing, I know that he also did this summer. I don't think he mentioned, he was a very competitive swimmer. So it was like great cross training and stuff like that for him this summer.
All right. Well, Coach and Joey, I appreciate you being here for Media Day. Best of luck to you this fall.
All right, thank you.
All right, and do you have all the girls? Are we ready for them?
We're ready. Yes.
All right, yeah, let's go right into the girls cross-country team. So, Kirtland Hornets, back-to-back Valley Division champs, regional qualifiers 2 years in a row. So this program is on fire.
Yeah, super exciting. So, obviously, like you mentioned, so right here we've got Ainsley, Sylvia, and Izzy. So all 3 of them were first team all CVC Valley last year. So super excited to have all of them back. Not one of them is a senior, which is also really exciting, obviously, from a school team coach standpoint. So all 3 of them, regional qualifiers last year in cross country, district runners up in track, which was the first time, in cross country, long time. They also were regional qualifiers in track. Got some individual, and they were all part of the 4x8. I don't think we've ever had 4 CVC titles consecutively, 4 team regional qualifications, which is all at stake this year. And then we have 16 girls, though, and we actually have 8 seniors, which is, I think when I started, we didn't even have 8 girls on the team. So we have 8 seniors this year. So there's just a tremendous amount of really good young runners, and then senior leadership. We actually have no freshmen, but we have 3 athletes that came out as upperclassmen for the first time ever. A senior, a junior, and a sophomore. And that's actually, believe it or not, track and cross country for us at Kirtland, that has been kind of the norm. We just keep working on kids and and working on them, and then hopefully they eventually pop out, even if it takes till senior year, and and then they can build on it for the rest of their life.
Well, it is nice to see you having the success that you're having now, because I know you have worked hard to get girls out, and it's hard when you're competing with all the other sports, especially girls soccer, that kind of takes a lot of girls, and now the volleyball program has had its share. So you're competing against some really good programs, and so to see the success you're having is pretty rewarding in itself, just because I know you've had to work at it. So
yeah.
Pat on the back, JP.
Oh, hey, thanks. But hey, we got to give credit, obviously, to these kids. Here's a 2-sport athlete right here. Sylvia does soccer and cross. Just the other coaches at Kirtland and just the community. Ed Braddock, the head soccer coach, as you mentioned, for girls, he didn't schedule any games on Saturdays. That's like a dream come true for us, right? Because we have a lot of meets on Saturdays, and we have 4 girls that do soccer and cross. So, all of us just working together at Kirtland. I think all the coaches, now we've all been together for a couple decades. We all, I think, work well together. And I think that's a good message to send the athletes, too, that we could, we're one school, one community, just, keep, try to help each other out.
Absolutely. It works. So, all right, Ainsley, we'll start with you. Go ahead and grab a microphone and introduce yourself, name, grade, and give me your PR.
I'm Ainsley Borthwick. I am a junior, 11th grade, and my PR is 2003.
So Ainsley, freshman year, this team started to become competitive, and it's just taken off from there. What do you think the key has been, just to get all the girls competing as hard as they do, running as hard as they do, training as hard as they do? What led to that?
I think it's just consistency. We had Riley Greenlee, which was my freshman year, and she just kind of pushed us mentally and physically. She helped us with our workouts. She made us she was like, hey, why don't we do like an extra mile, or like let's do a full mile, warm up or cool down. Or she just like pushed us and helped us become better as a team, I think. And she was just a really nice person, and she always brought us together.
What was your first high school race? What was the time?
Oh.
Wasn't it like a 22, late 22?
Yeah, it was something around there. I remember right before I did Friday Night Lights at Menor, like the road race, and I was 23, 21, something around there. But something around there.
So big difference for you. And now, I mean, I have to imagine your goal is get into the 19s and do that. What's the off-season training been like?
Just like I said earlier, consistency, running every day, long runs on Sundays, some cross training if I'm like injured, or speed work too. That's a big part. I forgot a lot of speed work over the summer, but I've been incorporating it recently.
When you look at this year, obviously you have another year to go, but what kind of goals do you have? I mean, I know you want to get in the 19s, but are you thinking, beyond regionals now? Because you were close to getting to state. Was it
I was one spot
away from I didn't want to say it because I'm sure that wound is still healing, but yeah, so obviously the goal has to be to take that next step.
Yeah, definitely. State. That's my biggest goal. I'm really hoping to be there this year.
Last year you had a lot of girls to run with, and this year they're getting faster as you are, and so obviously you're going to push each other. How much does that play into the success that you have on the course?
I think that helps. I think that's probably the biggest thing that helps, is having people to run with and people to push you and to keep you going mentally and physically. Yeah.
All right, and give me a runner that nobody at the table, since we're going to talk to them, but give me a runner you think's just going to have a big year.
Megan Urbanik, she is a sophomore this year. This is her first time doing cross country. She joined track last year, and she's on it. She's doing really well. She really wants it too.
That's funny because I asked the soccer girls the same question, and one of them said Megan Urbanik. So obviously she's a great athlete and good for.
And she ran a really low 60-second 400. So these three lost to Laney Kushkowski, their fourth member, their 4x8. So they started looking around. They need another leg for that 4x8 to get around 10 flat. And they're like, hey, she's moving up from the 4 to the 8. So they love that she's in cross doing that. So
outstanding. All right, Ainsley, good luck to you this year. Let's move over to Sylvia. Same thing, Sylvia. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and PR. Flip your microphone on.
Whoops, sorry. My name is Sylvia Vosicki. I'm going to be a junior, and my PR is 2048.
4.0 student, too, right?
4.5, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's still, I know how to turn a microphone on. I didn't have a 4.5, but, I mean, if you add up my 4 years, I'm close. But it's
He set me up for failure. He turned it off.
He did. Were your ears ringing? Because we talked about you during soccer as well.
No.
Yes. Well, we were talking about you being one of those dual sport athletes. And first off, how do you manage that? Because that's a lot of running. It's hard work.
Yeah. It's usually 2 days. I'll go to soccer and then cross country after. On workout days, I would leave soccer early. But I don't know. You have to enjoy exercising, and I do, so that's lucky, but like there's only so much you can fit on your plate before everything falls off. So.
And now a lot of dual sport athletes, they're just okay in this sport, okay in that sport. You're really good at both. And so the expectations both teams have on you are pretty high. How are you managing those expectations?
I don't know. I just work really hard and I stay consistent with everything. I mean, I play outside mid in soccer, so it's in some ways just running for a long time in both sports. So there's just the foot skills in soccer, but I've been working on those for a long time. So
you and Ainsley both have been on the team for 2 years, and coincidentally the team has done really well in 2 years. So you obviously are key components of that, but how do you help this program get to the next level? What's that going to take?
I think me working hard and everyone else seeing me work hard, and if I'm running with someone, I'll be like, oh, like Ainsley said, let's do another mile for the cool down or the warm up, or let's do 2 more hills and finish strong, something like that. And just encourage each other to keep going and work hard.
I'm gonna put you on the spot. What do you like better, soccer or cross country?
It depends on the day.
Don't
honestly.
worry, Coach Braddock isn't watching. He'll never see this.
When I'm not at like the end of a second mile during a cross country race, cross country probably.
All right. What kind of goals do you have this year?
This year I'm hoping to break 20 and support Ainsley at States.
Support her, like cheering her on or running with her?
I was in like 38th place at regionals, so I don't have too great of ambitions, but I know she'll make it there, and I'll definitely be there cheering her on. So.
Outstanding. Give me a runner that you think's gonna have a breakout year.
Gracie Mastrangelo, she's a junior coming out for the first time. She's been running for the past year. She did a half marathon in the spring, actually. She's putting in a lot of good work, and I think she'll do great.
Good softball player for the Hornets as well. So more multi-sport athletes. That's great. Good. All right. All right. Well, good luck to you, Sylvia.
Thank you.
All right. And Izzy, up to you. Go ahead and grab that microphone. And for the folks at home, introduce yourself, name, grade, and give us your PR.
I'm Izzy Copeland. I'm a sophomore, and my PR is 2057.
All right, so coming into this year, last year you burst onto the scene as one of those running Hornets to help the team get back to regionals. What did you learn last year that's going to help you better prepare for this year?
Last year I learned you have to train, especially in the summer. Last year I did not train in the summer, and I kind of went in the season just like not knowing what I was doing, and throughout the season just learning that running, you can definitely tell a difference when you put in the work.
It's hard for you to know because you're just going into your second season, but Kirtland Cross Country hasn't always been at this level, and so you haven't really kind of seen the growth. But just from last year to this year and looking at your teammates and the way they've prepared this year, do you see an increase in their intensity and their work ethic?
Yes, I definitely see a lot of people are just training more that I know of. There's new people coming out who are also training a lot. So I think we're going to have a very successful team this year.
I like to ask all the cross-country kids because cross-country is one of those sports where everyone's really close. They're really highly dedicated kids in the classroom and on the course, but they do a lot of fun team bonding stuff. What does your team do?
Well, we do team dinners a lot of Thursdays before meets to carbo load. We did more fun activities like the bike ride Friday we did, or we went on a run at Mentor Headlands and did a breakfast after. So those are pretty fun and bring the team together.
And when you look at this year going into sophomore year, what are you hoping to achieve?
I'm also hoping to break 20 and just improve overall from last year and just keep getting better.
How close are you?
I don't know. We have to see where I'm at.
All right. And who's your breakout runner?
I'm going to say Caitlin D'Amato. She's been training really hard, and I think she's going to do really well this season.
All right. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, back to you. We've talked to 3 of your top runners. We've mentioned a few more girls. Who else are we missing? Who has kind of impressed you in the preseason?
Well, so they mentioned, 3 other girls, so that's 6, right? And if all of them are in the top 7, we're in really good shape. Returning top 7, top 8, we had Jessie Jackson, Steph Drzetic, Bryn Braddock from last year, who are kind of all, in the mix. And like you talked about earlier, so now we've probably got, a good solid possibly 11 people vying for those top 7 spots, which, that really changed for us because sometimes we only had 7. So the 6th or 7th, if you're hurting in the race, you're like, I'm still 6th or 7th. I could back down a little bit. Well, now you can't, because if you do, you might lose your spot. So that's just, you can't teach or coach that. That's just if you got to have it in you to want to be in that top 7, and if you don't, you might not get it. So that really helps us, push like that. But also, Sylvia mentioned, cheering for Ainsley at state, but as we get later in the season, we'll probably start talking more about it. But last year we were 7th at regionals, so top 4 go as a team. There hasn't been a team to make it to state for the girls in cross country, I think 37 years. So it's always in the back of my mind, obviously. But we were 7th last year, and we weren't crazy far away from the top 4. 5, 6,
I know
and 7
I know you know the time differential. What was it?
Well, so we just have to kind of close down our our 4 through 7. So these 3 sitting in front of you are actually, they own, they're 3 of the top 28 times in the history of Kirtland schools. I keep a top 25 list, and there's a couple tied like at the bottom, so they're all on the list, all 3 of them up here, which is really exciting. And then
and it's great that they're still young.
Yeah. And a side note, since you're talking to Izzy, he's a military guy. Now, he won't admit that the best branch is the Coast Guard, and we always talk about his All-Star games only have 4 of the 5 branches. So we need to get to Coast Guard here. Well, her sister just finished boot camp swab summer for the United States Coast Guard Academy.
Very nice. But, JP, we've had this discussion. The Coast Guard is not a military organization.
This is. Yes. But even maybe the referees could have Coast Guard jerseys when the Army and the Navy and the Air Force.
That seems suitable.
Okay.
That we'll have the referees.
Get them in there a little bit.
Maybe the table workers or something like
table workers.
All right, JP. Well, I appreciate you and the ladies coming out for Media Day, and best of luck to you. I know the program is on the rise, and it's been fun to cover for many years. So
well, thank you.
Some of those early years were rough.
Yeah.
But
hey, thank you for all of your support and getting recognizing all of our athletes' performances. So.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you, ladies, this year. All right, that was the Kirtland Hornets girls cross country team here. We had their boys team right before, and next up we've got the Lakeside volleyball team. They are due here at 3:05, so I am going to take another quick break, and we will be back with the Lakeside volleyball team. Welcome back to the 2023 Chagrin Valley Conference Fall Sports Media Day event live from Kirtland High School. I'm Steve Hare, the CVC Sports Information Director, and all of our CVC TV broadcasts are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Up next, we've got the Lakeside Dragons volleyball team, the defending Lake Division champions. So welcome to them. And Coach, I'm going to start with you. Just go ahead, introduce yourself, and then introduce the girls you brought with you, and then give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the defending champs this year?
Sounds good. Coach Sanford, Lakeside Volleyball. I brought with me Tess Collins, Addie Warner, and Andy Makovsky.
And just your elevator pitch. How do you raise the bar after last season?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously had a great season last year, won the conference. Had some amazing matches in the conference with Perry and Geneva and Edgewood. It was exciting year. It was just fly by the seat of your pants, kind of just hair on fire the whole entire time. A lot of fun. This season, coming back, trying to defend the title. I think you're going to see grit. That's what we're going for. A team that's scrappy, that doesn't quit, that has energy and just doesn't give up on the ball, doesn't give up on each other. That's what we're going for this year. Just a lot of tough, earn every single point and just, never give up kind of attitude.
The Lake Division is going to look a lot different this year with the expansion of the CVC to 25 schools. We bring in Jefferson, Conneaut, and Madison, and I'm sure you've played them non-conference over the years, but bringing those old rivalries back to life, how has that energized the school and the program?
Yeah, we're excited. I mean, it'll be nice travel-wise, to play those schools twice instead of once. Jefferson's big, obviously, coming in. They're a really solid team. Madison's great. We're sad to see Perry go, I think. But we're playing them non-conference still.
Right.
That was, we loved playing Perry, and the gym was always full, and it was packed and loud, and, I think it brought the best out in both teams. So we're sad to see them go, but excited to get Jefferson in there and Conneaut, and kind of get back, kind of close to the old NEC back in my day. Those were some, amazing times, and the rivalries were great, and so we're looking forward to it.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the girls. Tess, we'll start with you. Grab that mic, and for the folks at home, go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name's Tess Collins. I'm going to be a senior this year, and I'm a libero.
Wow, time flies, Tess.
I know.
Well, that was, 6 years ago you played with my daughter, and now here you are, a senior in high school. Crazy. So how exciting is it to come in as defending champs and just have an opportunity as a senior to go back-to-back?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited for this year. I feel like we're going to be really good all around.
What is different from this year compared to last? I mean, obviously you lost a couple of really good players,
we
but
lost a lot of our offense, but defense makes up for it this year. We do still have a pretty strong offense, but height-wise, we're not very tall, but it's okay. It'll be okay.
Losing the players you did, Chris Giley in particular, she was pretty dominant at the net and brought so much energy to the team. How do you replace those three? It was three you lost, right? Or was it?
We graduated. We graduated four.
Four. Okay, so replacing those, how important is it to fill those shoes, and who is doing that?
We need a lot of energy. We need to keep each other going and stay loud. And I feel like a lot of us seniors are really going to start step up and take those roles.
What is your role this year? I mean, not your position, but what's Coach expecting out of you?
Probably being a leader and leading the team and helping everyone out, keeping each other positive.
How do you do that?
I don't know. Complimenting each other, telling each other that they're doing a good job, stuff like that.
When you see this team compared to last, you know the success of last year and why it happened. Do you see those same traits in this squad?
Yeah, we don't give up. We're very, I don't know the word, but we stick together. We don't fall. We stay up and we stay positive.
Good. And then just looking at you as a senior, what are your goals individually, and what do you want the team to accomplish?
I want to be a leader. and like I want to keep everybody going, and like I don't know, but I don't know.
And I always like to ask the kids, just give me a breakout player, somebody that maybe nobody knows about right now, but after a few matches, everybody will know her.
I feel like Caitlin and Jasmine. Caitlin's a right side, and she plays a little bit outside, and Jasmine's our middle. She's going to be a junior, and Caitlin's also a senior this year.
All right, well, good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Pass that on to your right, and go ahead. Same thing. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name is Addie Warner. I'm going to be a senior, and I'm a setter.
So Addie coming in, you get to be the quarterback of the offense as the setter. A lot of new faces in there. How's that group coming and gelling together?
We're doing good. We like to stay together. Like she said, you just got to stay up most of the time.
Who are your hitters this year? Where's that going to come from?
Clara, Ashlyn, Jasmine, Caitlin, Peyton, our freshmen, stepping up, taking a big role.
What is your game plan overall? How do you guys like to set up the offense? What do you try to do?
I don't know. You just, be smart, be aggressive, and just go for the ball.
All right. And how do you determine how you're going to set? Do you kind of predetermine that before the serve, or just play it as it goes?
You really just play it as it goes. You just got to think about who's going to put the ball down and who's going to score the next point.
How important is it for setters and hitters to kind of play as one, to be cohesive and understand each other and kind of anticipate?
It's very important. You have to have that relationship and that bond together to figure out where they like their set and what is their sweet spot for them.
As a senior, what do you hope you leave behind as a legacy?
Big shoes to fill for our setters next year, to just come in and have the leadership that me and her have.
All right. And give me a breakout player, somebody nobody knows much about, but soon they will.
Probably, like she said, Jasmine Clauso, and Rachel McClure, I'd say. She's going to be a libero next year, probably.
Describe them. What do they bring to the court?
Jasmine brings her height, mostly. She's aggressive, and Rachel's very positive with everything she does.
And what are your goals for senior year?
Be a leader. Have fun.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank
Go
you.
all the way down to the end there. Same thing. Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
My name is Andy Mikowski. I'm going to be a senior, and I'm a setter.
Another setter. So running 5'2", 6'2",
yep.
5'1", 6'2", sorry. So, okay, how do you guys work out well together?
I think we do pretty well. I stay in all the way around most of the time, and she comes in and is the other setter. So I think that's like our best option right now.
And then same question on the offense. Do you think it's coming together the way it needed to heading into the season?
Yeah, I think speeding it up will help us score some points because we're not very tall. And mixing it up, trying not to just go outside all the time, trying to set our middles and right sides.
So when you talk about speeding up the offense, what does that really mean?
Just like quicker sets. That way, like, the opposing block, they can't really get a touch on it, really.
And so for the hitters, what does that mean? Just them reacting a lot faster, being in position? Or
Yeah, they just got to go quicker.
Okay. What do you see as the strength of this year's team?
Defense, for sure. And trying to stay positive. I think if we stay positive, we can stay together and keep going.
So it seems like the offense is a little bit behind the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Do you anticipate that catching up, or is it still going to be a defensive-led team?
I think for the most part we're defensive, but we're getting better offensively and getting into that rhythm with everybody.
How do you feel about the expansion of the CVC, bringing back a lot of those Ashtabula County rivalries? Maybe you don't know that much about them, but back in the day, like Coach is old, so he knows. But
I think because like most of us know a lot of people in the county, so it's fun playing people you know, and just I hope it's fun.
And with JO, you pretty much know everyone around
Yep.
anyway, so you get to know everybody. So, okay. Who's your breakout player?
Our middles, for sure. Jasmine and Peyton, they're doing really good this year.
All right. And what are your goals?
My personal goal, I'm about to hit 1,000 assists, so that's my personal goal. And to just keep leading the team as best as I can.
Try
How
to stay
close are
hard.
you?
4 assists away.
Only 4.
Yep.
So that should happen first match,
Yep.
right? Okay, good. Well, congratulations
Thank you.
in advance. It's a lot of work, but it also means you've been very successful. So good for you. All right, Coach, back at you. Well, it sounds like, last year's team was kind of dominant on the attack at the net, and this year you're going to rely a little bit more on defense. How does that change the way you approach a match?
I don't know if it definitely if it changes, the overall direction or the core things we're trying to do as a team and as a program. I just think it changes, the way we play maybe a little bit. We're going to have to be smart. We're going to have to take advantage of, some holes on the other side that we may see either going in or, in match, being able to make adjustments and just staying smart and, making good decisions, like Andy and Addie said about where to set and all those kind of things. Our hitters are going to have to make good decisions on, balls they can really attack and balls they can't. Keeping our unforced errors to a minimum is going to be a massive key for us. We can't give the other team free points. But I think, especially with these 3, and then we have 5 other seniors. Kirtland, Regan, Bryn, Rosie, Ashlyn. They're all great kids. They're great teammates. Our bench is amazing. And I think we're going to need all that stuff. We're going to need their leadership. We're going to need their positivity and their hype, for games and things like that. But, I think obviously, even coming off of last season, these girls, we have a lot to prove. Like you said, we graduated, 2-time player of the year, Hallie Chase, or Chris Jaley Rodriguez and Hallie Chase and Alyssa and Gianna. And so, I think we might, there might be some teams sleeping on us a little bit because they think that, we graduated those big pieces and we're not going to be as explosive or we're not going to be, as dominant. And that might be true as far as, our offense goes and all that. But they've already improved so much, and the girls are stepping up. Clara Campbell's a junior hitting outside. She hit middle for us last year because that's what we needed, and so she hit middle. Now she's playing 6 rotations all the way around. Jasmine's another junior that's, played JV last year that's stepping up to hit middle. We've got a freshman playing middle, and so the more they play, the better they get. And, I think we'll be okay. We'll be in the mix. And just as long as they, stick together and play how they're capable, and I think we'll be okay.
You have a pretty big group of seniors that won a conference title last year as juniors. It's been a while since Lakeside won that title, but going back to back, it's you probably know the answer to that. It's been a long time. So, do the seniors understand the significance of what's ahead of them?
I think so. We had a really great scrimmage yesterday down at Beaver Local High School with Jefferson and Austintown Fitch, and I think they understand the significance. And once we start playing, I think it's just going to reinforce, what the season's going to mean to them. Like, they're all seniors, and, every time we mention, hey, this is, it's going to go by fast. It's going to be over. Oh, Sanford, stop, come on. I think once, we're a week out, 2 weeks out, whatever it is, I think when they put that uniform on, we play South. We open with South at home on the 22nd. And I think when they put that uniform on, it's really going to hit them, and they're not going to want to finish the season and wish they had done more. Know they had done more. I think they're going to leave it all out there on the floor, and that's all I can ask of them. That's all I want. As long as they go out there and give everything they got, wherever we end up is where we end up.
Sometimes shooting for something like that, like in this case, winning back-to-back for the first time in a long time, adds pressure. Are you sensing that they're feeling that extra weight?
I don't know if it's the expectation of back-to-back. I don't know if they're even thinking about that, honestly. I just think they want to play their best. I think where a lot of the pressure comes from is me, honestly. I have a tendency to push really hard. I always talk to them about, when I look at you guys, I see what I see what you're capable of. I know what you can do. So I'm pushing that. The bar's really high. But these three have stepped up a lot. Addie and Andy being our setters, are leaders out there on the floor for sure. They're always letting everybody know what's expected and what they're capable of. They're letting their teammates know, hey, you can do this, you've got this, let's go. Tess in the back row wearing that different colored jersey is important, making plays and things like that. I think we're going to be ready. I think we're going to be ready, and I think as the season goes on, we're just going to get better. That's the expectation. Just get better.
What are the things that have to happen for you to achieve those goals?
We have to be smart. We have to play smart. We have to be aggressive on our serve line. We have to take care of our serves. We can't give the other teams free points. And we just have to have the attitude. We never stop. We're putting that on the back of a T-shirt this year. And it's something that we have to live and not just, put it on the back of the T-shirt because it sounds cool. We can't stop. No matter who we're playing, how big they are, what their hitters look like, yada, yada, yada. We have to play in every single point. And I think if we do that, we'll be okay.
Outstanding. All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you coming out. Ladies, same to you, and best of luck as you chase that back-to-back title this year in a new look Lake Division. So that should be fun. A lot of great matches in store for you. But thanks for coming out, and good luck. All right, that's the Lakeside Dragons volleyball team here, the defending Lake Division champions here at 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the Kirtland Hornets football team, followed by the Wycliffe girls soccer team. So give the Hornets a second to take their seats at the head table. I'm going to take a quick break to bring them in here. Once again, our production is presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Welcome back to the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day event live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the Kirtland football team, head coach Tiger Laverty. Coach, welcome. Go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you, and then give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Hornets in 2023?
These are our two defensive ends right here. Aaron Fortuna on the right and Will Bates on the left. And these guys are both seniors. They're both going to play a little bit of offense when we need them, but they're going to two of our big-time players on defense, and they've done a great job so far this camp.
One of the things John Kampf and I have talked about every day since that state championship game is just how motivated and hungry this team is since that disappointing loss. What have you seen out of the guys since that point?
Well, they know that we were young last year and we got a lot back, and I think they're excited about this year, and they just don't want to let anything go for granted. They want to take advantage of every day and get better every day and compete. And like you're not guaranteed anything, so you got to work hard. And if you want to achieve something, you got to put a lot of time in, and these guys have put a ton of time in.
It's been no different going back to 2011 or 12 when this run started. The mindset hasn't changed. Have the expectations? I mean, do the guys come in expecting something different every year?
I don't think we even talk about expectations. We just talk about work ethic, things you can control, like how hard you work and how much you love your teammates, and being a positive leaders in the community and with each other. And leadership's a funny thing. Like, yelling at guys that is not leadership. There's a lot of different things that go into being great leaders. And these two guys are, you got to lead by example, and you got to make good decisions on and off the field and in the classroom. And if you do all the things right on a daily basis and make great decisions, then the results will speak for themselves. So we don't really talk about expectations. We just go to work.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the guys. We'll start there in the middle. Will, grab your mic, and for the folks at home, go ahead and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and positions you're going to play this year.
My name is Will Bates. I'm going to be a senior, and I play DN and running back.
So, Will, talk to me from your perspective. When the final whistle blew at that state championship game I guess it's last winter now, but what's been the mindset of you and your teammates since then?
I would say just probably getting back to that point, and I think we know what it takes now to be a state championship team and just to make it all the way there and try to win it this time.
Obviously, Kirtland football hasn't changed much. Dominant running game, spotty passing, a great defense. What's going to be the identity of this year's squad?
I would say probably our defense again, because we're returning 9 guys. 5 of those guys are all-state guys. And just the experience we have back is going to be big for us this year.
Up front, obviously, there's 2 defensive linemen here. That plays such a key role in a defensive success. What is it about this unit and you two in particular that's just going to traumatize quarterbacks?
I mean, we're not very big, so I think we're just going to try to go outside and use our speed and just try to make it hard for the O-line to block us, I would say.
Who are some of the guys on defense that have really stepped up their game and have looked great in camp?
I mean, pretty much all the returning guys, and then we have a new guy, Jack Lessick, who's looking good, as well as Nico Samak, and those Matt Cayley up front too as well. And that's pretty much it.
A lot of guys in the secondary with a bunch of interceptions last year. A lot of that comes from the guys up front getting pressure, that kind of thing. But how well does the unit work together in you guys doing your job, the linebackers doing theirs, and the DBs flowing to the ball?
I mean, the chemistry's definitely there because we all played together last year pretty much. So I feel like once the ball's in someone's hands, I think we all fly to it, and we all just try to make a play.
You're a senior. Every senior class seems to have added something to the Kirtland football legacy. What are you hoping to add?
Just to show what it takes to be a good leader, I would say, and just show the guys behind us what it takes to hopefully make it to states and try to win it and just be a good leader.
I'm asking all the kids, give me a player that's flying under the radar, somebody you think's going to have a breakout year. Maybe nobody knows about him now, but after a few games, everybody will know about them.
I would say probably Jack Lessick. He's stepping up a lot. He's becoming a good player.
And what are your goals for this season, individual and team?
Team goals, obviously, to get a ring. But individual, I don't really have any. Just be a good leader for the guys behind me.
Sounds good. Good luck to you this year. All right, Aaron, on to you. Grab that mic, and for the folks at home, introduce yourself. Name, grade, and positions you're going to play this year. Flip your mic up. There you go. There's a black switch. There you go.
My name's Aaron Fortuna. I'm a senior, and I play defensive end and fullback.
Going to be more involved on defense, I assume?
Yeah.
All right. Talk about your growth as a player from last year to this season.
I think last year I've put a lot of work in. I've got a lot of strength, got a lot of speed, and I think I've gotten more confidence as being an upperclassman, and I think I'm going to use that very well on the field this year.
What's going to be the key to getting Coach Beeler's defense up to the level that you guys expect it to be each season?
Coach Beeler, he brings a great defensive scheme, and I think as long as we all follow what he wants us to do, we'll have great success as a defense.
On defense, have you guys kind of taken it personally that, hey, this is our job, we've got to shut teams down, give our offense an opportunity?
Yeah. I mean, we have a lot of returning starters, so defense is obviously one of our strongest points this year. And, I think we'll use that as fuel for this season.
in camp, who's been getting the better of the other? Is it the offense or the defense?
It's pretty even, but I think the defense has been doing a great job against Coach's offense this year.
Give a scouting report on the offense. I mean, obviously, Jake's coming back, year under his belt, a lot more confidence. I saw him at the scrimmage at North, looked really good in the pocket, throwing the football. So if Coach, opens up that playbook, I guess you guys are as confident as I am. He's going to be able to deliver the ball. But give a scouting report on this year's offense.
Yeah, it's a hard-nosed team. They'll run the ball at you, but I think you shouldn't be surprised if they step back to pass.
All right. What kind of goals do you have this year, team and individual?
As a team, we just got to play together. Hopefully we can make it as far as we can. Hopefully make it back to states. As a player, I just hope I can play well with my team and show the younger kids what it takes to get this far.
And who's your breakout player?
I think Ty Bledsoe has been doing well this year. I think you'll hear his name a couple times.
All right. Thanks, Aaron, and good luck this year. Coach, back to you. We talked quite a bit of defense with these guys, but, yeah, obviously offense, you have to be pretty optimistic there as well. You're returning a lot of guys with experience, 3 or 4 running backs, and that's one trait of Kirtland football over the years is you don't have one dominant back. You have 5 or 6 guys you could throw out there, and a lot of those guys return. Jake's got much more experience, looks better in the pocket. How pleased are you with the development of the offense?
Very pleased. We're getting better every day. But obviously, Rocco Alfieri, he had 1,500 or 1,600 yards. I can't remember. Willie Beers is a very good back. Gino's a very good back / receiver / athlete. You got to get him the ball in space. And Will Sale's a player. I mean, he's a really good player. He's a great blocker. McGuire Boyd is a fantastic football player on both sides. And then these 2 guys are going to play all the special teams, full-time defense, and play some offense. So, we got good depth all the way across the board, and we got our secondary is pretty much all back besides one spot. Our kicker's back, Nick Barisic, and our punter's back, Rocco. So those things are those are big positions, and when you have them back from playing 16 games last year, it's important. And Jake's looked really good in the 7-on-7s, and I think he's much more comfortable. And I just think we got to go one play at a time. Like, you don't go in thinking like, hey, we're gonna put up these kind of numbers. You just play the game as hard as you can. You don't know what's going to happen. I know Dalton's very good, Lutheran West is very good, and Perry is very good. So right out of the chute, we have to be ready to go the first 3 weeks.
How much does that help you, just knowing that you've got some big games on the schedule? I know it's been you're back in the Valley, and some of those games might get away from you a little bit, but you need to be challenged to get you ready for that postseason run. So how important is it to play teams like that will push you a little bit?
Well, I tell you what, having those 3 games, 1, 2, like they all won 11 games last year and made runs in the postseason. So having those weeks 1, 2, and 3 gives us emergency every day of practice, starting when we, July 31st. We knew going in those were going to be 3 tough openers, and we're going to open up a new stadium, and so that's really put the pressure on us to practice, not waste any days, and I think that's key to improving. So I like where we're at. Our 2 scrimmages went very well, and we got to have a great week of practice.
All the success that the program has had, it brings this expectation, whether it's internal or external. I mean, mostly I'm sure it's external, where the fans believe that you guys are going to go all the way again. But how have you seen your players handle all of that? I mean, that's a lot of extra pressure.
We don't really talk about it. We get our lifts in. I mean, that we know that's the most important thing, and then we go to compete at practice every day. And if you take care of the little things, then the big things will take care of themselves. You can't look ahead, and you can't look and say this is, you have to take it one day at a time. And if you start looking forward, that's when you get caught.
What's going to be the key to this team getting that ring that these guys talked about?
The depth, keeping healthy. If we stay healthy, that's big. If we get a couple guys hurt, we need some young kids to step up, and that's kind of where we're at practice right now. Johnny Silvestro and Ty Bledsoe, like he said, and Lessick and Samac, trying to find the depth in case somebody gets dinged up in a game or gets tired or needs a blow. So that's kind of where we're at right now, is trying to find those guys that are Friday night ready.
I asked the guys for some breakout players. Who's impressed you in camp?
Johnny Silvestro has been great, but, Willie Beers has had a really good camp. I mean, everybody knows about Rocco, but I think Beers is going to have a breakout year. Sale's been really impressive. Danny Alfieri led us in tackles in the scrimmages. So Danny's going to be starting on defense and offense. A two-way guy. He's a junior, and so we need big things from Danny too. Casey Karkoff's been great on both sides of the ball. So it'll be a fun year.
And then lastly, obviously, you're going to have a turf field finally. How exciting is that for the program, and what are these guys feeling heading into that first home game?
I think, it's exciting for the community. I see people drive by, and I see people, and they say, oh, my gosh, the field looks great, the stadium looks great, the scoreboard looks great. We got new lights that they turned on the other day. I think it's really exciting for our community to have something, special for these kids that have worked very hard and deserve it. So I think it's going to be a fun atmosphere. And for me personally, I love grass, but for the whole month of November, we have nowhere to practice. And we're trying to find dry pieces of grass, which we can't. And we end up going to Manor, and sometimes we go to Lost Nation to get indoors. And it's just a pain every day finding somewhere to practice. This is going to be most efficient for us in November when we can practice out here for the playoffs. That's when I think you'll see the most dividends for our team.
All right, Coach. I appreciate you guys coming out. Gentlemen, good luck this season, and best of luck to the Hornets. All right, that was the Kirtland Hornets football team here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Wycliffe girls soccer team. I think I saw Stevie G over there. There he is. So we got the gang here. Did you guys have a armed guard protecting you while you visited Kirtland since the last time you broke some hearts when you were here? It was a heck of a playoff soccer game there last year when Wycliffe upset Kirtland in double overtime. So that was outstanding for one side, not so much for the other. But here we are, another season. Coach, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead and introduce yourself, introduce the ladies you brought with you, and then just give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Blue Devils this year?
I'm Steve Gruvitz. This is my 15th year. I brought my two senior captains, Eliza Wills and Annabella Storr. This year is going to be an interesting year. I feel really good at this time of the season, more so than I have in previous years. I think you're going to see a continuation of last year. I think we set the framework last year, and we did some really good things, and I feel like we're just going to pick up where we left off and bring it into this season.
How much does that big win over Kirtland in the postseason? Obviously, the next one, you wanted to win that one too. But when you get a big win like that, it can kind of propel your program up a notch or two. Did you get the sense that the girls fed off of that in the off season?
I would say that the entire postseason run the girls fed off of. Obviously, the two-day affair against Kirtland and getting that victory was, big moral as far as the program goes, alumni go, community goes, the girls that were on the team. But then we went in against Norway, and we played them to double overtime as well for one overtime, two overtimes. So, we got over close to 200 minutes between the 3 days. So I think it was all inspiring going into this season.
Playoff soccer can be crazy and cruel. So, all right, Coach, I'll come back to you after we talk to the girls. Annabella, go ahead and grab your microphone. And for the folks at home, introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
I'm Annabella Storr. I'm a senior, and I play defense.
And first off, I hear some congratulations are in order. I hear you made maybe a college commitment.
Yeah, I just committed to Mercyhurst like a month ago, and I'm super excited for the opportunity in the future there.
So why Mercyhurst?
Everybody says that sometimes they get that feeling whenever they go into a college, and that's what I felt at Mercyhurst. Plus, program-wise, they have a really good program. So I'm just really excited for what I'm going to see next year.
What did they recruit you to play?
Center back.
And how do you think you'll fit in with their scheme?
I think I'll fit in pretty well. I'm excited for when we're going to go to tryouts and first practices next year.
Outstanding. Well, congrats.
Thank you.
All right, and so back to Wycliffe. You've got a year of high school ball left before you worry about Mercyhurst, but going into senior year, what are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited. We kind of ended really short last year, and it was really annoying because we were so close to getting district champs. But I think we have a lot of returning players, and I think with those returning players, we're really hungry and passionate to go even farther this year and hopefully get a district champ win.
As Coach mentioned, that postseason run, how much did that inspire the work in the off season?
Oh, I think it inspired us a lot. I think practices and even practices before a game, I feel like we were really ready to go in whatever competition we were going to face.
What is the strength of this year's team? Every team's going to be a little bit different. What's this one?
I feel like this year, more than like past years, I feel like we're really close, and I feel like if we get the chemistry that we've been working on over the summer, if we get that with our tactics, I feel like we'll be a really good team.
What is your role this year? Not just your position, but what is Coach looking for out of you?
Well, Eliza and I were the 2 seniors, and we're the only 2 captains. I feel like we give a lot of experience to the underclassmen. I think that's one of my goals, to like give my experiences to underclassmen, so once I leave, they're able to realize what they can do and then step up.
What kind of goals do you have for senior year?
Individually, I feel like I kind of want to step out of my comfort zone a little bit, do some things I wouldn't really do.
Such as? You can't throw a bomb out there like that.
I feel like sometimes I lack a little bit of confidence, so getting my confidence back right before I go into college, I feel like that would be a really good thing. That's probably my biggest individual goal. As a team, we were second conference last year, so I'm hoping we can get first in the CBC and hopefully go for more running for a district champ.
All right, I like to ask all the kids to give me a breakout player, somebody that maybe nobody knows about right now, but after a few games, everybody will know.
I think I probably would say Tiana Torrance. I think over the summer, she's been really, like, a lot of things that I've seen off of her I didn't think were capable, and I feel like once we start clicking as a team, I think she's really going to show up and show out.
All right, good luck to you this fall.
Thank you.
All right, Eliza, same thing. Grab that mic and introduce yourself to the folks at home, name, grade, and position.
I'm Eliza Wills. I'm a senior, and I will be playing on the offensive side of the ball.
Aren't you like 28? I mean, I feel like I've been covering you for like 10 years. You've been around forever.
Someone's
or maybe
check my birth certificate.
Yeah. I think it's just your success level's been so high for so long that I'm just, it seems like it's been that long. But going into senior year, again, you've got to be excited, but at the same time, every game you play gets you closer to the end of your high school career. How are you feeling about that?
It's kind of bittersweet. I mean, being a senior, I'm extremely excited to go in and play my last season with the girls that I've been playing with since I was a sophomore, and even Annabella, we've been playing soccer together since we were 8. But I'm extremely excited to see what this team can do. I think we're going to have a pretty nice run.
Playing on the offensive end, give me some of the girls that are going to play key roles to not only set up some scoring opportunities, but to finish also.
I mean, just in our past 3 scrimmages, Lauren has really stepped up and gotten out of her comfort zone. I also think Izzy DeFrank is stepping up. She's a freshman, and once she gets more comfortable with the ball at her foot, I think she will play a really big role.
Defensively, who are the key players back there?
Definitely Annabella. Definitely. Got our leader back there, and obviously Cade in the goal saves our butt sometimes, and we're extremely grateful for him. And, you know, just our defense working together. Our back line plays the majority of the game with no subs, so we definitely rely on them a lot.
All right, and then just how do you guys try to set up your scoring opportunities? Does Coach like draw up plays he really wants you to fit into, or is
it's
it
just like football, just like plays? No, I'm kidding.
I assume it's more flow of the game.
Yeah, definitely more flow to the game. Definitely more creativity. I mean, he gives us a lot of creative freedom to just go out there, play our game, play our style. We work on offensive tactics individually and team tactics. But at the end of the day, it is soccer, and no play is exactly the same as the one before that. So definitely our creative ability to flow on and off the ball and free movement. Free movement is a big part of our game.
What's different about this year's team that in a better way than last year's?
I would say just the amount of returning players that we have. I mean, we only lost 3 seniors going into this season, so I'd say definitely how close we are, our chemistry on and off the field, and just our returning players that have experience.
What kind of goals do you have for senior year?
Like an individual goal, I definitely want to grow as a leader because that's always a great goal to have. But I definitely do want to maybe go out there, score a few more goals, and just get my teammates more involved in the attack and right up there with me scoring goals and getting assists.
Who is your breakout player this year?
Well, I was going to say Tiana, but Annabella already got that for me. So I'm going to go with Izzy DeFrank. She's a freshman, but she has really stepped up and shown some big leaps just from summer training and summer workouts. She definitely once she gets more confident with the ball at her foot and more confident with our playing style and tactics, I think you'll definitely see her name with some goals under her belt.
Outstanding. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, back to you. Obviously you return a lot of players. You got some great players on defense, some great players on offense. How do you make it all come together to just kind of keep raising the bar at Wycliffe?
Well, we're returning 11 players, 9 being starters. Really, I think a lot of it's just the mindset and making sure that the players feel comfortable within the system. We want to make sure that that's from day one. They have that freedom, that creativity to be able to do what they feel it plays to their strengths, and just trying to make sure everybody's on the same page going into the game and ready to play together.
Biggest challenge you face going into this year?
I would say our biggest challenge is probably getting our depth up to the standard that we play. We have 9 substitutes coming in this season. I think 8 of them are freshmen, 1 being a sophomore, and just making sure that they understand the tactics and the ability to roll with the offense and the defense and get into the system.
Playing in this conference, overall, I mean, you've got Kirtland, Chagrin Falls that won state titles within the last 4 years. West Geauga was up there in a regional final. Just so many teams, so many quality players. How much does that help your squad just to kind of up its game every night?
I think it helps out a lot. Obviously we play Kirtland almost every year, so we've seen their success over the past decade, and Ed does a great job with that team, and I'm not going to lie, I've taken some ideas off of him and incorporated in our program. And then you see the Chagrins, the West Gs, who we don't normally play, but we hear what's going on, we see what's going on, we watch and we play teams that they play. So it's just it helps us kind of get an idea for our identity as well.
Right. And then I failed to mention Berkshire, who, has played for a regional title as well. So, and they're in the Metro with you, right? You're back in the Metro. So obviously there's some competition there. Where are you going to be tomorrow night? You going to be out at Great Lakes Cheese Stadium, Kirtland at Berkshire? A little scouting?
I don't think so.
But, I mean, what's that?
I'll watch the film.
Okay, there you go. But, yeah, so obviously you have a lot of great competitors in the conference, and that helps your team kind of, like you just said, you steal some ideas too. But from the girls' perspective, is that something that you guys feed off, just knowing that, hey, every time you play, that you've got to get out and play your best?
I definitely think it gives us some motivation. I mean, we got second in the conference to Berkshire last year, and it's always a battle in that game. It's always either lose by 1, win by 1, or tie. I don't think I've ever been on a team in my high school career where we've lost big to Berkshire. So it definitely gives us some motivation, some hunger, some want to win. We want to win. We want to beat these good teams that have proven that they're good and proven that they can make a playoff run and win a state title. Because, I mean, obviously at the end of the day, that's our main goal, to win a conference, to win a state title, to win a district final, So it definitely gives us some hunger to get out there and play the best games that we can.
I mean, I think it's always something with Berkshire. Last year, our game, it was really tight. And I think in Eliza and I's 4 years, it's always been a tight game. So I think that out of all the games, that probably in Independence motivates us the most, because we know that we have to come in hungry and set the pace early, or else that they're going to get a goal early.
All right. And, Coach, just to wrap up, what's it going to take for this team to achieve its goals? Not necessarily winning the conference title or district title, but just to be a successful season. What's it going to take for you?
I think it's already started with our leadership from our 2 seniors here, and then our 9 returning juniors really stepping up. They lead by example as well. They're great role models for our freshmen. And then for our freshmen, just to feel comfortable within the team, get that chemistry going, and I think that's going to be the key to our season.
All right. Well, Coach, I appreciate you being here. Ladies, thanks for coming, and best of luck to you this season. All right, that was the Wycliffe Blue Devils girls soccer team here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the Geneva Eagles football team. Cruising right along after Geneva, we will have, Kirtland volleyball, followed by the Crestwood cross-country team. So almost at the midway point here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is the 3rd of 4 Media Day events. We'll be back here in Kirtland next Sunday. starting right around noon and finishing right about 8:30. So moving along, we've got the Geneva Eagles. Coach, welcome. I'm going to have you go ahead and introduce yourself and then introduce the guys you brought with you and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Eagles this year? Flip your mic on. There you go. Black. There you go.
Good.
Yep.
My name's Don Chimsky, and I'm the head football coach at Geneva High School. Right beside me here, I have 3 of our senior captains. Right next to me here, number 4 is Luke Smith, number 3, Matt Wright, number 23 is Logan Queen. For us, we're gonna be what Geneva football has been for the last few years, what people can usually expect. We gonna run the wing tee on offense and run the ball as much as we possibly can, much to their chagrin sometimes, because I know they like to catch those long passes. Defensively, run a multi-front defense and just try to get 11 hats to the ball. We pride ourselves on being a hard-working team, and we're going to continue that in the future.
Guess the big news is the expansion of the league changes that Lake Division up a little bit, restores some of those Ashtabula County rivalries that you guys have grown up with. How exciting is that for the community and your team in particular?
Well, it's exciting for me. I hope the kids are excited for it as well. It's been unfortunate where for a lot of their lives, their scholastic careers, we've been playing people that they have no natural attachment to. I love the fact that we're getting back to playing these teams that are close by to us, playing the teams in the county. I grew up in the old NEC. That's the conference I played in. And the more things change, the more they stay the same. I'm glad it's coming full circle, and I'm glad we're getting back to those more natural rivalries.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the players. We'll start right to your right. Go ahead and grab a microphone, and for the folks at home, introduce yourself. Name, grade, and positions.
Luke Smith, number 4, and I play running back and free safety.
So, Luke, coming into this year, what's different from this year's team compared to last?
Definitely like how seasoned we are this year. Last year we were a little young. Maybe we didn't use it as an excuse. We still went like 2 rounds deep in the playoffs. But definitely having that edge on opponents would be like how veteran we are of a team.
Do you sense that the confidence is higher because of that experience?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've been with the same guys since Midget League football, been running the same plays. So, yeah, I'd definitely say our confidence is a little higher. Not saying like we're going to overlook anyone, we take it week by week, but I think confidence is a big key too.
What do you think the strength of this year's team is?
I mean, we have no weaknesses. Like, I don't think we have any weaknesses. That's our biggest strength. Like, there's no strength to our team. It's just like that we've all been together, and there's not. Our strength is that we have no weaknesses. I feel like so.
All right.
There's not a lot of just. There's not one position group that's like strength. Like
In two-way player, obviously we know your position, but what are your roles? What is Coach looking for you out of your time in those positions?
Above like any skill asset, I think I bring more of like a leadership role to the team. I always have. I mean, there's always guys that can hop in and play my position, so it's not all skill. I feel like leadership's a big key of my role of the team.
Give me an offensive and a defensive player that have really shined in camp so far.
Offensive, I'd say probably our center, Jason Thor. He used to play. He was always up front in the line, but he switched to center this year, and he's been doing a great job on offense for us. And we have a sophomore playing linebacker. I wouldn't say he's a sophomore. He's one of the strongest kids on our team and the smartest kids on our team, Bryce Beat. He always flies the ball and makes good plays for our team, and he's going to have a good season this year.
Imagine that's Blake's younger brother?
Yeah.
Is he as talented as Blake?
Yeah.
So, okay, so he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Okay,
Then. So, all right, what kind of goals do you have for yourself and your team this year?
I just want to win. We're going to take it week by week. I want to go the farthest we've ever gone in the playoffs this year for Geneva, and just want to have fun with my guys. It's my last year. Just want to make the most of it.
Outstanding. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, right there in the middle, go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Matt Wright. I'm a senior, and I play defensive end.
So I think the most important position in football is defensive lineman because they just wreak havoc on the offense. And, everyone already knows there's a cliche. Football games are one up front. But so defensive lineman I really like a lot. But what do you bring to the field?
I just think I'm kind of a smaller defensive end, and I think that kind of helps me in a way. I can usually get around line with my speed and don't really have a problem getting around them. And I think I can hold my own strength-wise, and I'd go against anyone in the county.
I like that attitude. We just had the Kirtland football team here, and they don't have big defensive linemen, but they always rely on their speed and their tenacity, and that gets them pretty far. So I think you'll be all right. Just keep that going. But talk about that defensive lineman. Who else is in that unit with you?
The two defensive tackles are seniors, Jason Thrower and Kenny Pavlison, and also the other defensive end is Jamil Douglas. I think we're really talented up front. We're all upperclassmen. We all played varsity last year, so we have a ton of experience. We know what we're doing. Any stunts, anything like that, we know what we're doing. And this is the strongest Geneva team we've ever had, and I think we should be able to dominate people up front.
How do the coaches coach you guys up front? What do they want you to do?
The main thing is to eat up blocks on defensive line. You don't get all the glories like the linebackers do, but our job is just to eat up blocks and make sure the linebackers can make tackles freely.
Linebackers, secondary, who are some of the guys that have impressed you?
I definitely think, on the defensive line, I think Jamil Douglas is going to make a lot of plays for us. He's done very well in the past 2 scrimmages. In the secondary, we have Giovanni Rice, who made a lot of interceptions for us and big plays. One of the fastest guys, I think, in this area. And then Logan Queen's going to be one of our leading tacklers this year.
So since you're the defensive lineman, give me a scouting report on your offense.
They're big. Like I said, we're strong. I think iron sharpens iron. I think just going against, competing every day in practice makes us all better.
What's the biggest challenge the defense has to overcome?
Just don't try to play too fast. Just do your job. Don't think, react. That's what Coach Shim always says. And I think our experience is going to help us with that.
Give me a breakout player on offense and defense, somebody that maybe not a lot of people know about right now, but soon everybody will.
Like I said earlier, Jamil Douglas. I think he's going to make a lot of plays for us. And then on offense, junior Hayden Deemer. He had a good season last year, and I think he could go for 1,000 yards this year.
And what are your goals for this year, team and individual?
Individually, I just want to help my team do anything we can to win. And for the team, win the conference. We haven't done that in a while. It'd be nice to win the conference. And like Luke said, if we can make a deep playoff run, I think we'd all love that.
The expansion and the league changes, getting back to playing some of those Ashtabula County rivals, what does that mean to you?
I think it's awesome. I love playing all these guys, and we have a lot of rivalries coming back, and it's fun to play kids and staying in the area. It's fun.
All right, good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
And all the way down to my left there, go ahead and grab that mic and introduce yourself, name, grade, and positions.
I'm Logan Queen. I'm a senior this year, and I play inside linebacker and tight end.
All right, Logan, we're going to talk a little offense first since we've covered the defense pretty good. Tight end, what's your role in the Geneva offense?
I'm a smaller guy on the line, 170 pounds. Not usually a tight end size, but just making an impact with a lot of our gap down schemes, just getting in front of people, allowing those holes to stay open just for the right amount of time for our quick backs to make it through there.
What is the strategy employed on offense? What do you guys like to do?
We just like to run it right at you, right in your face. We like to pound it right down the throat.
Who are some of the guys that'll do the pounding that are coming out having a good camp in the preseason?
We've got big fullback with pretty good speed, Bryce Pete, Luke Smith, very quick, tough to take down, and Hayden Deemer, all 3 of those guys that are primarily going to be running the ball, they're not easy people to bring down.
What's it going to take for Geneva to be successful? I mean, obviously you guys are confident in the talent you have. Sounds like you're big and fast, but what's it going to take to win some games?
Personally, I think it's not getting over our heads. If we get down in the game, just staying level and just coming back the next play, forgetting about any mistakes that were made, and staying in the game.
Who's the best linebacker on the team?
I can't pick a single linebacker on the team, but I think that's one of our best positions. That's the most well-rounded.
All right. What are your goals for this year?
My goals are just to, lead everyone and make them, look up to me and want to do what I do. So.
All right. And then give me a breakout player on offense and defense.
Offensively, I'm going to give our quarterback some love. He's improved vastly from last year. The beginning of the year, he started on defense, so he couldn't focus much on the offense. We took him off of the defense, and ever since then he's improved so much. I think he's going to make a big impact.
What's his name?
Kenny Young.
Okay.
And then on the defense, I think it's going to be one of our defensive tackles, either Jason Thrower or Kenny Pavlison. He's looked pretty good this year. Very quick, strong, eats up blocks, and that defensive line makes it so much easier on us linebackers. Eating up blocks, keeping us free, so it makes it easier for us to make tackles.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Coach, back to you. Get a good chance to listen to your guys, and it sounds like they're a confident bunch. You like what you hear?
Yeah. I think they understand what they need to understand. As they've already said, we do have a lot of experience back. Every guy that's our projected starter right now started at least one game for us last year. And so that's a good problem to have. What we have to manage, which Geneva hasn't always had in the past, are expectations. People are going to give us their best shot every week. We're not going to sneak up on anybody this year. What happened last year, people weren't expecting us to really put much of a season together. And going in week to week, especially early on, I think we took people by surprise. We're not going to take anybody by surprise this year. And that's fine. We just have to manage those expectations. And to these guys' credit, they did a great job this offseason. I mean, that's putting it, mildly. They hit the weight room like I've never seen before, and our guys are, we couldn't have done better in the offseason. And they're a very selfless group, and they're willing to sacrifice for the team and for the better of us all rather than just individually. And so, they're a lot of fun to be around. Practice is fun. It's great. It's a good time. So we're winning there. And if we can do that, then the wins will come on Friday nights.
What's going to be the biggest challenge you have to overcome?
I think the biggest challenge is just, keeping everybody healthy. And I think that's a challenge every year. These guys, Luke said it a little bit, they've run the same offense since they were in grade school. The scheme's not going to be over their head. Defensively, they know what they're doing. The schemes are right there. We just got to keep everybody healthy, and it's on the coaches to make in-game adjustments. And if we can get our job done, we'll put these guys in the right spots.
Keys to victory, I have to assume, are pretty similar to any football game. Minimize turnovers, that type of thing. But what can set this team apart as far as those keys to victory? Is it a mindset? Is it just being physical? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, I think being physical, I think that's something we pride ourselves on. A lot of times we come out and other teams comment on how physical we can be, and that's a nice compliment to hear. And so we're going to continue to go out and try to, be physical at the line of scrimmage always, and just, limit the big plays on the other team's offense. Hold the ball, on our offense. Don't turn the ball over. Grind out some nice long 14, 15 play drives. Always love that. And plays solid special teams. And that's the same thing everybody, I'm sure, wants to say, and it's no different for us.
All right. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you making the trip out, and best of luck to the Eagles this year.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
All right. That was the Geneva Eagles here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the Kirtland volleyball team. Back-to-back conference champions, looking to rebuild and retool a little bit. And so the Kirtland Hornets volleyball team, followed by the Crestwood Red Devils cross-country teams, filling up our next 45 minutes. And then at 4:50, we've got Edgewood volleyball, followed by West Geauga volleyball at 5:05. So we're hitting that midway point of this third of four CVC Fall Sports Media Days. So up next, we're going to talk to the Kirtland Hornets volleyball team. Hi, Coach. I am well, thanks. All right, the Hornets up next here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Coach, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead and introduce yourself and the ladies you brought with you, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Hornets in your first season as head coach?
My name is Coach Ricky Sanders, and I brought with me today Nora and Katie.
All right, and what can we expect out of your team in year number one of the Ricky Sanders era?
Well, we can expect a very, very aggressive team. We're going to have a lot of speed and execution. So we're gonna represent the school really well.
I know when I talked to you after you got hired, you were an assistant coach last year, so you knew the girls well. The transition has probably been pretty seamless for you since they knew you, and you haven't implemented too much that's different, but you are speeding things up. How have they taken to that?
They've actually done very well speeding it up. We were using a lot of outside hitting with Natalie Glore, of course, and she's a big gun on the outside, which we don't have this season, but we're going to speed it up and spread the ball around a lot more.
Right, so you did lose some quality seniors, including 2 4-year starters that were the heart and soul of that team for 4 years. Have you seen girls stepping up to fill those roles?
Yes, the girls have come together to actually fill that void, and I'm really proud of them on what they've showed me so far.
What's going to be the key for them? I don't want to say duplicating success, because you don't want to just win a conference title. You probably want to get back to regionals, that type of thing. But what's going to be the key to kind of reaching those goals along the way?
I believe that if we execute well throughout the season and get better throughout the season, I think there is a chance that we can actually get back to that point of regionals, and hopefully we can go through past that.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the girls. Nora, go ahead and grab a microphone, and for the folks at home, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position. Flip your switch up. There's a black switch. There you go.
There you go. Hi, my name is Nora Withrow. I'm a senior this year, and I play middle.
So, Nora, you've been here for 3 years. The program has improved by leaps and bounds and went places no other Kirtland team has gone. What was it like to be a part of that, and how do you add to that legacy?
It's really cool to, especially because I've at least been, involved somewhat in varsity for the past couple of years, to see the team grow as I've gotten older, especially because the team has stayed so similar for the past couple of years. We had 4 seniors and we only had 2, and then I had none my freshman year. It's been it's been the same team, so it's been really cool to see how we've developed. That makes sense.
So for 4 years, you had, all 3 of your years, you had Natalie Glow and Ava Golem, who were the heart and soul of the team. How do you get by without them? I mean, do you see girls kind of taking over and just saying, okay, it's our team now?
Yeah, at first practice was really quiet, if that makes sense. Ava has a big heart, and so does Natalie when it comes to volleyball. So it's been really interesting these first couple of practices of the season to see who's taking on what roles, because you can't exactly fill in their shoes because they're their own people. So certain people take on certain aspects of their job. So it's really cool to see who takes what.
And how's the transition gone? Has it been easier since Ricky was on staff and he knew you and you knew him?
It was a lot easier having met him last year, because it was nice seeing a familiar face come up as a head coach, because we really struggled to find one for a little bit.
Right.
There. So it was nice to see someone familiar.
What's going to be the key to this team finding success?
I think for this team, especially because in the past couple of years we've had a really defense-oriented head coach, and now switching on to Ricky, who's a lot more focusing on the offensive aspect of it, I feel like it'll be really cool to see how we grow as an offensive team and how we develop that way, and that'll become more of our strong suit in these upcoming games.
So your front row player, give me some other names. Who else can we expect up there?
We got Keely Young. She's the other middle. We were excited to see her. Bella Schultz, she's a senior too, and she hasn't gotten a lot of playing time yet, and I'm really excited to see how she develops. And then, of course, we got Nina Longcar, that I feel like our new star outside hitter.
How much has she improved? She was pretty good last year.
I feel she's only gotten better as the years have gone on, and I feel like it's really cool to see her kind of step up as I feel like saying the new Natalie Glow is really bad, but she's kind of taken over that heavy hitter on the outside.
Somebody has to have the hammer, so it's her. Good. All right. What do you see as this team's biggest challenge?
I see this team's biggest. I feel like we've all known each other Kirtland's a small school. We've all grown up together. I feel like this team's biggest challenge is going to be balancing personalities and on and off the court, because
no, teenage girls don't always get along. What?
Never. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like that'll be one of our biggest hurdles this year.
All right. And then what do you see as this team's strength?
This team, I feel like, as much as it's a weakness, I feel like our big strength is also going to be we've had the same team, and I feel like with such an old team, there's 10 seniors, it's gonna, although it's a weakness, it'll also be a huge strength because we understand each other, because we've known each other for so long.
How much confidence do you draw just from the past success? I mean, it's a different team, a lot of the same players, but the team has to play well. But individually, like how much confidence have you drawn from the success the team's had over the past 3?
It's felt like almost like a safety blanket in a sense, because it's been really nice to know, like, oh, we're always going to be good, if that makes sense. So I feel like I've grown really confident in this team because I feel like I've known each other for so long. I feel like I just know, like, I always know if Katie's going to set the ball. I feel like somehow we always connect, if that makes sense.
It does. All right. And what's your role this year? Not just your position, but what is Coach expecting out of you?
I hope to be just an overall positive influence on the team. I don't want to drag people down. I only want to lift people up this entire season, and that's my goal.
All right. And I ask all the kids to give me a breakout player, somebody you think not many people know of right now, but after a few matches, everyone will know of her.
I feel like I'll have to say, I mentioned Bella Schultz earlier. I feel like she's like a real sleeper on the outside, and I'm really excited to see how she'll progress as the season goes on.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season. Katie, on to you. Again, it seems like you've been here for a 10-year span or so. You've been around so long, played a lot of volleyball. So coming into your senior year, what are you feeling?
Pretty good. I don't know. We've had a tight-knit group, as Nora said, and I think we all have a lot of similar goals. Like, we want to win the conference, we want to make it back to regionals, and we're pretty united in that goal, and so that pushes us forward.
I don't want to keep harping on the loss of 2 4-year starters, but they played a big role on this program, going to the places that it went. How are you guys doing without them? And, I mean, it doesn't matter how you feel about it. You still have to do it. So, I mean, are you guys settling in and understanding that, hey, this is our team now?
Yeah, I think we are. I think everybody knew at some point Natalie and Ava were going to move on to college and bigger and better things, and we've kind of come into our roles now that varsity is, again, so many seniors, and we have Nina Alfieri, who will be our new libero, and she really understands that Ava is a big shoe to fill, but she knows what she needs to do, and she's getting it done.
A couple years ago, Arlena, the former coach here at Kirtland, told me about this new setter she had coming in. She felt really good about her, and I think you've lived up to that hype a little bit. Are you comfortable that you've progressed nicely going into your senior year?
Yeah, no, I think I'm at a good place. I don't know. Arlena and Ricky especially have always kept me pretty humble. Like, I know what I need to work on, and I know what I'm good at, and so I think it's nice to have a coach that can help with your strengths, but also, like, understand your weaknesses and where you need to get better.
Coach talked about speeding up the offense, and nobody's going to feel that more than you since you have to get those sets out quickly. How's that coming along?
Good. It's a work in progress. I mean, obviously, it doesn't always go how you want it to the first couple times, but it's gotten better, especially the new additions to varsity this year they're figuring it out. They're getting better. My sets are getting better. We're connecting more, and the more we play together and the more we practice together, the better it's going to get.
How important is that chemistry to a setter?
Really important. Setting people that you don't know is a tough aspect, and especially Nora was talking about this earlier. Nora and I have played together since middle school, and there are some times where I'm just throwing the ball up and she's hitting it. Like, it's once you play together over and over again, you just kind of can predict someone else's next move, and that helps so much as a setter-hitter connection.
We haven't talked defense much. I'll let you jump in there since you get to see everybody. Back turn to the net sometimes, but who are some of the defensive players that are going to step up and have a big year?
Nina Alfieri has been doing really well. She's been on varsity since she was a freshman. She's a great, consistent passer, and she, I think, is going to really do well replacing Ava. Allison Casita, she's been a pretty steady force on JV, and she was hitting earlier, but now she's really come into passing. She gives everything. She knows what she wants, and she gets it done. And Sophia Weiner will also be joining our back row, and she's come up on varsity since her freshman year, and she, again, like Allison, they know how to get it done, and they know where to be on defense, and they really give it their all.
You're part of this legacy of kind of taking this program to new heights. What do you want to add to it?
I think winning the conference would be a huge step. That's 4 years in a row, and I think that'd be really cool to have that, especially with our conference only getting better this year than it even was last year. I also think we're pretty disappointed that we've gone out pretty consistently at around the same spot in the postseason every year, and I think we'd like to move past that and kind of break through that wall.
Give me a breakout player. I know you've mentioned a few already, but who's the one?
I'm going to have to go with Allison Casita. She impresses me. I've known her for a long time. I've gone to school with her since kindergarten, and she gives it her all. She wants it. Like, you can tell.
she's throwing herself on the floor in practice. She's serving aggressively. She knows how to make this team better, and she's always getting better.
All right, well, good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, back to you. Especially as a first-year coach, first-year head coach, you are implementing some things, and you're hoping the girls are picking up and picking up on your message. You got to hear a little bit of their perspective on this year. How confident are you the message is being received?
I'm very confident that it's been received. Actually, and by you having so many seniors on this team, it kind of makes it a lot easier for these girls to grasp and play together. That's what's the best thing about right now in my position, just coming on as a new head coach. I'm sorry. Yes, but I believe that by them being in that position makes it totally easy for me.
What's been the biggest challenge for you to overcome in the preseason?
Well, getting to actually be the voice. Arlena was the voice all last year, and I came in and I was behind her, and I watched how she interacted with the girls, and everything was. She seemed like she's similar to me, and I said, well, this would be a piece of cake.
Well, you've come from a couple really successful programs, St. Joseph Academy, VASJ. So you've had some success in those programs. So you're not new to it, and getting the girls to buy into your knowledge. How's that process going?
It's very good, actually, and I think being with those programs helped me to where I'm at today, because I've been coaching since 2004. And I also coach JO, and I do have one state title. So the girls kind of play for me, and that's the one thing I do like about coaching, is that they will play for me.
Right.
They give it their all.
How are you going to define success this year? I mean, some teams want to win a conference title, district title, state title. Not everyone can do it, but you don't have to do those to have a successful season. What is success to you?
Success to me is to stay, I would say, me personally, regionals is where I want to get to. Anything past that would be a successful year for me. My first year.
All
I'm
right.
going to push it all. I'm going for it.
Expectations are high, but they should be. That's the way it should be. And hopefully, what's the old saying? You aim for the stars, and what's the rest of it? You guys know. I don't know. Aim high and shoot for the moon and hit the stars or something like that. But all right, Coach, I appreciate you and the ladies coming out for Media Day, and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was the Kirtland Hornets volleyball team here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Crestwood boys cross-country team, followed by the Crestwood girls cross-country team. So we'll have the Red Devils back-to-back here moving in, and then we'll have Edgewood volleyball after that. So we're cruising along here. Once again, our CVC TV productions all are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. And up next here at Media Day, we've got the Crestwood Red Devils boys cross-country team. Let them take their seats here at the hot table and talk some running with the Red Devils. All right, Coach, I'll start with you. Go ahead and introduce yourself and the guys you brought with you, and then just give us an overview. What can we expect out of the running Red Devils this year?
All right. So I'm Jim Schweikert. I'm the head boys cross-country coach at Crestwood. I have Augie Schweikert as a junior. Grayson Sandwald is a senior. I would expect to be better than last year. We only lost one runner. He was a varsity runner, but with everybody else back, two new freshmen who may not contribute a whole lot, but two new freshmen. So we have 11 guys on the team, and from what I've anticipated and what I've seen so far, we're going to be better than last year with decent depth.
When you look at, the CVC expansion, changes the divisions a little bit, but no matter where you're at, you're going to run against some good teams and individual runners. How much does that help your squad, just knowing that, hey, there's really good runners, you've got to be able to go out there and put in the work to compete?
Yeah, regardless of who you're up against, you need to train. You need to have goals ahead of us. The new alignment definitely makes our division more competitive this year than it was last. But we know that, and we kind of roughly know what we're up against this year based on who's back and all that. And we know that we can compete with some of those teams. Don't know about Hawken, but aside from them, I think it's going to be a really good conference meet, and we should be in the mix in there somewhere. So we know what we're up against, and our goal is always to try to win it if we can, or be near the top.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the guys. Let's start right to your right. Go ahead and grab that microphone, and for the folks at home, introduce yourself. Name, grade, and throw in your lifetime PR.
My name is Augie Schweikert. I am a junior, and my lifetime PR is 1746.
All right, so Augie coming in, junior year. What kind of goals do you have for yourself?
I'd love to break 17 this year. I'd love to be around 1645, but I think more I'd love to be in Columbus this year. That's my ultimate goal. Missed regionals last year, so that's step one, but I absolutely want to compete in the postseason this year and advance.
What was your off-season training like?
Started off light. I took a little bit of time off after track, but got up to around, upper 30-mile weeks. This was the first summer I was able to train. Broke my collarbone last year, so I'm really excited that stayed healthy this year and was able to come into the season in shape.
So when you look at cutting that time, going from a 17:36 to sub 17, it seems like it would be easy, that 36 seconds, but it isn't. What goes into trimming time, that much time? I mean, you're going almost a minute.
Definitely coming into the season in shape. I was, I think back to, where I was at this time last year and where we're at this year, already way ahead. So getting that extra mileage in and, being able to start even faster just allows you to take off and get even faster as the season goes on.
What is your race strategy when you get into a race? What are you trying to accomplish mentally and physically?
Just try to stay mentally in. You just try to get out the first mile, and really you just got to push the second mile. You got to stay mentally locked in and just try and get one more. You just got to keep your eyes on the guys ahead of you and just pick them off one by one and just stay in it.
Is there anybody going into a race? Is there anyone that you're like, well, I know he's a little faster than me? Do you watch a guy like that and just kind of stay in his hip pocket the whole way?
Yeah, sometimes I'll look, on Bombs Page Mile Split, see what kind of competition you're up against. But really, me and my buddy Kevin, we stick together and we like to stay within each other and run, with each other.
So then it comes down to the kick to see who has bragging rights until.
Oh yeah. Last quarter mile sprint.
Right. Who wins that usually?
It goes back and forth. Kevin's got some nice foot speed, so we'll see.
Gotcha. Give me a couple runners that have impressed you in preseason.
Sophomore Garrett Byers especially. I think we've all talked about it together how he's looked really good so far this year, and he could really contribute for us this year.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you this year. We'll go over there to the right. Go ahead and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Name, grade, and your lifetime PR.
I'm Grayson, and I'm a senior. My lifetime PR is a 1906, so hoping to break that this year, obviously.
Coming into a new season, did you put in the work to break that 1906?
I did what I could over the summer. Over the summer, I was busy with a lot of stuff. I had the boys' state, and I had Philmont, which is a 2-week hiking trip out in New Mexico. And so when I wasn't doing that, I was running, trying to put in the miles. So I did what I could.
I want to hear more about Philmont. That sounds really cool. What was that part of?
So Philmont, it's a part of Scouts. It's a high adventure camp, and basically you're out there, you're doing between 5 to 20 miles a day, depending on what hike you chose, because there's many different treks. And we chose a moderate trek. So we were out there doing roughly 8 to 10 miles a day, and it was, I would say for the most part, kind of medium ground. It wasn't too hard, but it wasn't easy by any means. So.
But you got in that's cross training. You put in some work. That's good. The scenery just had to be amazing, though.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. Love the scenery. I would go back there just for the scenery.
Yeah, it's gorgeous out there. But all right, so back to running cross-country trails now, and not gorgeous scenery in New Mexico. What's it going to take for you to just kind of consider your year a success?
Just to go out there and see my personal success, but also see the team have their own success. See everyone on the team have their own success, and then the team as a whole make it to regionals, maybe win our league. We did last year, so I'm excited to see what happens this year. But a lot of success, just my personal success, and then the team success.
Who are some of the runners that have impressed you this preseason?
Some of the runners, I would say Garrett Byers, he's a big one. He surprised me freshman year, and he's surprising me again. He put in the work over the offseason, and he's up there with the top 5, which is really exciting to see. And then Mikey, he's a good one to see because he put in some training over the summer, and so I'm excited to see how he develops over the cross-country season.
All right, and running is hard. What do you like about it?
I like just running just for clear my thoughts a lot of the times, but other times when I'm racing, I love how it feels, the adrenaline, and then finishing and getting that new PR or hoping that I got that new PR and just outrunning other people. So,
all right, good luck to you this year. Coach, back to you. I've had the guys mention a couple other runners, but who are the guys that have really stuck out to you in the preseason?
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with everybody. We our top 4 have kind of been training together by and large. We haven't done a lot yet, speed-wise, and of course we haven't raced to see. But our top 4 put in a really good summer, and it's been a pretty tight-knit pack. Garrett has improved immensely as a sophomore. Hans Siebold is one of those top 4. He's a soccer player, so he's doing dual duty. So he's in a different kind of shape, but he's right there. And then I would expect somebody like Grayson and a kid named Josh Delaney, he was drum major last year, so he didn't run. And he's been hobbled by a foot injury since track, but he's healthy to run Tuesday, starting this week. So I would expect those 2 guys to fill the gap and be kind of that 4 or 5 guys. But the other guys have put in the work too. In general, everybody is looking good. That's why I think that that's why I think we're going to be stronger than last year down the line with everyone.
So winning a conference title last year, Valley Division, right?
Yep.
You got to imagine you're looking to defend that, and what else are the goals?
Well, our primary goal is always what we do in the league. We always want to win the league. And, as I mentioned, barring injury, I can't see anybody beating Hawken. I would love to be among the next couple, given the ability that some of those teams have. I do think we can compete. We've talked about trying to get to the regional. We were at least 2 places away as a team. Didn't have the greatest district meet last year, but we even started talking about that last spring, end of last season even, that we should be good enough to possibly go to regionals as a team. And if not as a team, I know Augie's got that goal. Kevin, who tries to train with him, may have that goal as well individually. So,
okay. A lot of the cross-country teams do a lot of fun team bonding stuff. What are some of the unique things the Red Devils do?
We don't do that much team bonding. I think our practices are our team bonding.
That's the team bonding?
The guys have fun. They work hard, but they have fun. And one of our female runners, as they're carrying on at practice, will consistently say, "This is how they bond. This is how they team bond." So it's just a day-to-day thing.
So the grind is their team bonding.
Sort of, yeah. And our practices are light. I'm not a yeller and a screamer. I want it to be enjoyable, but I want to work hard when we need to work hard.
Right.
So.
And what are you going to consider success? Is it just getting the team to regionals, individual, or how do you define that? Whether you win a conference title or not?
Yeah, we actually do goals, individual and team. I have the kids write them down. Yeah, I think if you can achieve some of those goals, it's a long season. We don't know what the competition is like just yet. I mean, we kind of see, but I think, the individual runners have their own personal goals. We know if they get those, our team goals could happen. As coaches, that's what's in the back of our mind. We know what every kid can do. If they all do the work and get in shape and stay healthy and they achieve those individual ones, I do think the team ones would be there as well.
Sounds good. All right, Coach, well, I appreciate you and the guys coming out for Media Day, and best of luck to you this season.
Thanks for having us.
All right, that is the Crestwood Red Devils boys cross-country team. Up next, we have the Red Devils girls cross-country team. So back-to-back with the running Red Devils. She looks familiar. All right, Coach, back at you again. Go ahead and introduce yourself and the runners you brought with you, and then elevator pitch for the girls squad.
So I'm Jim Schweikert. I'm the girls' head cross-country coach at Crestwood. I have junior Aaron Hallis and junior Kennedy Rhodes, both third-year runners. Aaron's a second-year runner. She's a soccer player as well. That's why she looks familiar. She was here earlier today, and Kennedy's a third-year runner. Girls team, I'm pretty excited about. We did lose 2 varsity runners from last year, but we picked up 3 freshmen who have been real pleasant surprises. I knew about one of them, not the other 2 so much, and they've already shown that they can run with the top 5, and so that's very promising. We'll see. They're freshmen, haven't really done this before, so we'll see where that goes, but their fitness level and their ability and their desire to run with the front runners has been a really pleasant surprise.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after we talk to the girls. Aaron, go ahead. Introduce yourself for the folks at home again. Name, grade, and this time you're going to give them your lifetime PR.
My name's Erin Hallis. I'm a junior, and my lifetime PR is a 21:35.
And I just have to thank you because now I get to make fun of your dad twice in one day. I know you definitely got your running prowess from your mom and not your dad. We used to tell him he had to unhitch the wagon, but Ron, we love you. All right, so Aaron coming in. Dual sport, it's never easy, but when it's soccer and cross country, that's a lot of running. How do you manage it?
I feel like for both sports, like each one helps the other because I'm running for soccer, running for cross country, so I feel like it just helps me for both to do better at.
Do you like one better than another?
Soccer is a little bit more fun.
I imagine, but do you get a lot of benefit from doing both?
Yeah, it's different people, and if I want like a break from one sport, then the other one kind of just gives me that break for a little bit.
Obviously, soccer, you play a position, you know your role, you go out and you try to do that. What do you do in running? I mean, running a 5K, how do you approach that? Is it you just go out as fast as you can and hope it maintains, or do you have a strategy?
Yeah, I just try to go out kind of fast, not get stuck behind, and then just settle into my pace. Try to keep my teammates close to me.
So you guys focus on running as a pack, or is it an individual thing? You just find someone you want to run with and go?
Probably especially this year, we have more of pack running because we got some freshmen that'll fill in the gaps that we need.
Give me some runners that have impressed you in the preseason.
Piper Siebold is a big one. She'll be around our pace, and it'll be nice to have another runner. We also have, well, Abby's always been top runner, so she's good to try and push towards.
And then what are you looking to accomplish this year?
Break 21 and possibly qualify for regionals.
How close were you last year?
I think I was 34th, and it's like top 24.
So you're pretty close. Time-wise, though, do you know what that was? Was it?
I don't know.
But you're close. So all right, what's it going to take to climb that leaderboard?
just keep running and pushing myself more.
All right. What do you guys do as a team? Coach said most of your team bonding just comes from grueling workouts. Is that the case with the girls' team as well?
Yeah, we'll bond over how hard a workout might be.
Who can hold out from puking the last, that kind of thing? I see, okay. All right, good for you. All right, well, good luck this year. And again, I get to make fun of your dad. Ha, Ron. Next up, go ahead and grab your microphone and introduce yourself for the folks at home, name, grade, and PR.
Well, hello, my name is Kennedy, and I am a junior, and my lifetime PR would be a 22:13, I believe.
Okay, so coming into this season, what are you looking to accomplish? How low do you want to go on that time?
I would like to get into the probably around 21:30ish would be pretty nice to do. So.
How does that coincide with your work that you put in? Is it are you pushing yourself to get there?
I am. I feel it in my legs after every practice. I get home and I'm sore and I have to stretch a lot.
Is there a favorite course that you like to run on?
I would say I have a favorite one, but we have one that's actually our first one that we run every year called Billy Goat. That's always been real fun. It has a huge hill on it, which is always just, it's fun to do, but you hate it when you do it.
Is it more fun than the Boardman Hill?
Yeah.
But that Boardman Hill, when it's wet, that's much more fun. So, when you look at this year's team and the girls that are running with you, I mean, do you sense that it's a stronger pack?
It is definitely stronger. We have freshmen that have come up that have really just come right into the paces of our top runners, which is really good. And we filling in like the gaps of people to make like our top 5 is really strong this year, which will be a good thing later down the road when we need the points.
I always like to ask cross-country runners, what do you think about while you're running?
Oh.
To avoid thinking about the pain.
I like to sing in my head and sometimes out loud, which makes people next to me laugh. I've gotten a few comments of girls that have run past me and be like, you know you're singing, right? And I'm like, oh, I didn't know.
Hey, a little entertainment on the course never hurt anybody. So I would prefer the live music over to the thoughts in my head. I'd be like, no, I don't want to run anymore. So good. All right. And who are some of the runners this preseason that have impressed you?
Aaron already mentioned we have a Piper. We actually have 2 Pipers, but both freshmen, which is really confusing. But
oh, wow.
We also have another freshman coming up. Her name's Maddie Grace, and she runs around in between our paces, and she's really good. I'm excited to run with her.
What do you do as one of the upperclassmen to kind of show the younger runners the right way to prepare and train and focus?
I help them we all kind of help them kind of focus on the things that matter at like the end of practice when they're like, oh, we need to leave, and we're like, you should stretch first.
One thing I really like about cross country is the kids are all like high functioning kids. They're all great GPAs. You're focused and disciplined. Is that what drew you to the sport?
I've always loved running. I get it from both of my parents, specifically my father, and I've run since a long time. I think I ran my first 5K when I was in like 3rd, 4th grade. So I've been in the sport for quite a while, and it helps me like mentally. It's a good thing to go out and run every once in a while. It helps clear your mind.
What kind of confidence have you drawn from just being a runner and being able to finish races the way you do and run strong?
It's an impressive thing that like some people you could ask them, hey, would you ever run? And they're like, I couldn't run a mile if I tried. And it's nice to just mentally be like, I could run several times that without really bothering yourself, which is nice to do.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season. Coach, back to you. I've asked the girls for some of the top runners this preseason. Who are some that have stood out to you?
Well, our returners, two here, and Abby Gayette, who's also a junior, who's back.
She's a soccer player too, right? Or
she's a volleyball. We
actually
have two volleyball players and 2 soccer players among the girls' team.
Gotcha.
So
I knew she was playing something else.
Yeah, we have a lot of juggling to do there.
Right.
The returners have come back in shape. I know what they can do. They will get better, which is great. And as I mentioned, and they have mentioned, the three upcoming freshmen. Piper Friedline ran in middle school. She's working through a health thing now that hopefully she'll be cleared next week. The other two have never run cross country. Piper Siebold ran track, never cross, and Maddie Grace Gonsi was a sprinter in track in middle school, was competitive in 7th grade, had a hip injury last year. She's never run over 2 miles in her life in one time, and she's trying to keep up with these girls as well as Piper, and that's why we're so encouraged by what we see. So, and Aspen Baines is a senior, and Kylie Becca is a junior. Kylie's been hurt her whole career, but she's running well now. She's healthier, and so that's encouraging. And Aspen is also a soccer player and she's done that her whole career, and she's great. She's a mature kid. She's been all through high school, and we manage both really well, as we do with all our two-sport kids. So, I think I'm really excited about it, and the girls are really excited about it.
What's your training regimen encompass for the boys and girls?
Well,
saw Erin with she's like, I can't wait to hear this.
Oh, she knows. She's there most of the time. It's the two-sport thing. It just takes some management. We don't have the two-sport girls, and Hans for the boy is a soccer player as well. We don't have them do all the work. With the amount of running that goes on in soccer and the physical part of soccer, they would not get through the season healthy unless we just manage it. So they do most of the work with us. We try to make sure they do the workouts, the intense workouts. The distance stuff, we cut back just to preserve their legs a little bit, and they get plenty of running training with soccer every day as well. So that's the balancing act that we do. Right now, it's a lot of distance and tempo runs, just getting that endurance under our belts, which started in the summer, and then we progressed to some speed workouts, and then very short speed toward the end of the season for foot speed.
All right, and then just lastly, what are you going to define as success for the girls?
Well, we, like the boys, have the intention of trying to win the league, and I think we're going to be very competitive. It's hard for me to say, given the 3 freshmen who haven't run high school cross, I know what I think they can do, but they really have never done it. So I'm thinking about that, and I kind of know who we're up against. I think we're going to be very competitive. If we're healthy and running well, I think we're going to be up near the top of the league. And, Abby Guyette was a regional qualifier last year, wasn't fully healthy at the end of the year. I would expect her to take a shot at that again. I do think, Erin was not that far off. I know it sounds like a lot with 10 places or so, but time-wise, I think she'll be flirting with that as well. And who knows, with the rest of our returners and freshmen, I don't want to say that the team's good enough for regionals as a team. Frankly, I can't even remember where we placed last year. But, if the freshmen step up and run where I think they can, we might be flirting with that as well.
Cool. All right. Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming out with both squads. Ladies, thanks for being here, and best of luck to you this year.
Thanks for having us.
All right. That was back-to-back, the Crestwood running Red Devils here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Edgewood volleyball team cruising along here at Media Day. We have crossed that midway point, I believe, and or at least we're pretty close to it. So we've got Edgewood volleyball, followed by West Geauga volleyball, and then the Jefferson cross-country teams back-to-back will take us to that 5:50 hour, and then we'll have Wycliffe boys soccer and a host of other teams coming up through here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, presented by Ohio Center for Oral Facial and Implant Surgery. All right, so the Warriors, here we are. Coach, welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself and the ladies you brought with you, and then give us a quick elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Warriors this season? Oh, flip your black switch there. There you go.
I'm head coach Kara Venzel, and I brought with me 3 of my 2 captains and my setter, and sitting next to me is my setter, Gianna Ionetta. Big shoes that she's going to be filling this year for us. And I've got McKenna Venzel, my captain, my libero. And I've got another captain, McKenna Rhodes, there on the end, one of my outside hitters.
Why are there so many Vensels? I can't keep them all straight. There's Edgewood, there's Geneva. I can't keep them all straight. So, but there's a lot of Vensels, and they all seem to be athletic. So I guess that's a good family trait to have.
Very big family for sure.
Absolutely. So, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the girls, and we'll start right to your right. And just for the folks at home, go ahead and introduce yourself again, name, grade, and position.
I'm Gianna Inetta. I'm an 11th grader, and I'm a setter.
Gianna, coming into 2023, how confident are you that this team is going to achieve its goals?
Pretty confident. I think we're going to have a great season.
What has inspired that thought?
We play well together. We all connect on the court, and I connect with my hitters. And McKenna over here is a great passer and gets the ball to me.
So being the setter, you get to be the quarterback of the offense. Describe that offense. How's it going to run?
We're going to do a lot of, fast, hitting, so we can do, quicks and stuff, and it's going to be fast.
Describe yourself as a setter. What's the scouting report on you?
Great hands quick feet, get the ball.
All right. Who are your top hitters?
McKenna Rhodes and Leah Guyton.
What do they bring to the court?
Really good hits.
What kind of, how do you guys, I know you kind of said you play a little bit on up-tempo, but is there are you running fast sets, or is it just playing it through the flow?
Depending on, what kind of, ball we get over the net. If we get, a free ball, we'll do, fast sets, and then just how the tempo goes.
All right. And so we've added 3 schools to the CVC, which kind of shook that Lake Division up a little bit. And now we have a lot of those schools back that Edgewood has had natural rivalries with from when you guys were little. How cool is that? Are you excited about playing your Madisons and Jeffersons and Conneauts again?
Yes, I'm excited to play Jefferson.
Yeah? Just Jefferson?
No, all of them, but, I'm excited to.
What is it about Jefferson?
They're a pretty good team.
They are. We had them in a little bit earlier, won 19 games last year. So, and then you have Lakeside in there that won the division last year. So it's going to be interesting. But what's it going to take for your team to climb that podium and win the conference?
Just keep working together, be loud on the court, and don't give up on yourself.
I've been asking all the kids, just give me a breakout player, somebody on your team that right now nobody knows about, but after a few matches, everybody will know her.
Addie Lampson.
And why?
She is a really good hitter. When she makes contact, it's very good, and she's a good all-around player.
All right. Good luck to you this year. McKenna, on to you. Go ahead and grab your mic. And for the folks at home, introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm McKenna Wenzel. I'm going to be a senior this year, and I'm a libero.
All right, McKenna, you're going into senior year. You've got to be excited to be a senior, but at the same time, every time you get on the court, it gets you closer to the end of your high school career. So what are you feeling heading into the season?
It's definitely bittersweet. My best friends, obviously they're all younger than me, and my sister's younger than me. So it is hard to go into this season knowing it's my last with them. But at the same time, I've just been trying to cherish everything, all my last with them.
So you get the dominating the back row there. What's the scouting report on you?
Well, last year I had a little over 400 digs and well over 500 serve receives. So I'm hoping to match that plus this year.
That's a lot of production.
Yeah.
Nice job. Talk about some of your back row mates. Who else are we going to see out there?
So Faith Vensel's back there with me.
Another Vensel.
Yeah. McKenna Rhodes back there with me sometimes. Reagan Knox, and then Lucy Palillo, which is our other DS.
So the Vensels at Edgewood, are they all one family, and the Edgewood Vensels are cousins, or how does that shake out?
Yeah.
Jordan Vensel, was she?
Jordan's my sister.
That's your sister
Yeah.
from Geneva?
Yes.
Okay, and Randy's your dad?
Yes.
Okay. I'm starting to get it.
Yeah.
And then Zach.
Zach is her son, so my cousin.
And then what are you to Randy?
That is my husband's cousin.
Yeah.
Okay. Whew. I'll get it. It's coming. I start to hear more and more of them. So, all right, so what's the key to success for this team this year?
Our team has played very well together this year. Like Gianna said, our passing, our serve receive is on, we get it to Gianna, and then they create a quick tempo for our hitters, which allows them to put balls either down or in a place that's really difficult for our opponent.
What's been the biggest challenge for this team to overcome so far in the preseason?
So we do only have one setter, which is Gianna, which makes it very difficult when we're playing 3, 4, 5 sets. But she's done very well this year, and 5-1 is tough, but we've played really well. So.
All right, give me a breakout player.
Faith Pencil. I don't have enough to say about her. Serve.
Is that a sister?
Ace. Cousin.
Cousin. Okay.
Yes. She basically does it all. She has kind of stepped in, helped Gianna's setting. She puts the ball down. Ace server, pass in the back row. She does it all. So it is. I know it's hard for her as a freshman coming in because we're expecting her to fill such big shoes, but she's done a tremendous job. So very proud of her so far.
All right. And what are your goals for senior year?
Like I said earlier, I want to reach at least 500 digs or 1,000 because I had around 400 last year, and at least 500 plus serve receive.
Oh, I forgot I asked you goals already. That was the first. I normally ask last. That's why I'm going through my head.
Okay.
But see, I'm worried about all these Vensels now, and I get my order of questions all out of whack.
Okay.
So, all right, good. All right, well, good luck to you,
Thank you.
and the rest of the Vensels. All right, all the way to the right for the folks at home. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm McKenna Rhodes. I'm going to be a junior this year, and I'm an outside hitter.
So you are the king of the attack or the queen of the attack for the Warriors?
I would say me and Faith.
Okay.
are.
So describe how you guys try to set up your attack. Is it anything that, are you trying to read blocks, or is it just flow of the game stuff?
I would say we just want to have a fast game, and we just want to put the ball away and get kills and have it just a fast tempo game.
All right,
like
and
they said.
where do you think you've grown as a player from last year?
I think I've grown hitting and serving. My hitting, I used to be weak side, and now I'm an outside, which I'm very excited to see how that's going to go. But I just feel like I've grown all the way around, hitting, serving, and passing.
For the folks at home, not for me, because I know. What's the difference between the weak side and the outside?
The weak side, I wouldn't say they don't hit as much, but usually the outside is the person that you're looking up to the most in the hitting. But as an outside, I'm very excited, and I want to be a big part of the team, and I just want to put the ball away.
Who are some of the other hitters we're going to hear a lot about?
You're going to hear Faith. I would say Leah Guyton, Isabel Stern, and Addie Lamson.
And how do you feel about the new divisions with those other Ashtabula County schools coming back and redeveloping those rivalries?
I'm very excited. I feel like our biggest rival this year is going to be Jefferson.
All right. And goals, what do you have in mind?
I just want to do really good on the outside this year. I don't have any goals other than to just do better than I did last year.
All right. Good luck to you this season. Coach, back to you. I always like to follow up with the coach because you're in practice and you're coaching the girls up, and you probably have some of the discussions about the stuff we talked to, but you finally get to hear their perspective just differently. Are you pleased with your message and the way it's been received?
I am. Again, it's a big difference coming in. I'm a new head coach. Not that I'm new to these girls. I've been a part of this program for about 7 years now. New as a head coach, but there's difference in our offense, difference in our defense. The girls have been working hard all summer. We've had quite a few scrimmages. We just had a tough scrimmage. You guys are going to hear from West G here. We just had West G, Mayfield, and Berkshire. That was our biggest push and our biggest scrimmage, and they did well. And having those changes, these girls have made quite a few adjustments. And like they said, the tempo in our offense, we're trying to make changes there. including in our defense. They used to play man-up defense, and now they're playing rotational. So there's been quite a few changes, and they've done very well, and I'm very proud of them.
So going from assistant to head coach, what did you change, or what have you implemented that's been different?
Well, like I said, the defense and the offense all together, we've made complete changes. Anytime you have new coach come in, obviously you have quite a bit of changes systematically out there on the floor. We've done out of sync, in sync, practices. As far as what we want out there on the floor, the tempo changes. Like they said, we're introducing an offense. G's done a really good job. The pressure immensely coming in as a junior and having to make those changes offensively. In the hitters running plays, something that they haven't really done. We've been working really hard at that, and we were able to implement some of that into our scrimmage, and they've done very well. So communication is key. Trusting each other is key out there on the floor, and they've done that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they handle themselves this year.
I've asked the players for some other names, some of the breakout players, but who has impressed you in the preseason?
We have some returning people, obviously, letter winners that aren't here at the table, so I'll name them. Isabel Stern was one of our leading hitters last year. She was also one of our leading statistical hitters, so we know we're going to get big things from her. We're looking for her to, obviously lead us out of the middle. They talked about a returning letter winner, Leah Guyton, also somebody we're looking for big things from. She pretty much jumps out of the gym, so I'm looking for her big hitting and blocking. She's a middle for us. We also have two sophomores. Let me go back. We have Reagan Knox. We know she's a returning letter winner. She's huge for us. She's going to be huge on the oppo side for us. She's also going to be a DS filling in back row for us. So she's vocal. She's somebody you're going to hear from and hear about. We also have Bethany. She's Bethany Adams. She's coming off the bench from us. She'll be playing a little bit of JV and some varsity, so you'll hear from her. And then we have two sophomores, like they've already said. Lucy Polillo works very hard. McKenna's done a really good job helping to lead her in the back row, fill some big shoes. So she's somebody you're going to be up and coming, and then obviously Addie, and then of course Faith Bensel. So Faith has some big shoes going on the outside as a freshman, and some pressure on the back row. You have freshmen that have to fill in big shoes, so we know
throw them to the fire.
They're going to come at her, and we're working on making sure that she's prepared and ready to go.
Great. Define success for your team.
Well, obviously, I want them, the biggest thing as a coach is I don't want communication to break down out there on the floor. We know that at times we're going to get pushed, but I want them to learn and to remember to trust each other, smile, have fun, push through some of the tough times, but more than anything, continue to work together and remember that to stay focused on the point that's at hand. And, if we make a mistake, we've got to learn to shake that mistake off, but not let it cost us a game or a match. And to trust each other and continue to not let that communication break down.
All right, great. Well, that's the Edgewood Warriors here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Ladies, I appreciate you making the trip, and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you very much.
All right. Once again, that was the Edgewood Warriors here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the West Geauga Wolverines. But before I get there, I'm going to take a quick break. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I'm going to take a break, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes with the West Geauga Wolverines. All of our CVC TV productions are brought to you by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is our third of 4 Media Day events. I am Steve Hare, the CVC Sports Information Director. And up next here at Kirtland High School, we have the West Geauga volleyball team, head coach Amber Baker, all the way to our left. Coach, I'll start with you. Just go ahead and introduce the ladies you brought with you, and then give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Wolverines this year?
All right. Thanks for having us, Steve. Next to me, I have sophomore Mallory Lear. Next to her, I have senior Cece Jedrick. And on the end, I have senior Kayla Herbst. This year, we have a huge offense, so we're looking to capitalize on our big blocks and our strong hitters. We've been working on our defense a lot over the summer and so far this season before our first match on Saturday. So we're really just concentrating on improving our defense. We have a really strong, deep bench. And we're willing to do whatever it takes this year to get us back to the conference.
So by huge offense, you mean tall?
I mean
because
tall, yes.
I think every other team I've had out so far as well, we're undersized, so we're going to speed things up. So you're going the opposite direction.
Yeah, luckily this year we came across some 8th graders, Anna and Ella Grill. Obviously they're coming up as freshmen this year, and they're on varsity, about 6 feet tall. Anna is our outside hitter, and Ella will be one of our middles. So we're really looking forward to adding them to our big blocks.
Nice to get those tall girls in.
Yes, not easy to find.
Nothing wrong with short girls either, but
right.
In volleyball, it's nice to have some tall
it doesn't
ones.
Hurt.
Right. Biggest challenge for this team? I mean, every team's going to be a little bit different. What's this team facing that has to be cleared before they can be successful?
This year we lost, some big seniors last year, so this year is a bit of a rebuild, and we have a lot of young girls. So I'm really counting on my seniors this year to carry us through, and our seasoned veteran sophomore setter right here to really, guide the girls, help them stay focused, and, take them under their wing, so that we could really push forward and be as strong as we have been in the past.
Okay. I will come back to you, Coach, after I talk to the girls. Let's start with Mallory. Go ahead, grab your mic, and for the folks at home, just introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
I'm Mallory Lear. I'm a sophomore, and I'm the setter.
So Mallory coming in, sophomore setter, a lot of pressure for a setter in general, but you're just a sophomore. How are you handling that pressure?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've created a pretty good relationship on this team so that, I don't know, it's not that hard. Like, I have a pretty strong relationship with everyone, so they like me, I guess.
What's the goal of your offense? What are you trying to accomplish?
I just focus on getting a good set to the hitter every time so they can do their best to put it down.
How does Coach like you to set that offense up? Is there a strategy you're following, or you just kind of react to the game situations?
Yeah, we do what's best for that situation.
Talk about some of these big hitters Coach was talking about. Who are the girls that are going to come out and make some noise for the Wolverines?
Pretty much everyone. We have Cece, Kayla, and then we have 3 middles, Gisela, Ella, and then Kayla again, obviously. And then our outsides, Ireland and Anna.
Obviously, a setter's chemistry with her hitters is important. How's that coming along?
It's going really good, yeah.
All right. What kind of goals do you have for your sophomore year?
I'm hoping to reach 500 assists again, and then obviously just doing the best that I can every point.
All right. I like to ask all the kids to give me a breakout player, somebody on your team that nobody knows about right now, but after a few matches, everybody will know.
I don't know. I'm thinking Anna or Ella, one of the twins.
One of the 6-foot towers.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's what they call it.
See, I know.
You are.
I'm down with all this stuff. I'm good. I'm good. All right. So, what's the key to this team having some success this year?
I think we just need to have really high energy and always picking each other up, not getting down on ourselves.
How's the team's defense?
It's going. We're working on it every practice. It's our main focus right now.
All right. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to the middle and go ahead and grab a mic and introduce yourself to the folks at home. Name, grade, and position.
I'm Cece Jedrick. I'm a senior this year, and I'm a right side hitter.
All right, so Cece, Coach threw down a gauntlet. She said it's going to be a big offense. I know she was referencing height, but I'm going to take it to mean that the pressure is on all of her hitters. So are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think we're all ready to have a strong offense this year. It's a big part of the game, so I think we're all ready to work together and be there for each other.
How's it been going in the scrimmages?
Pretty good. We're coming along. We have a few holes in defense, but we're all working together and just working on cheering each other on and being really positive.
From the hitter's perspective, give me a scouting report on your setter.
Oh, she's great. She's doing amazing.
Checks in the mail. Getting an offense in flow is fun to watch, and if people are getting the sets right and hitting and putting the ball down, that's a lot of fun. It's a coach's dream. What's it going to take for your offense to find that cycle and just keep going?
Definitely, I would say just like working to adjust, like paying attention to the game as a whole, the pass into the set, and just being smart with our hits and not getting too crazy with it.
Conference title 2 years ago, in the year 2 out of 3, right? So coming in senior year, obviously you want to add to that legacy. What do you hope to leave behind for the younger players?
Just a really positive memory of the season, like everyone getting along, communication, and just being a strong leader for everybody.
What are your goals for senior year?
Again, just to try and be a really big leader on the court, cheer each other on, and just be there for every teammate and help the younger girls out on varsity.
Obviously, defense is the unit that has to come along a little bit, some work there. What are you guys doing as a team to try and get those defensive players, get some confidence and consistency?
Really just emphasizing communication, because that's such a big point, and like cheering each other on if someone misses a ball, just you got the next one, it's okay.
All right, and then give me your breakout player.
I'm going to say Ella Groh. She's one of the middle. She's a freshman this year, and when she's on, she's really on. So.
All right, well, good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Moving on down the line, go ahead, grab your mic, and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
I'm Kayla Herbst. I'm a middle hitter, and I'll be a senior this year.
So there's some extra pressure on you as a hitter because thanks to Coach, she's just like, my hitters are going to be awesome. That's, I think, a exact quote. She said they were going to be awesome, something like that. So how does that help you, just kind of knowing there's so much pressure on you that Coach has the expectations, but she also knows that you can step up and do it?
I think that's good motivation, especially being my third year on varsity and being a senior. It's just so important to take her word for it and to just take every play at a time and just put the ball down.
So 3 years ago, you won a conference title. Last year, you didn't. How hungry are you to get that back?
Very. That's probably one of my biggest goals this year is just to lead my team to that, and we'll get there.
What's going to be the strength of this team? Just obviously, it's going to be the hitters, but when it all comes together, like how can you say this is when you see it? I mean, you'll know it, right?
One of the biggest factors is team bonding. It's not just what on the court, it's what you do off the court that helps you connect so that when you are on the court, you have those relationships with each other.
Volleyball teams have some pretty cool team bonding exercises. What have you guys done?
Everything's involved going out to eat, which I don't complain about, but
it's our culture. We like to do things centered around food. You can't do anything. It's weddings, funerals, it doesn't matter. It's always food. So might as well add that to sports team bonding as well. So what are your goals for this season?
Obviously to win the CVC and just to be the biggest leader that I can. I know it's so important, especially for the younger girls, how much they look up to the seniors and the upperclassmen, and that's one of the things that I want to leave them with after this season's over, is so that they can, when they get old, when they become an upperclassman, that they can do the same thing and be a leader to the younger girls as well.
And who's your breakout player?
Ella Groh.
All right, sounds good. Coach, back at you. I always like to loop back and ask coaches. You know, you get to coach the girls up in practice. You talk to them a little bit outside of it, but you don't ever really get to hear their perspective on the program. And now you did get a little insight on that. Do you like what you heard?
Of course. I'm very close to the seniors. This is the most tight-knit group of seniors I've ever had. They are very positive. They really, truly are lifting everyone up at every practice. And, I have counted on them, a lot over the summer to really set the example for what we expect at West G Volleyball. And they've come through 100%.
So defensively, it sounds that's the unit that kind of has to improve the most.
Right. We're asking girls to play defense that have never played defense before, or, that was their backup position. And everyone's really working hard to step up. And that's just been our main focus to, improve even 1% every single practice, every single day. We have, like I said, we also have a strong bench from the JV team. They have a lot of really good passers on JV, and I plan on having them sit our bench. So we have a ton of options. Bench is really deep, and everybody is understanding of what their role is. They need to do that. If not, we're just gonna switch it out and get the job done.
I was going to ask if it was a talent or an experience thing, and it sounds like it's just experience, which is good news. How do you get them the confidence? I mean, obviously the experience will come, but you need them to be more confident. early as the season starts.
I think that's where the team bonding and the communication and the older girls and myself included, just reaching out to them and letting them know that we truly do believe in them, and starting back at the fundamentals and really working on very early stage passing techniques and workouts, and just improving that and adding more advanced skills to that each day. And they want it. They want to get better. So that's more than half the battle. So they're really putting in that work, and all the other girls, they're doing their part as well.
When things are going well, everybody on the court's happy and patting each other on the back. When things aren't going well, who's that player that steps in and gets everybody refocused and get their confidence back?
Really, these three right here. They're going to be my captains. They have been amazing this whole entire summer. They worked at my camp with me this summer, and they're so uplifting to the younger kids in the community. Volleyball is really growing, obviously, everywhere, which we love to see. But these three are the ones that are really going to pick everybody up by their bootstraps and say, let's go. We're going to do this now. So.
And obviously the expansion in the CVC changed up the divisions a little bit. So right. I think you're still in the Chagrin, right?
Correct. So
we have Perry
now.
Little more competitive.
Right.
And I know Perry and West G have had some good matches in the past. Yeah. So does that help your team or hurt it that there's more competition?
I don't think it matters, really, honestly. I mean, Perry's always, they always put up a strong team, and we always go to battle with them. We know what everyone has this year, so we're very well aware walking into this season what we're up against. And I've said this before, the Chagrin Valley Conference is very close. All the coaches talk, so it's always a friendly rivalry. But we know what we want, and we're going to come ready.
And that's what I heard from Chagrin Falls and Orange, and who else did I have already from the Chagrin division? Haven't had Perry. I think they're later today maybe or next Sunday. But so it sounds like it's going to be a competitive division. And
spicy.
Yeah, spicy. I like that. I'm going to start using that. Spicy.
All right.
Good. All right. So what's it going to take for you to define success for your team? I mean, some teams want to win a district title, state title, blah, blah, blah. But for you, how are you going to define success this season?
Obviously, I would love to send these seniors off with a CVC championship. But just watching the growth, I know where we started, so I have a mental picture of what the end of the rainbow looks like for this year, and if each girl really improves as much as I think they can, I would be satisfied.
Outstanding. All right, ladies, well, thank you for making the trip down here, down Route 306. Appreciate you being here, and best of luck to you.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, that's the West Geauga Wolverines volleyball team out here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day at Kirtland High School. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the Jefferson boys cross-country team. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is our third of 4 Media Day events. We'll be back out here at Kirtland next Sunday, August 20th. Up next here today, we have the Jefferson cross-country teams. So, Coach, I'm going to throw it your way and go ahead and let you introduce yourself for the folks at home, and then also introduce the runner you brought with you.
Sure. My name's TJ Furman. I've been the head boys cross-country coach since 2012. And this is my first year coaching the girls. And right next to me, I have freshman Carter Schalbert.
All right, so let's start with the girls, and we'll talk boys here in a moment with Carter. But give me some info. You're new to the CVC, so tell us a little bit about your squad and who we can expect to be competing for some of those top spots at the conference meet.
We have a very young squad. We're mostly sophomores. I have 2 sophomores, and the rest are freshmen. My leader of the team is Mara Gilman. She made it to regionals last year, ran, I think, 20:30 was her best time. Very solid runner. Right behind her is sophomore Amy Zeller, also a very solid runner, very tough. She runs with a lot of grit. And then following them up are my freshmen. Freshmen this year, I have Audrey Bellis and her twin sister Aurora Bellis, and also Ashlyn Dickey, who's also a freshman. As far as girls, first year, it's going to be, different for me. I've never had to do that before. I've always focused on just coaching the boys, but very solid group.
You look at so many young runners on that girls team, you almost get to kind of shape them into your mold. What are you doing to kind of introduce them for the ones that are new, introduce them to high school running, and for the ones that have some experience, just taking them to the next level?
For us, I think it's a lot more doing team bonding stuff. With me as a coach, I like to do a lot of the little things, getting them together. We like to hold spaghetti dinners right before meets, and I think that's the biggest thing, getting them together, getting them used to that. We've done it with the boys for a lot of years, and I think now incorporating the girls with it, it'll be a little different. Also, the biggest thing I think with the girls is on the mental side of it, and for any runner, for boys and girls, and I think, that's big with me coaching them is on the mental side. Steve Losey, who has been our coach for a lot of years, was a great runner himself, state runner for Jefferson. Sorry to see him leave, but, with me moving into it, just learning the girls and, new challenges and just learning that new stuff.
And just taking these girls, and what kind of goals have you set for them since they are relatively young?
Just looking at them individually. I'm just as proud as a girl that runs a 20 flat as I am a girl that starts out at like a 30 and then gets down to a 25. And that's one thing they have to realize. Yeah, it's a team sport, but also an individual. And you could take anybody out there and just get them to run. And if they're improving themselves, I think that's the most important thing. So I think individually just looking at them, challenging them from their times last year, which the 3 ninth graders, that's a big jump. Running from a 2-mile course and a lot of the courses being shorter to the 3-mile, that 3rd mile hits them hard. So I think, just challenge them in that mental part, not to fall apart, stay mentally focused and, drive through that 3rd mile.
Last year you competed in the NEAC, is that what it?
No, we
Northeast?
were in the NE8 last year.
NE8, yeah, okay, that's what it is.
So we were down Route 11.
Right, and so now you're in
Poland, and now we're joining the CVC. It's kind of exciting, sad that we're leaving the NE8. We developed a lot of good friendships down there, rivalries, but also exciting to join something new. And the exciting part for us, I think, is a lot of the local teams.
Right.
I mean, getting back and competing, which we've competed against them, but now I think it's going to bring, when you add in, a league title to it, more of a rivalry, more of that competition thing. And I think that'll be exciting, joining Edgewood and Geneva and Conneaut, Lakeside, and then Perry.
Right.
So it'll be fun.
Right. And then, in cross country, you talk about rivalries, and it just means they run a little more intensely. It's not like, heated rivalries. That's one thing I like about cross country and some other sports like that, where the runners are so supportive of each other. It doesn't matter if they're on other teams. They know what you're going through. And so at the finish line, they're patting everybody on the back,
Yeah.
and I like that. So
yeah, even with that, I coached football for a lot of years and then did the switch over because I've been head track coach for 20 years now and jumped into the distance side of it. And I never realized how tough and what distance runners do. And I don't think they get enough credit for that.
Agreed.
I mean, they are tough kids, and what they do is just amazing. And that was one of the things I noticed, it's competitive against one another. But when you go, every team is cheering for everyone. Even that last kid that's coming up, they're cheering that last kid to get to that finish line,
Yep.
which is just awesome.
Yeah, I've been at some races where, you know, the last kid might be coming in 10 minutes after the previous runner, and you'll still see teams out there waiting and clapping and cheering them on, and I just think that's awesome, and just some of the highlights of cross country. But all right, well, let's shift gears a little bit. Carter, I'll go ahead and we'll talk to you first, and I'll come back to Coach to learn more about the boys team. But just for the folks at home, Carter, go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and give us your lifetime PR for a 5K. Hold that up a little higher. There you go. Oh, and it's got to be on. That'll help. There you go.
I'm Carter Schaubert. I'm a freshman, and right now I run an 18:01.
Oh, so you're coming in with a solid freshman time.
Yeah.
So you ran middle school cross country?
Yeah, I only ran my 8th grade year.
Yeah. And what brought you out to cross country?
I wanted to try something new. I didn't do sports. I moved from Mississippi, so I wanted to find something new, and became really cool. I met a lot of friends, and it just became a fun thing.
Do you remember your time of your first race in middle school compared to your last?
I think it was like first 2 mile was like a 13:35, and my last one was an 11:41.
So big jump in 1 year, trimming 2 minutes off your time. That's impressive. When did you catch the bug? Like, you know, at first I imagine you probably said, wow, this is kind of hard, and probably thought twice about it and like, well, maybe golf would be a better sport. But then when did you catch the bug?
Probably halfway through the season, I started to really enjoy it.
All right. And what did you learn in that first season of cross country that's going to help you in your high school debut?
I kind of learned how to pace myself and how hard it is, and not to go out super fast in the beginning.
So aside from not going out super fast, what kind of a race strategy do you employ? Do you go out and like look for somebody that you know runs a little bit faster than you and hang on his hip, or what do you do to kind of keep yourself focused and get that pace you want?
I'm trying to go out faster and settle into pace and find the guy that's doing the same things, running a little bit faster in the 3rd mile.
What do you think about while you're running?
Nothing, just getting the top guy.
That's it? See, I'd have to be out there like with earbuds or something, listening to music, because the boredom of it all would kill me, but I just don't have that runner's mentality. But
pretty intense during a race. So you got to think about, like, I think about quitting, but it's a mental game the whole race, just to get the top guy.
You have run races before, so you're not new to that, but coming in your first high school meet, are you going to be nervous?
No.
Just ready to run.
A little bit longer race from last year, but same course, same people. Just try to get the top guy.
All right. What kind of goals have you set for yourself for freshman year?
I want to hit high 16s, 16, 15.
Well, there's another big jump, so good. I like it. Good. All right. And you know the work that goes into that, right? So how are you kind of approaching that? Obviously, you go to practice, but you've got to do some stuff outside of practice, too. What are you doing to kind of put it all together?
Running on my off days, I really try to keep up on that. Just try to eat healthy and stay stretched out. Legs aren't hurting the next day for practice.
How are the older kids on the team welcoming you?
Pretty good. I think it's a pretty good bond in the team.
What have you learned from some of those guys about preparing for races?
Stretch out, kind of not get too active, but stay kind of jumpy, and that's about it.
Who are some of the runners that have impressed you, just that you've been like, wow, he's fast, you know, that kind of thing, just in workouts? Who has impressed you?
I think the Sly brothers, Stephen and Luke Sly, pretty fast. Look up to Stephen Sly. He went to state, and now he's running for Grove City.
All right. Well, good luck to you this year. Hope you achieve your goals and get even faster down the road.
Yep.
All right, Coach, back to you. Let's fill in the gaps with some of the guys. Give us some of your top runners and the other kids that'll be making a name for themselves this year.
Yeah, once again, a very young team. We lost a great runner with Stephen last year. Stephen was our state qualifier. We were very young last year. So moving into that, we have a couple juniors. We do have our number 2 runner coming back, Ben Phillips from last year, ran 1750s. Also Logan Furman, who's also a junior, was our probably 4-man last year, coming back. He's only a junior. I also have sophomore Lakeside, which is Steven's brother, was our 3rd man last year, run about mid-1830s. So we have a lot of our top 5 coming back. We have 4 out of the 5 that are coming back. And then you add in this freshman group that I have, very good, along with a couple other sophomores, Caleb Ballish, who is very solid. The freshmen that are coming up, they took 4th at state last year in the junior high state race. So I'm very excited. Joining Carter is also Preston Hitchcock. Hitchcock ran, 11:06 last year? I think very solid runner for a 2-mile race. That's pretty awesome. Shattered our junior high record by almost 30 seconds. Also have Jaden Rossi, who's a solid freshman. Trying to think of my names here. I don't want to forget anybody. Josh Picarello, who's a soccer runner, but he's also going to join us for cross. Also a very solid runner. Good for that. Some older guys that could stand out, new runners. We have Dominic Verzella. He's a kid that basically had never done anything, and then junior year decided to come out. And this was that kid that probably ran like 35 minutes. So proud of him. He got down to 25, and honestly, I think he went out today. He's probably close to 21.
That's great.
So I'm kind of excited for him to see what he can do. Also, we have a couple seniors, Corey Zeller, who has been with us, since he was in 7th grade. I could see him sneaking in to the top 5 this year. He's put in a lot of work this summer. And last runner, DJ Partridge, just a tough wrestler. I picked him up, hard-nosed kid. I never underestimate him. He snuck into the top 7 last year at the end. So
that's great. Expectations for this group any different from the girls, or is it still just kind of?
This group, I think we're going to be very competitive. I think the biggest thing is winning that race against yourself. I think it's the mental race. Like he says, you get to a point in the race and your mind's telling you to stop. What are you doing? This is crazy. But you got to learn to overcome that and drive through. And that's why I love cross country. Cross country is different than any other sport because you push yourself further, I think, you've ever pushed anything. And, I can kind of portray that to wrestling a little bit too. But expectations, I think, are very high for this group. I want to push them. I think it's going to come out to, that mix with the younger kids and the older kids and how well we do.
Outstanding. All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you and Carter coming out for Media Day. It's not a short trip out here, so we appreciate that. And best of luck to you, and welcome to the CVC.
Thank you. Excited.
All right, that is the Jefferson Falcons, one of our new schools to the Chagrin Valley Conference here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. We are going to have a little bit of a break here as we await the Wycliffe boys soccer team at 5:50. So I will take a little bit of a break to wet my whistle because it wears on you to talk all day, and that's what I've been doing. So here we are taking a quick break. Want to give you a shout out to our sponsor, Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery, and we should be returning right around 5:45. With the Wycliffe boys soccer team. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is our third of 4 Media Day events. Up next, we've got the Wycliffe boys soccer team. Coach, welcome. I'm going to start with you. Go ahead and introduce yourself and the guys you brought with you, and then give us a little elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Blue Devils after graduating 16 seniors? A ridiculous number. That's crazy. Yep. Flipped your switch up. There you go.
Awesome. So, yeah, I'm Dominic Butari. I was a 2016 grad of Wycliffe, so it's good to be back. I've got with me my senior goalkeeper, Anthony Shaw, and senior center back, Ryan Lakovich. Yeah, even after graduating all the seniors that we did, I'm actually super happy with the guys that are coming back. I think that we have, there are decisions that are being made that are difficult for me, even with the kids gone. We've got a lot of really good kids, and we're playing a style of soccer that I really like to see at the high school level. I think it's good for them, going forward if they want to play in college, and it'll be good for us because it should keep our legs a little fresher as we have less subs than normal.
So last year you were at Trinity. This year you're back at your alma mater. What are you bringing back to Wycliffe that you learned, in your playing days and as your coaching days at Trinity?
Yeah, so it was cool. I got to, kind of go out there, not just with Trinity, but then when I was assistants at other places and see things that were different than what were done at Wycliffe. And, I have the good, I think I got the good that I learned at Wycliffe. I got the good I learned at my other stops. And I'm trying to bring that all together. And, I love the city. I love the kids. And I want to, do right by them. And I think that we're on a pace to do that, honestly.
All right, Coach, we'll come back to you after we talk to your guys. Anthony, we'll start with you. Go ahead, grab your mic, make sure that black switch is up, and then just introduce yourself for the folks at home, name, grade, and position.
I'm Anthony Shaw. I'm the goalkeeper at Wycliffe.
Is that switch up? Okay. Hold it a little closer.
I'm Anthony Shaw. I'm the goalkeeper at Wycliffe, and I'm a senior.
All right, so Anthony, you graduated a huge senior class last year. Now you're thrown into this leadership role as a senior, filling in with a bunch of new guys. What are you doing to kind of help those players adjust to not only their new roles in the lineup, but also to a new coach?
From the playing style from last year and then this year, it's very different. Last year we were just long balls. This year we're more technical, and we have to work with certain players about that. We're obviously a younger team this year, so you got to make the younger guys feel like that's where they belong.
As the goalie, the last line of defense there, do you feel any additional pressure because there are so many new faces in the lineup?
A little bit more pressure, but I have confidence in our guys. Last year, we had a very tough back line. This year, we'll be doing all right.
Let's talk those defensive players. Give me some names and their roles and maybe a little scouting report.
Ryan Lakovich, our center back. We have Nathan Klinger. We have a freshman, Carson, and a sophomore, Dom. He's been playing his whole life, so I don't really have any complaints about him. He should be all right. Nathan Klinger's he's a good center back. I have confidence in him. Carson, he's a freshman. He's going to build his game as we go. Dominic, he's been playing, so I have confidence in my back line.
What's the most important thing for that defensive unit to kind of gel and get together and play at a high level together?
We just really need to stay together and stick as a team. Can't be getting frustrated during game. We can work on stuff at practice, but as long as we stay together, we'll be all right.
What kind of goals do you have for senior year?
I want to go back to districts, and as long as we're building more and more every day as a team, I'm happy with it.
All right. You're playing a tough conference, a tough division within that conference. How does that help you raise your level of play, just knowing you're going to go out and be tested every night?
Playing great teams is the best thing as a goalie. You're going to have amazing shots, amazing pressure that's going to be put on me. I'm excited for it. I love it.
All right, give me a breakout player, somebody that nobody knows anything about right now, but after a few games, everybody will know.
Noah Tushner. He's our starting striker. When he receives the ball, he's amazing. He's the most athletic kid we have on our team. So.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Ryan, over to you. Go ahead and grab your mic, and same thing. Introduce yourself to the folks at home, name, grade, and position.
My name's Ryan Lakovich. I'm a senior, and I'm a center back.
Golfer too, right?
Yeah.
How do you fit both of those in together? That your golf happens while you're supposed to be practicing soccer.
Yeah, it's nice. Our athletic director is our golf coach, so he just kind of manages our golf schedule around our soccer schedule. So it's nice that I don't really have to miss anything, and I can attend all practices.
That works out well. And I've noticed, and I'm going to shift gears and talk golf with you for a second, but I've noticed over the past couple of years you've been climbing the leaderboard a little bit. So your game's improving, and obviously you're probably playing with a little more confidence.
Yeah, so it's off freshman year, second year of golf, really. Just knowing how to play the game, when to hit certain shots and all that. And then as the years progress, playing more in the summer and the off season and just improving like certain skills you're lacking at, putting, chipping, driving off the tee box, whatever it is. Just improving those certain aspects. And then obviously this year is probably going to be my most important year. Obviously we have a very young team, just like soccer, but just helping the guys out and just improving myself. Obviously moving conferences this year, it's going to be a little different, playing with some better competition. So my standards this year are just going to be a lot higher, trying to keep up with those guys.
All right, and then just back to soccer, again, young team there. What are you guys doing as the veterans to help those younger guys settle in quickly and develop to the speed of the game a little bit faster than maybe they might otherwise develop?
Yeah, so it's just all come down to at practices, showing up to summer stuff, at practices just making it a faster pace and just helping them realize like games aren't going to be slow, like the varsity level games are going to be high intense and all that. So just getting them prepared for those kind of situations, putting them in different situations at practice so they're prepared for everything.
Losing 16 seniors, that really, every team transitions into a new identity every year. You graduate kids, you have some new kids come in. When you graduate 17, that's pretty big, or 16, that's pretty big. So what's the identity of this team, or has it even been identified yet?
Yeah, obviously losing 16 seniors, no one likes to hear that, but obviously, like Anthony said, we'll have a great roster this year. Just working on all that technical stuff, just not too many long balls, just keeping it within our means and just knowing when and when not to do certain things, keeping a strong back four tight together, and just trusting our players.
We've got two defensive players here, but talk a little bit about the offense. Who are the guys that are going to create those scoring opportunities?
Kurt Bogert and Bo Butari, I feel like have a very good chance. They both play center mid, but they're both really good with the ball, on and off the ball, moving into space and just creating opportunities for other players, for themselves. So those would be two names to look out for.
What's the biggest challenge this team is going to face, and how are you guys working to overcome that?
The biggest challenge will probably come down to conditioning. Obviously, with little guys, you're not going to sub much. So just getting those guys ready for 80-minute games and just conditioning and just being ready for it.
Kind of goals do you have for the season?
I'd like to go back to districts as well. That atmosphere last year was so much fun, and it really is just a different mentality during districts than it is in the regular season.
Give me a breakout player, somebody nobody knows anything about right now, but after a few games they will.
Nathan Klinger, he's one of our center backs. Not much from last year, obviously, because of the 17. He had a lot of guys ahead of him, but he's a very strong player in the back.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you both in soccer and golf this year. All right, Coach, back to you. Obviously you're coming in as a new coach and trying to implement your systems, putting your stamp on the program. You're doing it with a whole lot of new faces. From your own perspective, how is that process coming along?
I think it's going really well. The new faces has almost been a benefit for me because they're all super willing to learn, right? When you've got guys that have been kind of on the varsity team for a long time, they're like, well, this is how we do things, and we've won this way before, so why would I change? Everyone on the team is very ready to learn, I would say, and it's been great throughout the whole summer. They've given the guys a lot of opportunities to play, especially with the low numbers. I mean, we went to, that Adidas showcase down in Strongsville, and playing all those games, we brought 14 kids to that thing. So they're getting their minutes in, and they're, really listening and taking it in. It's been a lot of fun just working with the guys and seeing the team develop the way they have, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to do on the field in the season.
You talk about the players getting their minutes, and that's just valuable experience that they need, especially at this varsity level now. Do you have a timeline as to when you expect those kids to be playing the way you need them to?
Yeah, honestly, other than Carson, who's our freshman, who I think I have really high hopes for, I think he's a really good player. I think that most of them are going to be by the end of our first game, which is on Thursday, the 17th. I think they should be up there, and I expect them to be up there, right? We've been doing our fitness testing. We've been doing our practices with all our, the positional play that we want to do, and they've looked good. We have a scrimmage on Tuesday as well, so they got like 2 full 80-minute games this week. I think by the end of the week they should be at a varsity level, and then going forward, of course, they have to continue to improve and be at that level that's going to take us back to the district final, because that's somewhere Wycliffe wants to be. I know the community really does get behind the soccer team, but of course it's easier to get behind the team when we're winning, so we want to keep doing that.
That had to be fun last year with the boys and girls playing for a district title, so that was pretty cool for Wycliffe. Just coming in, I talked defense with these guys. Offensively, what are you trying to accomplish, and who are the players that you need to step up to do that?
Yeah, we're trying to possess the ball more. With the smaller numbers, it helps in that sense. And also just if the other team doesn't have the ball, you can't score. I know that's a little bit of a defensive tactic there. But, that's what I've been telling the guys. Like, you hold on to the ball, they're not going to be able to score. Offensively, I do really like what Kurt and Bo bring in the center of the field. They're going to do a lot of not only winning the ball for us, but also then distributing it back out. Something that I think to look out for this year. I don't want to give away my whole team too much, but I moved Logan Butler up from the back 4 into the center midfield, as he's going to be a senior this year, and I really like the way he looks. He's very calm on the ball. He breaks up play really well as like a defensive midfield type player, and he just really is helping the transition into the new formation with the new style. As much as he will deny being a center mid, he really thinks he's a true defender, but he's got a lot of talent.
All right, and then just define success for this season. What are you looking to accomplish?
Well, I want to grow every day, both on and off the field, right? Especially as a high school coach, I feel like the growth of these guys, not only as soccer players but as people, is super important for me. It was a big part of Wycliffe soccer is a big part of getting me to where I am right now, and I'm pretty happy with where that is. So I want to make sure they kind of have the same opportunities and the same good experiences. But I'm with the guys. I want to go back to the district final. I think it's super achievable. It's really hard. We play in a good, Northeast Ohio soccer is really strong. We play in a good conference, like you said. But I think our guys are good enough, and I think that they've been putting in the work to do it. So I'm kind of excited to see them try and achieve those goals.
Outstanding. All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you and the guys coming out for Media Day, and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you.
All right, that was the Wycliffe Blue Devils boys soccer team here at CBC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School, and brought to you on CBC TV, which is presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Up next, we've got the Edgewood boys golf team, and we're starting to see fewer teams on the schedule than we've already interviewed, so that's a good sign for me as I'm getting a bit tired here. But we've got Edgewood boys golf, followed by Berkshire volleyball, Berkshire football, and Perry football. And then we'll have Lakeside boys soccer, Perry's girls golf, Harvey boys cross country, Lakeside girls soccer, and Trinity volleyball to close out our evening. But up next, like I said, we've got the Edgewood boys golf team. We are a little bit early, so I am going to take a quick break here, and we will be back in just a few moments with the Edgewood boys golf team. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is our third of 4 Media Day events. We are live from Kirtland, and these Media Days are brought to you by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Up next, we've got the Edgewood boys golf team. Coach, I'm going to let you start off. Introduce yourself and the players you brought with you, and then just give us an overview of what we can expect out of the Warriors on the course this year.
My name is Jim Lamson. I have with me today Mason Feather, Logan Cray, and Sean Steed. These are our 1, 2, and 3 golfers for the program this year at this point. So what we can expect is we're just looking to kind of reload. We, last year losing Jimmy Johnson and Ethan Dietrich with the program and being the CVC champs last year, we're bringing some experience back with us with Mason and Sean and Carter Howard, and Logan has joined the team this year, and some other seniors that have helped out so far this year. And we're just looking to reload and try to get better every day and see where we get at the end of the season.
All right, sounds good. I'll come back to you, Coach, after I talk to the guys. We'll start right there with Mason. Mason, you burst on the scene last year, CVC MVP, if I recall, right? Is that all right? So you obviously had a big year last year. How are you planning to build off of that this year?
Well, I just trying to help my team as best as I can. It's mainly the part that I'm focused on this year. We'd like to win the CVC again for a second year in a row. But
after the success you gained last year, what did that do for your confidence coming out and playing this year?
Well, we basically have a brand new team. There's a lot of people who joined this year. So, it's new scores and new numbers that are coming in, which is all right. And we can still manage to do stuff with that.
How did your game improve from last year?
I've been taking some lessons over the winter and just playing a lot.
What's your goal for the year?
I'd like to make it to States, and I'd like for our team to win CVC.
What's the key for you going out and putting up a low score? I mean, I know you've got to, cut your putts, that kind of thing. But for you, your game, what's the key to success?
Basically just hitting it down the middle, just one shot at another.
Easy, right?
Right.
Such an easy game. You hit the ball, you drive it far. Yeah, it's really easy, sure. What keeps you from getting frustrated after a bad shot?
Just worrying about the next shot. It's only one shot, and there's many more to come. A lot of golf to play.
What are you doing as a leader on the team? Even though you're a younger guy, but you're one of the most experienced and successful, how are you helping the younger guys break into high school golf?
Just answering any questions they have, or if they need anything or help with their swing or stuff like that.
I always want to ask guys, what's it like when you go out and play? You're not playing with your teammates like other sports. You're playing against the other team's number one. And what are those conversations like, or do you even talk?
Sometimes I talk to them. It's just I'm a lot of focus on the golf course. But yeah, the conversations are good with other guys because no one's really in a bad mood out there. Just having fun.
All right, who are a couple of teammates that have impressed you so far this season?
Definitely Logan here to my right. He came out and he's been shooting low 40s, and Sean, which he's
I'm not surprised that Logan Cray walks out and is good at golf. I mean, he's good at everything else, right? So.
Basically our whole top 6, we're doing pretty good this year.
Sounds good. All right, good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
All right, Logan, on to you. Go ahead for the folks at home. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position. Well, I'm sorry, not position, but give me your low score of the season.
My name's Logan Cray. I'm a senior, and my low score so far is 40.
So, Logan, a lot of success in other sports. What led you to golf this year?
I kind of just wanted to have fun, and I wanted to play a sport that I wasn't going to get hurt in. And unless I fall and trip as I'm walking down the course, I don't think I'm going to get hurt.
All right, well, that's good. So I imagine you've played some golf before. You're not walking out shooting low 40s your first time. So how long have you played?
I've always just kind of played for fun, but I've never really taken it serious. But I played since I was little. I didn't, like I said, I really never take it serious. But now that I kind of play out here, I've noticed it's kind of more serious than I thought it would be. But it's really fun to play.
You're a competitor, so I imagine that helps you out on the course. But how do you keep from becoming too competitive and making those dumb shots when you know you should make a smart shot?
Well, there's always going to be the dumb shots, just because I'm not experienced. So I'm just being honest with that.
Yeah.
But I really just don't try to put too much pressure on myself because I know it's my first year and I know I'm just trying to have fun with it. And that's kind of my goal, is just to have fun and help them as much as I can.
Are you learning a lot from playing with Mason?
Yeah, I've learned a lot from Mason. Mason tries to help my drive, but it doesn't help much. But,
I can't imagine your drives are that bad if you're shooting low 40s.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe for you,
yeah,
but
maybe, I guess.
Yeah.
But Mason's helped me a lot. Steed's helped me a lot. Just my team has helped me a lot, just from knowing like mental side of the game, like knowing what to do at certain points in the game.
Were you kind of surprised that you scored so well, or were you expecting that?
I was not expecting that, to be honest, at all. But you know, it's really not. I don't know how to explain it. I didn't want to put pressure on myself to come out here and say I want to shoot this. So I think the less pressure I have on myself, the better, because I don't want to tell myself I have to come out here and shoot this, because it's gonna be hard to do that. But it's just I just having a lot of fun right now.
Did you come into the season with a goal, and if so, has it changed a little bit since you're scoring a little better than you thought?
Not really. I told myself to have fun and help my team as much as I can, and so far I've done both of those things. So as long as I'm doing those, I'm gonna be happy.
So your first tournament was the CVC preseason, or did you guys do something before that?
I think we played in a match, but that was our first tournament, was the CVC preseason.
So how was that, putting in a full 18?
Well, considering we played 45 holes that week, it was a little bit long, but it was fun playing with different teams. I never, I played against people, but I never really played with just 3 people from a different school.
Right.
And it's always been more intense in other sports. It's kind of cool just to lay back and kind of talk to them.
That's why I was asking Mason. What do you guys talk about, or is it just what was your score at a 5 and you move on?
You talk about life. Yeah, you just meet new people. You could talk. You have a lot more time to talk as you're walking. In other sports, you don't really get to have a time to talk, but you can make friends, meet new people, talk golf.
Cool.
Stuff like that.
Who are some of the kids on the team that have impressed you in the preseason? Well, now that we're in the season, so going into the season.
Mason's always impressive to watch. I like to watch Mason. Steed, I always like to play with Steed. Steed's a fun time, and he shoots low always. We had a couple other players that came on the team, and just trying to have fun. Alex and Drew. Drew is another senior, but Drew impressed me, and then Carter. Carter's always been just consistent in the mid-40s.
Cool.
So we'd have a solid team all the way around.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you. And all the way down at the end there, go ahead for the folks at home. Name, grade, and what's your best score? 9 and 18.
I'm Sean Steed. I'm a senior, and best score for 9 is a 38. For 18 is a 82.
All right, good stuff. So coming in as the CVC defending champions, obviously you probably want to defend that title. What's it going to take for you and your teammates to do that?
Definitely just a lot of work that we've been putting in and continuing to put in. Just trying our best to improve every day, and keep up the hard work, basically.
I know we added Jefferson, Conneaut, and Madison. I think most sports, they have some rivalries with those old schools. Golf, you don't really talk about rivalries too much, but is that pretty cool to have those Ashtabula County schools mixed in again?
Yeah, it's definitely nice to play the closer teams near us that we know more. In the end, it's still a competition, so you still want to win all the time. And, you have rivalries, but it's definitely fun to just get to talk to everyone and, play golf.
So losing some top players from last year's championship team, people might write you guys off. Why shouldn't they?
We've got a really good team. Like they said, we had a lot of people join who are really talented, and we have a lot of skill, and we definitely have the ability and talent to do well this year, just like last year.
What's the strength of your game?
I try to stay consistent, really. Don't let, a lot of bad shots play into my next shots, and just, good chipping, good putting, all that. You have a good round.
All right. And who on your team has impressed you?
Obviously Mason. He's also consistent, shoots well every day. Logan came out, first year, doing really well. Everyone on varsity and JV is just, we've got a really talented team.
As a senior, what are you doing to help some of the younger guys break into high school golf?
Just trying to help them any way they can. Obviously, a lot of the new kids have a lot of questions, so, if we're just at practice or whatever, just show them some tips or give them, examples of how to do different things, and they're really appreciative. So,
What kind of goals do you have for this season?
just honestly, just play really good golf, just have a lot of fun, get out there as much as we can.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
Coach, back to you. I've asked the guys for, some of the guys that have impressed them, but who are some of the other golfers on your squad that have made a name for themselves this season?
Obviously Logan here to my right, a couple down. He's been impressive, I think, just because, he mentions he wants to come out here and have fun, but it's been a pleasure to watch him just want to get better and help his team however he can. I mean, a true team player, which is great, and especially when you need a few more spots that you lost from last year. So it's nice that he's coming in and putting the effort in. He's impressed me. We have some young kids on the team, some sophomores, Alex Perdudo. We have Nick DeFazio and Carter, who I know he's got a little experience, but he's still a sophomore. So, even though we got a few seniors on the team, we got a nice little group of sophomores coming up. So it's been pretty nice.
When you graduated, a couple great players. You didn't anticipate Logan coming out, but how much did that help offset the graduation losses?
Well, it did. Jimmy Johnson obviously was a great player. Tough shoes to fill, but this is a kind of a new team for us. So we're not trying to be Jimmy Johnson. We're trying to be the Edgewood Warriors of this year, and having people like Logan come in and with his work ethic and his effort and his attitude, it's. And along with Drew, there's been Brady Anderjacks out there too. There's some seniors that are athletic kids that came back out, decided to play golf this year, and thank goodness for me, right? So
right.
Being a new coach, I get these great kids to come out and help out. So it's been great so far.
And I asked, I can't remember which guy I asked, but adding the 3 Ashtabula County schools back into the CVC and renewing some of those rivalries. Like I said, in golf, I don't think you have those rivalries quite as much, but it's nice to compete against those local schools.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's nice to, because they're closer. Like Sean was mentioning, they're closer, they're in proximity, and yeah, golf's a little bit different where there isn't really rivalries, because it's kind of an individual sport, but it's kind of a team score total.
Right.
So you don't get those true rivalries every year, But yeah, it's still great to have those. A lot of good programs. I know Jefferson and Madison had success over the years, and Connie on. So it's great to have them back and be able to play them and compete with them.
All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you and the guys making the trip out here, and best of luck. Sounds like you didn't rebuild, you reloaded, and adding someone with Logan's competitiveness has to be good for all the other guys too. So best wishes for you this season, and good luck.
Thanks.
All right, thanks. That was the Edgewood Warriors boys golf team out here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Cruising along. Up next, we will have the Berkshire volleyball team, and then the Berkshire football team, followed by the Perry football team. So cruising along. Let's give the Badgers a couple of moments here to take their seats. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day, presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. As I mentioned, up next, we've got the Berkshire Badgers volleyball program, head coach Joni. Oh, my gosh. Protz, jeez. Don't you hate when you're on the spot and then you forget something? It's like, oh, my God, it's like right there. All right, Joni, go ahead, introduce yourself, the girls you brought with you, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Badgers this year?
Again, Coach Joni Protz, starting my 19th year. I brought with me senior Sammy Winter. She's a 3-year letter winner, and senior Maddie Smetana, who's a 4-year letter winner. Expecting both of them to be leaders this year and help us as a team. We're fighting a few injuries right now in the preseason, slowing us down a little bit, but hopefully they'll be back in the next week or two. Once we are healthy, I'm hoping for a good year. Where, as always, we set winning the CVC as our first team goal, and we were in the district finals last year, ran into Lake Catholic. It'd be nice to try and avoid them this year and see if we could go a little bit further in the tournament. Tried to, get us a schedule that would be competitive and challenge us, and hoping to, win some of those challenging matches this season. So
I think over the years, Berkshire's always had really good upperclassmen, and you were top heavy, and now you have really good upperclassmen, but then you had that group of freshmen last year. So, I mean, you're like a big sandwich there. It's how cool is that, just to have so much talent across the board and not just in the upper classes?
I'll say we have 4 seniors this year, 2 juniors on varsity, and then the 3 sophomores coming back from their freshman season. So we do have a lot of returning experience, and yet people will be in different positions and, working with different people. So we do have to adjust a little bit to that, but it is nice to have experience, starting with these 2 on the court so that they can understand what's going on, understand what it takes to win some big matches.
All right, Sammy, I'll start with you. Coach, I'll come back to you. Sammy, going into senior year, obviously you got to feel good about being a senior, but it's also a little bittersweet because every time you hit the court, it gets you closer to the end of your career. So how are you dealing with those emotions?
I'm actually really excited for this year because I think our team's going to do really good. And I really like the girls and everything, so I'm excited. And hopefully we all work together and do good.
What are you doing as a senior to play that leader role?
I'm making sure that we all communicate with each other and that we don't leave anybody out.
And obviously, as a setter, you get to quarterback the offense, and you have so many weapons at your disposal. Kind of run through some of those options because it's a pretty impressive lineup.
Our front row is very good this year. We have a new middle from JV that came up, Kirsten. She could block the heck out of anybody. Maddie's got an amazing arm, too. Hannah's
everybody knows about Maddie.
Yeah,
already,
everybody knows about Maddie, yeah. I mean, our front row is pretty good this year, and I'm excited that I get to set them.
What's the key to this team not only getting back to the district final, but trying to win that CVC title and maybe make a deeper run in the postseason?
The key is to communicate because last year we did not communicate a lot, and I think if we all talk to each other, we're going to go pretty far.
You came out freshman year, played sparingly. Sophomore year, you kind of had a breakout moment in the middle of the season and just took off from there. But from your own perspective, where have you grown as a player?
I think I've grown as a player my sophomore year because it was a big change going from JV to varsity. And I think that's when I learned the most and had to really adjust.
All right, and what's your role this year? I know you're the setter, I know all that, but how do you make it all come together, the leadership part, the on-court part, everything?
To make sure that everybody's kind of upbeat and everybody's in a good mood when they're playing, because if we're not, then it kind of goes downhill. So make sure everybody's has the right mindset.
Can I add to?
You sure can.
Sammy's role, I think I always say no one can question how hard Sammy works. And so I think one of the best things that she does for our team is she makes everybody have to try and catch up to her. And that's every day. That's not just an occasional day. That's on a good day for Sammy, a bad day for Sammy. She's still working hard. And I feel like she sets the example verbally, but most definitely by the way that she goes about playing the game. So I think that's an important part of what she's going to bring.
Cool. And you kind of segued into my next question. On the court, when things are going well, everybody's happy and excited and plenty of energy. But when things aren't going well, who's that player that steps in and says, hey, we got to get our stuff together, let's go, and refocuses everybody?
I think Kate Miller does a really good job on making sure that.
And she was a freshman last year. So
Yes, she's a sophomore this year, and she does a great job on making sure everybody's good.
All right. Give me some breakout players, one or two, just someone that maybe nobody knows about right now, but after a few matches, everybody will know her.
Kirsten Schaefer, our middle, she's pretty tall. She's got a killer swing and a killer block.
And that's the one that came up from JV, so okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And what are your goals for senior year? What's going to make Sammy happy?
I really want to, I don't really know. There's so many things. I really want to play Kirtland again and kind of, win, because they're always our biggest competition. But also being CVC champs would be pretty cool.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you this year. All right, Maddie, on to you. Same thing. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the folks at home. Name, grade, and position.
Hi, my name is Maddie Smetana. I'm going to be a senior this year, and I am a right side.
Maddie, the $1 million question for you is, how did you get your dad to go to a Taylor Swift concert?
The real question is, how did I get him to wear glitter?
And I thought so. I saw that picture. Was that his hand with the 13? Steve Smetana.
He had a little heart eye with glitter.
Oh, my gosh. Do you have a picture of that?
Yeah.
You have to give me that picture. Oh, my goodness. It looks like you had fun, though. But and that was Denver. That was pretty cool.
Los Angeles.
Oh, that was Los Angeles?
Yeah.
I thought you were in Denver.
We were
Why
going
did
to, but
Oh,
we
okay.
went to, yeah.
Oh, well, L.A. I like, too, so
Yeah.
good. All right, so back to volleyball. We could talk about Taylor Swift all day, I guess. But, I mean, it's hard to believe you're a senior already. It went really fast, but you've been dominant from the time you hit the court to now. So how are you trying to close out your high school career?
I would really like to end my high school career winning the CVC. I think that's just a big goal that we haven't been able to reach all through my 4 years, and I think it'd be a nice way to end my career.
As a freshman, you let your play do the talking for you. I think that kind of followed you a little bit. Have you broken out of that shell yet? Or maybe I just don't see the parts where you're getting loud and yelling at teammates and that kind of thing.
For the most part, I do let my play talk for me, but I think that when we're down, I try to be that voice to help them get back up, and not just by showing them just because I got a kill, you can do that too. I think you need to push them more and just, I don't know.
Your seniors obviously have a lot of experience. Your freshmen gained a lot of experience last year, so you're coming in with a lot of experience. Where do you think the ceiling is for this team?
For this team, I feel like we can definitely beat Kirtland this year. I think we have a lot of more, I don't know what the word is. We're better well-rounded this year, and I think we just have what it takes.
Well, you certainly have the talent to do it, and now you have the experience on top, and now it becomes the mental game. So how do you win that battle?
So we're trying to stay out of our heads this year, and last year we weren't as together as a group. So this year we're trying. We've done a team bonding already, so I feel like that's helped us a lot, and we're just trying to be closer this year, because last year when we went in those little droughts, it was hard to get back up because no one trusted each other. And this year I feel like everyone trusts each other a little bit more to help us pull out of those tough areas.
Do you sense the expectations are higher from your coaches?
Yes, I do.
I see her nodding. So
we do have high expectations just because we have so much talent and everyone's getting older, so they have more experience to lead from, and I just feel like they expect us to do better.
And Joni, you can touch on this, but I think what you said was your 19th year. So look, 19 years ago, you probably had 2 or 3 girls playing JO, and now that number is probably 90% or so. I mean, that has to have helped the program immensely.
Like I said last year, they weren't normal freshmen last year because of their experience in playing, and I feel like the whole group of them that we have this year have all, gained experience from playing for us, obviously, but then playing in the off season, which only makes us better then, because the more reps you get, the better you get, the more mental toughness, the more mental awareness you can get, and I think in volleyball you can only get that by being on the court, unlike some other sports. So they definitely have that advantage. To kind of touch on the question of Maddie, I always tell them, this team's going to do as well as they allow themselves to do. They have to believe in themselves. They have to work for it. And, I think that ceiling should be pretty high as long as they're willing to put in the work and believe in themselves. I'm not sure I liked her calling out Kirtland, but that's okay. We like to keep that on the down low.
But let's talk about Kirtland, because I saw those matches last year and the year before, and you had the talent. It wasn't a talent issue. It seemed to be a confidence issue. And I think those younger kids getting more experience. I think Maddie's settled in. Sammy's settled in as seniors now, and they have goals. Do you think that confidence part is there?
I hope. I hope we don't beat ourselves before we even walk in, just because that's who we're playing. But I think we also have to remember to play our game. We can't play differently because it's Kirtland or whoever on the other side, which is what I try and tell them all the time, is that we need to take care of our side. Kirtland obviously lost some great weapons, but I feel like they still have weapons. I do feel like our experience and what we have coming back, should help us in that. And, I expect battles, like they were battles last year. I felt like, we hung with them for the whole time. It just obviously didn't go the way we wanted, but, I'm expecting another 2 tough nights when we play them and, and several other teams in the Valley as well.
Yep. All right, and I'll come back to you one more time. Ladies, I want to ask you one more question. Coach has always had one of the coolest team bonding things. It's the amazing race, is that what you call it, or the Burton race, or whatever you call it. But how does that help the team come together and bond? Because you don't get to just go out with your friends and do it. I think they kind of assign teams or something like that. But how does that affect you as players and kind of build to that team cohesion that you need to be successful?
It really makes us work together because we cannot leave anybody behind, because we all had to take a picture to prove that we were all there. And it's more of a fun thing too. So we're all excited to do it and to beat the other team. So we're working together and there's a little bit of competitiveness.
I just like to say that getting to know each other is also very helpful in a game, because I heard this thing where girls win because they get along, but boys get along because they win. And I think that's so true, because
I like that.
Yeah, my JO coach told me that, because girls, they need to be friends, and they work better together when they're closer to each other. So I think that's better. That's good for us.
That is, I really like that. I have to etch that in my brain because I'll forget it by the time I get home. But I like that. Nice job, Maddie. Coach, go ahead and explain what you do with your amazing race scavenger hunt.
I say that usually we just take pictures around town. Not full pictures, just parts of different things, and the girls are literally running around the town of Burton, trying to find those objects, and then, like Sammy said, they have to take a picture and send it back to us with all of the team members in it, and then the first one to get all of them usually gets Chipotle gift cards, which seems to be a motivator,
right?
And so forth. So, and this year we did a bigger one just this week at Shangri-La, where we did a lot of other things. We haven't got to the scavenger hunt yet, so we're just trying to build on that team bonding and working together as a group, which both of them have touched on, and that's the first time Maddie shared that with me, but that's pretty cool.
All right, and then just lastly, everybody has goals of winning conference titles, sectional district, dreams of state titles. How do you define success this year?
Oh, no, I'm pretty tough on myself and on them. I think we will all be disappointed if we don't, reach that goal of winning the CVC. It's been a little bit of a drought for us. Like Maddie said, it's, her 4th year, and they haven't felt that yet. We did get back to those district finals, which we've won a couple times, but at least getting back there so these girls have that experience, I think, was a key in letting them know what that's like. And again, it all kind of depends on the draw with that. There's lots of good teams in D3 in our area, so it kind of all depends on where you fall once that draw happens. So, we're hoping for a good record so that we can get a higher seed and have our pick. But I do think that the schedule that we've put together should help, because I don't think there's very many matches where we're not going to have to compete and work hard, which is what you're going to need at the end of the year to get it done. So.
Absolutely. All right, ladies. Well, I appreciate you making the trip, and good luck this season. All right, that's the Berkshire Badgers volleyball team out here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the Berkshire Badgers football team. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is our third of 4 Media Day events. All 4 are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Up next here at Kirtland, we have the Berkshire Badgers football team, head coach Josh DeWeese. Coach, go ahead, introduce yourself and the players you brought with you, and then just give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Badgers this fall?
Okay, I'm Coach DeWeese. This is senior receiver, outside linebacker Mason Mendelera. Quarterback, free safety, number 8, Miles Miller, captain as well. And Justin Phillips, number 4, running back, linebacker. Much of the same that we've done over the last few years. Spreading it around on the offense, trying to give as many opportunities for multiple players to gouge a defense, and defensively being aggressive and getting after the ball.
When you look at the Valley Division, last year there was a 3-way tie. The year before there was a 2-way tie. So very competitive conference. You add Kirtland back into the mix. So how do you get these guys prepared to not only go out and play well, but to play at a high level against good opponents every week?
I think the way the conference is elevated, it dictates that we have to, and they've risen to the challenge over the last few years. So I think it just kind of takes care of itself.
When you look at how it's going to shake out in the Valley this year, so many good teams, so many opportunities for your team to go out and make a statement. How do you tell these guys that, hey, each game is just as important as, whether you're looking at a playoff game, but because that conference title can go to anybody, as competitive as the conference is?
Really, it's built into the culture. We're worried about Chagrin week 1 right now, and we'll worry about the next one. We have a schedule full of 10 teams that are going to come out and play football every week, so we really just take it 1 week at a time.
Outstanding. All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the guys. Mason, we'll start with you. Go ahead, grab that microphone and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and positions you're going to play this year.
I'm Mason Mendelera. I'm going to be a senior, and I am going to be playing wide receiver, outside linebacker, and I will also be kicking and punting.
You're not driving the bus?
Just doing as much as I can to help us win.
All right, so what's different about this team compared to last year?
This team, I see a lot of the same momentum that we've been carrying over since the end of last season. We finished 7-1 in our last 8 games, and we had a very good, positive culture and attitude and good effort going in every practice, every game, the way we prepared. And I see a lot of that the same this year, too, with a lot of the same guys. And, the freshman, now sophomore class this year, they're really stepping up, and we're looking to see a lot of guys contribute to getting back to the same ways we had last year.
Offensively, you're playing a wide receiver, and when you have a dual threat quarterback like you guys do, you have to be ready to run your route, but also have that instinct to know when he takes off and runs. How do you kind of manage all of that?
Yeah, as a receiver, perimeter blocking is a thing that we rep every single day, and that's a big point of emphasis because we look to run the ball first a lot of the times, and that's how we get a lot of our success. And, as a receiver, you only get an opportunity a couple times a game to catch a ball. So, you're blocking almost every single play, and that's really setting it up between the difference between a 5-yard gain and a 90-yard gain, getting a touchdown. So perimeter blocking as a receiver is truly the key to our offense when we're running outside.
How involved will you be in the offense this year? When you've got a quarterback that can run as well as Miles does and still throw the ball, you need to be an effective target, but is that a big part of the game plan?
That'll really vary week to week based on what coverage is and what we're seeing offensively and what we run. But, I always try and make it a point to be there for him when I need to and get open when I can. And especially on third downs, I'm right there for him, always moving with him to try and find those open windows. So, I just do what I can when I can to help us.
Who else is in that wide receiver meeting with you? Who are the other guys that are going to catch some passes?
Another senior, J.R. Ritchie. He plays on the opposite side of me. He's one of our best deep threats, I think. He can, at any play, he can really get a big gain for us. And, sometimes we look to that on a fade or a slant or something like that where he could gouge us because he's got good athleticism. And Jack Hastings, another senior, he'll be playing slot for us. He's another just true athlete that we're really going to look to when we need him.
Defensively, you're playing in that secondary. How strong is that group this year?
It's looking pretty good. We run a lot of stunts up front and everything, so that kind of leaves us with just our 5 guys on the back. So, with the coverages that we're playing, we've been repping it really well in our scrimmages and in our practices. So, I mean, I think it's been looking good. We got a lot of experience back there, so we're really looking to put it all together and become locked down to get more sacks for our guys up front.
What kind of goals do you have for yourself and your team this year?
For our team, we want to win a playoff game and repeat as CVC champions. We've gotten to get in a playoff game the past 3 years now, and we haven't been able to get over that hump. So, this year we're really trying to win our first playoff game in school history. And, defending our CVC title is something we always want to accomplish and making a run in the playoffs. So, individually, I don't really set any goals for myself. But, I mean, I do want to make all my PATs, have some touchbacks on kickoffs. But that's just kind of kicking and punting goals that I've had that I've set for myself this summer as I've started working at it.
All right, and give me an offensive and a defensive breakout player. Someone maybe nobody knows a lot about right now, but you think they're going to have a big year and everybody will know who they are after a couple games.
Offensively, I can't mention what we do without naming our offensive linemen that we have. We have 6 guys competing for the 5 spots right now, but we got Caleb Corbett, Vinny Crea, Jason Brent, Danny Tiller, Mike White, and Blaze Tishko. Those 6 play the 5 offensive line position very well for us, and that's truly the epitome to the success that we're going to have and that we've been having offensively, running the ball and getting time to throw the ball. So, I can't really say anything offensively without mentioning those 6 guys. Defensively, Paul Brent. He was our lockdown corner last year. He was very consistent for us, good tackler, good coverage. And this year he's going to play a little bit of corner, but he's also going to slide into outside linebacker as a strong safety kind of role. And he's been looking very good there in practice so far. So we're going to look to him to have another big year and step it up, and people are going to know his name.
Sounds good. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, on to you, Miles. Grab a mic, and for the folks at home, introduce yourself, name, grade, and positions you're going to play this year.
Miles Miller, and I play quarterback and free safety on the defense, and I'm going to be a senior this year.
Miles coming in, everybody knows you. You've had some big games against a lot of quality opponents, so you're going to have a big target on your back. Everybody's going to try to shut you down, make somebody else beat them. How do you kind of get ready for that challenge?
Well, this guy right here on my right is really going to help me this year, getting ready for that challenge every night. Being able to share the ball with him and hand it up the middle and be able to pull on reads and stuff like that is really going to help me on Friday nights. But mainly just staying healthy for me personally, and staying focused and not letting any moment get too big for me or let myself get overwhelmed. Just stay in the moment and keep working on a good season.
You've had a lot of success already. How do you build on it and just kind of go out with a bang as a senior?
Yeah, I plan on just keep doing what I've been doing and giving everything I have every night and every practice, and just having the same mentality that I've had the past couple of years and really my whole football career, just wanting to be better than the guy across from me and wanting to win every game and every situation, and just making plays, and that's just the plan.
Any changes to the offense to kind of maximize your strengths anymore, or just kind of rolling with what's been working?
Well, since what we've been running has been working out for us, I mean, there's not much we have to change, but I mean, week to week we put in new installs that can help us win games and stuff like that, but I think it'll look pretty similar to the past couple of years.
Running back-wise, wide receivers, who are the guys that are going to help you on the offensive side?
Yeah, this guy here is my running back this year, and he put in a lot of work the offseason, and he's looking really good for us, so that's going to help us out in the run game. And we have a freshman who's taking carries for us right now named Oliver Miller, and he's looking real good. And a few receivers like Jack Hastings. If he could stay healthy this year, that'll be great for us. And this guy right here, again, at the wide receiver, is going to help us out a lot. And, yeah, we have a lot of weapons on our offense that are going to make us do really well this year. So.
And then offensive line, Mason touched on that group a little bit, but how do you see them progressing?
Yeah, this is the best offensive line that I've got to play behind in my whole career. I mean, these guys, they've put it together the past couple weeks. I mean, they've been working hard and working together, and they look great, and I'm excited to get to work with these guys.
I talked to Coach about the Valley Division and how competitive it's been, and now you throw Kirtland back in the mix. So a lot of big games, that whole conference schedule. Every night you're going to have to come out and play your best. Do you thrive on that type of a pressure situation?
Oh, yeah, that's like the best for us. I mean, we get to go out and play a good opponent every Friday night, and, we know that we can't come out slacking that night or come out having a flat game. We have to come out on our best every night, and if we want to win, that's what we have to do, and we know that, and that helps us rise to the occasion every Friday night, and we know the expectations are always high for us. So,
defensively, as a free safety, it's kind of you get to kind of cherry pick. You kind of see everything. But playing quarterback also, how does that help you as a safety? Just because you kind of know what the quarterback's thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on defense, I mean, it really helps me being a quarterback because I can just put myself in the quarterback's shoes and kind of read his mind as he's going through his progressions and, understand what he's looking at and what he wants me to do and, just mainly not do what he wants me to do and, focus on my job. And that's the big thing on defense, just doing your job and trusting the other 10 guys to do their job as well and, covering your zone in your area or your man. And, that's just the thing that I focus on, doing my job.
What are your goals for the year?
And my goals are to go do the All-Ohio again. I mean, that's been my goal for as long as I've been a football player. And, that's a big dream for me. So 2 times in a row would be pretty awesome. But mainly just for our team, I just want to go back and win that CVC title. That was really awesome last year. It was a great feeling, and I want to get that feeling back. And I want to go win a playoff game as well. That's just something that our school hasn't done, and it'd just be awesome to, make our old players proud of us and our families proud, and it'd just be an awesome thing to do and, go out that way as a senior and win that playoff game for our program.
Give me your offensive and defensive breakout players.
Yeah, on offense, I can really see J.R. Ricky. He's going to be a good threat for us. He's a really good athlete, and Jack Hastings, he also is good at a breakout, I would say, because he hasn't been able to stay healthy the past couple of years, and I can really see him having a good year this year with a lot of yards. And Justin here, him as well. I mean, last year he could hide a little bit, but this year there's no hiding for him. He's going to go crazy every night. I can promise you that. And on defense, I could probably go with Blaze Tishko. I mean, he's looking pretty good. He's a big kid, and he's a senior this year, so he has a lot to prove for us. And I can see him working really hard in practice, and I can see it translating to Friday nights.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
Justin, on to you. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and positions you're going to play this year.
Justin Phillips here. I'm going to be a junior, and I'm a running back and linebacker.
All right, so coming in, obviously the bar is raised. You guys are all talking about trying to win that CVC title. It's going to be tough, but what's it going to take for the Badgers to achieve their goals?
We just need to rally as a team. I mean, we got to come week by week and play football. I mean, it's a week-by-week game, and that's why we're going to win.
I'm going to talk defense with you first since we talked DBs. Let's talk about the linebacker crew. How's that group shaping up?
I think we look good. I mean, we're all really, really, really young, but as a team, we need to be aggressive. I mean, that's our biggest weakness is we're not as aggressive. We need to work downhill and really just hit the ball.
What's the game plan then on defense? Just fly to the football, 11 guys?
Yeah, just
somebody said earlier, 11 bad dudes with bad intentions, something like that?
Yeah, so just hit somebody. I mean, you got to hit them in the mouth right away.
All right. I think defense was an area that maybe was less consistent than you'd like last year. Some big games for the other team, as far some high-scoring games, I should say.
Right.
Not they didn't blow you out. I'm just saying you scored a lot, they scored a lot. So defensively, how do you clean that up a little bit?
Defensively, we really need to work on our pass coverage. I mean, that's where we got burnt a lot. I mean, we need to get in our drop zones. We need to really work on we need to rally. Just because he caught the ball 10 yards in front of you doesn't mean the play's over.
All right, and then offensively, your quarterback talked pretty highly about you. Give me a scouting report.
Offensively, I mean, we're looking good. This 1-2 punch.
Oh, I meant on you.
On
just your scouting report.
I mean, I'm going to play ball. I'm going to go downhill, and I'm going to rush the ball.
You've got an offense where people are rightfully going to come in and kind of focus on shutting down Miles. That makes your job more important. What are you doing to make sure you're ready for that moment?
I'm just making sure I can step up in the pass coverage and the blocking. I mean, we run a whole bunch of schemes where I need to block, and with our backups, all of our running backs need to learn. Oh, you're not getting the ball. You need to block. You need to get downhill. So.
All right, and then just give me your breakout players, offensive and defensive.
I think Oliver Miller. He's looking good. He's a freshman. He's a little timid right now, but if he can get his feet moving and he gets downhill, he can be a really good asset for us.
All right, and that was offense?
Yeah, offense.
And then
defense. Brady Wadsworth. He's our backer, middle linebacker with me. If he just really needs to get downhill. I have to push him sometimes to get downhill because he's there. He just needs to move. But he can be really, really good.
And what are your goals for the season?
I'm going to get that 1K rushing yards. Yes, sir. And then I want to be a top leader in the tackles. So.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Coach, back to you. I always loop back to the coach just because now you get a chance to hear the perspective on your team from your players. Are you satisfied with the message being received?
Yeah, I think they pretty much hit it on the head. Just to circle back where Mason was the offensive line, this group, we returned 4 out of 5 starters, and 5 out of the 6 that are returning and fighting for that role all got quality varsity reps last year. So to have that back is a huge asset for us with our zone blocking scheme. They all understand it. They get to their points. They work to the second level. They do a really great job. Also, in the tight end position, we have a few guys fighting there. We have a few injuries there, but that group should really help us out on the inside run and in the passing game. Defensively, our front 4, our defensive line, these guys talked about the second and third level, but that first level, we got Caleb Corbett, Jason Brent, and Vinny Crea in a rotation for those 3 spots up front with Logan Burnett and Preston Garling, 2 backups right behind them. So we got 5 guys for those 2 spots we feel really good about. At the defensive end spot, Danny Tiller, who's a freshman last year, started both ways for us. And he's looking to anchor that his side of the field, as well as Blaze coming back on the other side and Mike White, who had injury last year. We got 3 guys for those 2 DN spots. So we feel really good up front in the trenches on both sides of the ball.
That's where a lot of football games are won, so that's good.
That's usually where it's decided.
Ceiling-wise for this team, how far can it go?
We can go as far as our culture and our working together takes us. I'm not going to put a ceiling on it because you know how things get in sports. You catch that momentum and things start going the right way, and you just keep building.
As I mentioned with Miles, everyone's going to try to shut him down. How do you, without giving away secrets, obviously, but you have to game plan around that. And is it just throwing the ball more, spreading things out, mixing it up?
Well, that's always been a part of the game, which makes what makes Miles so dangerous. I mean, with 2,500 combined yards last year between running and throwing. But Justin sitting over there and Oliver working at that F spot, they both hit the hole hard and fast downhill with that line blocking. So really it's going to be a 2-headed monster in the running game, and it's going to be hard to decipher who has the ball. And built into that is our play action and rollout. I mean, we got Miles rolling out a lot, and it looks like a sweep, and he's throwing the ball to guys running down the field. So there's a lot of wrinkles in the offense that are built in that we're looking forward to exploring and exploiting.
Outstanding. All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you and the guys coming out, and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you very much, Steve.
All right, that was the Berkshire Badgers football team out here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School, and presented to you by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Up next, we've got the Perry Pirates. They are due on at 6:50, so I'm going to take a quick break here, make sure the Pirates are ready to roll, and we will be back momentarily. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is our third Media Day event out of 4. We'll be back here at Kirtland next Sunday. Up next here, we have the Perry Pirates football team. Coach, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead, introduce yourself, the guys you brought with you, and then just give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Pirates this year?
Yeah, I'm Bob Guesswich. This is our third season at Perry. I have Jaden Studio here, running back, linebacker, and then Gavin Nickerson, offensive line, defensive lineman. As far as what you can see, you can just expect a team that plays really hard and tries to get better every week.
You guys have had phenomenal seasons going back over a decade, and what's been the key to that and developing that winning culture at Perry?
I mean, obviously players make you a way smarter coach. So when you have good football players, you know, you're a better coach.
It's funny how that works.
It's really interesting. It's, you know, tried and true there. So obviously we've had a string of some really good athletes, but I think we've also had a string, at least I can say, in the short time that I've been there, of your program type kids that just sell out and try to get better and develop themselves. And then when you call on them, they're ready to go. So I think that helps considerably.
When you look at the CVC expansion, we brought in some old rivals of Perry, and so bringing some of those schools back in, it changed the divisional makeup a little bit. Did that benefit the Pirates, or is it a little more competitive for you?
I mean, I think the whole CVC expansion's ridiculous. You know, you have how many teams do we have?
25.
25, and you had to think about it. And the only reason you know is you've done 12 of these interviews
right.
today, right? There's no natural rivalry with any of the teams that we have in this league. You know, we play Madison and out of conference. We're starting to build something with Kirtland, hopefully here, that turns into somewhat of a rivalry. But, like, our kids can't find some of these schools on a map. They don't know who they are. And it's all in the name of just bringing people in. And then changing your leagues or your divisions every couple of years. I mean, I know that there's a rhyme and a reason to it, but to me it's nonsensical. Why is our basketball team in a different league than we're in? Why aren't we playing? Why isn't Madison just in our league, right? Why don't we have some of those? Why isn't Berkshire in our league? Why are we going all the way over to Rocky River because Cuyahoga Heights doesn't want to play Lutheran West? Like, well, I don't understand it, but for us, we just line up and we play who's there. We can control our out-of-conference schedule, and I'm pretty happy with that for quite a few reasons. Madison, huge rivalry game. Harvey, Coach Mockner's doing a great job over there, and they're really close to us as well. And both those schools are larger than us, but I think that those are good for us to get ready for the season. And then obviously Kirtland switched into whatever division they're in now, and you know that's premier team in the area. So you play those guys, and then the crossover games, Jefferson and Geneva. We have a little bit of familiarity with those two schools, and then I couldn't tell you who some of the teams in our league are. We'll worry about it when we get there.
Right, so. Right. All right, Coach, I'll get back to you after I talk to the players. We'll start right there with Jaden. Jaden, grab that microphone, and for the folks at home, just go ahead and introduce yourself again, name, grade, and positions you're going to play this year.
My name is Jaden Studio. I'm a running back and a linebacker. I'm the class of 2024.
So coming in senior year, like I mentioned earlier, Perry's just got this long legacy of great football teams. You guys have that going for you as well. What's different about this team than last year?
I think this year we have a lot more younger guys that are experienced with varsity reps. And even though we don't have that many scout team players that can help us all out, we all have experience playing on the field at a higher level.
Let's talk offense first. I think you're one of the premier running backs in Northeast Ohio. How's Coach planning to use you this year?
To be honest, I'm not sure. But I know passing game isn't working. We can run the ball. The running game isn't working, then we can pass the ball.
And you got Walter back there at quarterback. He's got some experience and talent. How much does that help to have a great quarterback that teams have to play honest and they can't just try and make them one-dimensional?
Yeah, so there's, passing teams and running teams, and I think we could do both pretty efficiently, especially with a good quarterback, so can throw people off.
Who else is in the running game? Some other running backs.
Owen McCoon, Darion Howard.
Any tweaks to the offense to take more advantage of you, or is it just kind of doing what the opposing teams give you?
Whatever the opposing teams give us.
All right. What kind of goals have you set for yourself this year? Offensive-wise, we'll get to defense.
Offensive-wise, I want to have over 1,000 yards by our last in-season game, and at least 15 touchdowns.
All right. And then defensively, what's your role as a linebacker?
Tackle football.
Defensively, what does Coach want you guys to do? What's your game plan?
Run around, hustle, get there as fast as you can. No points scored on us. And just, be the best player you can be.
Who are your other linebackers? Give them a shout-out and a little scouting report.
Owen McCoon, he is in the grade below me, so he's going into his junior year. He's our middle linebacker, and our other outside is Dom Lamakia. He's also a senior this year.
All right. Give me a breakout player on offense and defense, somebody that nobody knows right now, but after a couple games, everybody will know.
Offensive-wise, Luke Savon. He's coming off an injury. People aren't really thinking of him, but he's a good player. And defensive-wise, maybe like Vince Tomasic, our corner. He's a pretty good player.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you this year. Let's go on, move on to your left. Go ahead, grab that microphone and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Name, grade, and positions.
I'm Gavin Nickerson. I'm going to be a senior, so class 2024, and I'll be a right guard this year.
All right, so offensive lineman, key to success for the offense. Who's in that unit?
We got a few guys. A lot of us are returning because we only had one senior last year on our O-line. We have Jack Nisley, we have me, Anthony Zagraki, Joey Baldry, and our young guy of the line is Antonius Bertone. He's our center.
All right, and what's the outlook of that unit? Are you guys gelling pretty well? You getting ready for week one?
We're pretty good. We're still trying to find our solid rotation, make sure we know where everyone, like, their best fit is on the line. But we're pretty close to getting there, and we just continue to keep working hard in practice, making sure everything's ready for week one.
You've got great running backs, a great quarterback, so you've got some guys you need to protect and help them make plays. Yeah. What's the key for the offensive line being successful to allow those other guys to have success?
It all starts in practice. If we're goofing off in practice, nothing goes well, and that tends to happen sometimes. But if we do our drills right and not mess around, our practice goes smoother and everything looks more efficient.
I'll let you talk a little bit about the defensive line, even though you're just playing offense, but you get to go against those guys in practice. Who are the defensive linemen that are going to scare some opposing quarterbacks?
We got Drew Smith. He's our nose. He might be small, but he really plays physical. It's a really good look for us on the offense line. And then our two ends, Anthony Zagraki, he plays both ways, and Joey Baldry also plays both ways. Those are our two ends. Really physical players and gives us a really good look for starting offensive line.
What kind of goals have you set for yourself?
I usually don't look too far in, but I like to focus every week and take it just day by day, make sure I stay healthy because I've got more sports and a little dinged up, but I just make sure I stay healthy, continue to keep my mind focused on next week.
All right, give me an offensive and a defensive breakout player.
I'd say offense is also Luke Savon. And then I feel like defense, Joey Baldry at end this year. I feel like he's going to really do something, cause some havoc.
All right, good luck to you this year. Coach, back to you. Offensively, defensively, you doing anything different, or is it just Perry football and trying to execute at a higher level?
Defensively, we're a smaller school, right? We're mid-level, lower-level, D5 enrollment-wise, and we're probably enrollment-wise trending closer to 6 than we are to 4 right now. I talked to somebody else, and people got to start moving into these Ryan homes over there and,
right.
and bring their kids with them.
And preferably if they're 6'5", 300 pounds.
If they have requirements before they get it, or you got to run, and the fastest kid gets the house,
right.
and they get a little discount, that'd be good. No, I think offensively you always play to the guys that you have. And the benefit that we have, so Jaden can also go to slot receiver. Owen McCoon can play receiver, come back into the backfield. Braden Richards can play any skilled position on the field. And those things are really beneficial. I think we found some things out about some kids in the scrimmages. We have 2 younger guys, Darion Howard, who can play running back or H-back. And then we've got a kid, Trent Taylor, who's been a lineman his whole life, and I probably ruined our program in the future where all the linemen are going to be like, listen, I could be like Trent. I can play tight end. But that's a testament to our linemen where we have 6 kids that we feel really good about right now rotating around in that, and they'll all get a chance to play. Those guys will kind of rotate there, but because we felt good about having those 6, now we could take the 7th guy and we could make him a tight end and do some things there. So it gives us some versatility with formations and things like that. And there is some decent experience back, but, you know, sometimes experience doesn't tell the whole story. So I think we get to open some things up, try some different things offensively and more so formationally. And, you know, hey, how can we get Studio the ball? How can we get Braden the ball? How can we get McCoon the ball? And how do we move those guys around? And, you know, they talked about Luke Savan, and there's some other younger kids that we're hoping that we can get in to give some of those guys breaks, because then they flip around and they play the other side. We only have 7 seniors. So we have way too many sophomores and freshmen that we're looking at, like, hey, can he play 10 plays here and get this guy off the field? Defensively, kind of the same situation where every offseason our defensive coordinator looks at what we have coming back. So, you know, we'll be more of a 3-down front. Jaden went from a defensive end, stand-up D end, had an 80-yard pick for 6 against Geauga. Was not his doing, just kind of fell into his hands, and then he outran everyone. But, you know, now we're going to bump him back to linebacker. And we have some versatile pieces there as well. We're still looking, trying to iron out some spots, and I think these first couple of weeks you'll see some guys mix in because, like, right now our quarterback's also one of our starting corners. Me selfishly being on the offensive side would love to see somebody step up and take that corner spot. But our safeties can do a lot of different things where all of them can kind of play in the box. Armani Chiponi, Luke Savan, Braden Richards, they can all come down, play in the box, and do some different things. So I think that helps. But it's been an interesting and fun preseason, just kind of trying to figure out all the chess pieces there.
You play a challenging schedule, some non-conference, some in-conference. Yeah. How important is that to get you ready for those postseason games?
I think it's huge, right? And obviously the one thing that we can't control is health. And Gavin kind of alluded to it. If we can stay healthy, if this happens, if that happens, one, you want every kid to stay healthy so that they can experience a full season. And then 2, you know, you don't have to go to your contingency plan. I think the difference between
those are the worst.
It's not good. I think that the major difference between our first year and our second year was we went into West Branch playing a 3,000-yard passer with kids that hadn't played much corner that season. One of them hadn't played corner at all. And last year we were pretty healthy, and we just ran into South Range, and you know they obviously won the state title game, and we obviously didn't play our best game, but I mean they were there for a reason, you know. So I think that staying healthy is a major piece, but also, you know, we scrimmage bigger schools. And then in our out-of-conference, we try to find bigger schools that are competitive. The Madison game will never come off the schedule, and it shouldn't come off the schedule. The Kirtland game probably should never come off the schedule. And we'll see kind of how the Harvey game goes and that series goes. But all those teams can challenge us. And then, like you said, in season, we're the smallest team in our division, which is fine. That will create some issues and some challenges, and hopefully that all prepares us for the postseason.
Last one for you. I've asked the players for some breakout guys. What about you? Anyone catch your eye in preseason?
I'm going to give you such a bad answer here. There's actually a huge group of kids that I've been really happy with the amount of effort that they give us. So when you talk about breakout players, like, okay, we think Luke Savan, he's definitely got the talent to do it, and we think that he's got the potential to do it. But I think if he's going to be that breakout player, it's because those other guys stepped up. Antonius Bertone stepped up. Chuck Thomas stepped up front. Like those guys that have either been there or moving into those spots, or, you know, Jimmy Ashburn stepped in and Nadane Pike, and they gave him the breather so that instead of being dying out there playing his 130th play, you know, he's out there still fresh. But I think we have some young guys that, one, are going to have to play, but 2, are going to get a lot of reps because they're going to force their way into the lineup, and that's what I'm still excited to see. And some of that we're not going to know until we know. Like Darion Howard, hey, can he play varsity football? Well, he showed in the scrimmages he can play varsity football, so he's going to get some opportunities there. So I didn't give you a good answer there, But
well, the point of that
Yeah.
question was to get some other kids in there, and so you
Yeah.
did give me a good answer.
Yeah.
So it worked out well.
Go ahead.
All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you and the guys coming out, and best of luck to you this season. Hope we have a long run in the postseason.
All right, thanks much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
That was the Perry Pirates football team out here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Had a run of football teams, so they were on the brain. Up next, we are going to have the Lakeside boys soccer team. And they're ready to roll, so we'll be cruising along with the Dragons here momentarily here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. This is the third of 4 Media Day events. Our fourth will take place next weekend right here at Kirtland. All of our CVC TV productions are brought to you by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. All right, Coach, ready to roll? I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself and then introduce the folks you brought with you, and then just give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Dragons this year?
Okay, well,
Grab your mic and flip that black switch up. There you go.
Okay, well, I'm Coach Adams. I'm the head coach, and we brought a player with us. He's a junior this year, and his name is Robert, and we have our assistant coach, Coach Wise, with us this year as well. Our big plan this year is we're a little bit on a rebuilding year. They lost about 11 seniors last year, so we're rebuilding, doing our best with kind of helping out some new players learn the game, and hoping to still have a pretty successful season.
So losing a big group of seniors, obviously you got a lot of young kids into the lineup. How are you changing the way you coach and implement things? Is it taking a little longer, or are you still just throwing it right in and kind of forcing them to adapt?
A little bit of both. We did have a really late start this year. Our school went through a lot of administrative changes, and so we just got started about 3 weeks ago, which is kind of late in the season.
Yes.
But we're doing what we can with the time that we have, and with the new people, it is kind of focusing a lot of our attention on kind of going back to the basics a little bit more than we would like to be. But in the end, I do believe it'll pay off, because they'll be stronger players, and it'll be better for the whole team as a whole.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the other gentleman at the table. Right there in the middle, we're going to start with you. Go ahead and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Go ahead and give your name, grade, and what position you're playing. Flip that switch there. There you go.
I'm Robert Grable. I'm a junior, and I play defense.
So, Robert, obviously some new faces in the lineup. How do you see the team gelling so far?
Rough start. With the loss as seniors, there's a lot of people who haven't exactly played on the field as much as others. So I think it's kind of getting the butterflies out of the stomach to help them a little bit more.
So there's inexperience and then there's inexperience. So do you have inexperience because they're younger and haven't gotten a lot of varsity minutes, or are they new to soccer?
It's a little bit of a mix of both. There's some new, there's some who haven't played, there's some who have played but not on varsity. So it's kind of a little bit of a both.
So as one of the elder statesmen on the team, what are you doing to help those younger kids adapt and fit in?
Kind of lead by example, trying to help them where I can, if it's in my range, since I'm in the back mostly, so I don't really know much about offense. So
as a younger, inexperienced team, defense plays an even more vital role in a game because you have to kind of protect your goalkeeper, keep the score down as your team starts to find its scoring. So on that defensive unit, who's back there to help you out?
Let's see. We got 2 back and 2 in the front more. So I'm on the left side as a wing. Then we have we have Carrie, Connor, Nick. That's more the lineup for the defense.
What's it going to take for your team to find some success as a younger squad? Focus?
Focus and don't second-guess yourself a lot, I'd say.
Up top, who are the offensive guys that are going to create some scoring opportunities?
Let's see. At think that's going to be more a midfield field as well. So we got Aiden and Hattie in the front mostly. Then for mid we have another Connor and Angel. Joel as the two middle people.
Tactically, what is Coach implementing? What does she want you guys to run?
More of like a 4-5-1, one offense, 5 mid, 4 defense.
All right, and then just a question on the conference. Adding some schools, it changed the division, so now that Lake Division includes some of those other Ashtabula County schools. Is that exciting to get those teams into the mix again and redevelop those rivalries?
I say yes because it gives us closer rivals and not have to travel so far. So there's that. But the bus rides won't be as bonding since they won't be as long.
Right. All right, give me a breakout player, somebody that nobody knows about right now, but after a few games you think everybody will know who they are.
Uriel.
Uriel?
Yeah.
What position?
Right mid. More of a right side middle.
What's the scouting report on him?
Scrappy.
Scrappy. All right, what kind of goals do you have for this year, for individual and team?
I think this year, we're have to focus a little bit more on actually focusing on what to do before we can actually focus on winning. So actually get the base down before focus on a little bit higher.
All right. Good luck to you this year. Coach, grab a mic and introduce yourself for the folks at home, and then just tell us kind of what your role is with the Dragons.
Hey, I'm Coach Wise. I'm assistant coach. I'm here just to back the team up and back Coach Adams up and just try to help make a successful season, build them back up.
Obviously, with a lot of new faces in the lineup, you've got your fair share of challenges. What are you doing as coaches to kind of help the players settle in a little bit quicker than maybe it would normally take?
Well, we're trying to get our captains more involved with the younger players so they can learn from their experience and hopefully teach them all the basics too and get them up there faster.
Tactically, anything you guys are changing or implementing that you think will find some success?
Well, we're trying to keep the older, stronger players in more kind of key positions, key roles, and then integrating the younger players off to the sides and eventually maybe cover more in the central roles there as well. But that's part of the build-up process.
All right. What do you think the ceiling is for this team? What do you think it can accomplish?
I think if we all stick together and get the basics covered, I think we'll have no matter what, we'll have a successful season because we'll be everybody's going to be getting better and just building the team up. So I think no matter what, it'll be successful.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Coach, back to you. Obviously, you're going to face some challenges, and some of them we've talked about already, but what are you doing to stay optimistic? It's hard sometimes in that rebuilding mode, but how are you taking care of your own mental health to make sure you stay positive?
Mental health is actually very important to me. I was in the military for 8 years, so I do find resiliency to be a very important topic. I tell my players every practice, prioritize your health, prioritize your own, well-being above everything, because at the end of the day, there is life after high school athletics. But I want them to take care of themselves. We need them to be healthy. We have a very small team. We're right now around 12 players, so we can't afford to lose anybody. And even Robbie here, he suffered a pretty severe injury to his jaw this week, and he didn't end up having to sit out. I appreciate how great the other school was at the game. They were willing to play a man down so we could take care of our guys as well. So keeping everyone healthy is my number one priority. As long as they're healthy, I can take on anything. I just want to see these kids happy and being able to play the game that they love. So.
Who are some of the players that have impressed you in camp?
We did get a late start, so we didn't really have a camp this year. Like I said,
Preseason, I guess I should call it. Yeah.
Very short preseason, but regardless, there's definitely still been some impressive players on our team. We have a younger sophomore, Angel. He's been phenomenal. I think his skill level is, far outweighs his age. We have a lot of different players, I think, that bring different skill sets to the team. So there's a lot of different ones, I think, that shine in their own ways. Our captain, Carey, I feel like he's a driving force on our team. He is definitely a very positive, I think, personality that's out there and really motivates the team. He gives a lot of direction and stuff, so he's a really great leader to have, and we're thankful to have him on this year. Over that, I think some of our freshmen have been a little surprising, like Yariel. He had his first ever soccer game yesterday, and he doesn't quit. So if you tell him to get somewhere, he gets there. And I think with some foundational knowledge and stuff, he will be a really good up-and-coming player.
Who's your goalkeeper?
Our goalkeeper is another new one. His name is Sergio, and he is surprisingly very good for never playing soccer. He takes direction and instruction very well, and thankfully, coach-wise, he has a lot of expertise in goalkeeping, as did I. I played keeper when I was in school, but he's really stepping up to the plate, and we just got him on board about a week ago. So for how much he's doing, I think our first scrimmage, he had over 14 saves, and so he's doing great.
And how do you work with him to maintain his confidence? Because being a goalkeeper can be hard, especially on a younger team. So he may face a little more shots than he'd like to, but how do you keep him to stay confident?
I think it's the same with all of my players. I'm never going to be the coach that puts anybody down. I'm going to do my best to point out what good that happened during the game, what positive attributes they, gave during their performance. I'm never going to point out their flaws exactly. I think there's better ways to structure constructive criticism than telling them that wasn't good or something like that. I think you can capitalize on a positive attribute and then tie in, we can also improve in this area, and then show them how to improve upon it. And I think that's just what we're doing with the keeper. We're cheering for him like crazy every save he has on the sideline, because some of them have been truly amazing saves, that you wouldn't expect someone that's never played soccer before to get to. So just being his cheerleader on the sideline, giving him every bit of coaching that we can, every spare moment that we get with him, whether it's during halftime, right after the game, before the game, we're trying to squeeze in as much as we can.
All right. And what branch of the military?
I was in the Air Force.
Oh, Army. So, Air Force would have been my second choice, but I think in hindsight, Air Force probably should have been number one, but it worked out well for me, so good. Well, thank you for your service. And
thank you.
All right, it's great. Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming out. Robert, good luck to you this season. And thanks for being here. It's great.
Thank you for having us.
All right, that was the Lakeside Dragons boys soccer team here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Cruising along, the end is near. We are down to just a handful of interviews. Next up, we've got the Perry girls golf team, followed by Harvey boys cross country, then Lakeside girls soccer, and then Trinity volleyball will close out our evening here at Fall Sports, CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Wow, am I getting ahead of myself calling for Winter Sports Media Day already? I love winter sports, but I really hate when they start because it means the weather's going to be cold, and I don't like cold weather, so I prefer fall and spring sports. Well, the late spring, I should say, because early spring tends to be some pretty bad weather. So here we go. The Perry girls golf team up next here at CVC Fall Sports Media Day. Coach, I'm going to have you start out and just introduce yourself and the ladies you brought with you, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Pirates this year on the course?
Excellent. Thank you for having us. All right, so I'm Blanche Davidson. I'm the varsity coach for Perry Girls Golf, the amazing Perry Girls Golf team. And to my left, oh my gosh.
See, when you're on the spot, that happens.
Right?
It happens to me all the time.
Jillian Peters, we have Emily Capitosti, and Addie Trevisker. And they are three of our varsity team members this year, and they are returning this year on varsity. So we're happy to have him here.
In the last couple of years, you've had a lot of success. So I imagine bringing 3 of your starters back among, I think, maybe 4 total, right? Or is it somewhere around there?
We have 4 returning starters from last year, and we're pretty happy about that. We only lost one varsity player from last year, and they've been working really hard this summer, and they are disciplined, and they're ready to take some names. Oh, did I do that? I wasn't supposed to do that. Oh, well. Be forewarned.
Coach, I will come back to you after I talk to the girls, but let's start right to your left. Grab that microphone and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Name, grade, and then just give us your best 9 and 18 hole score.
I'm Jillian Peters, and I'm a sophomore, and my best 9 hole is 45, and 18 is 93.
Great. So what did you learn last year as a freshman that's helped you out already this season?
Definitely, don't let, the people who are better than you, put you down. Just try to, beat them.
That's good advice, right? How has your game improved?
It improved a lot from last year, definitely.
How? Better putting, chipping? What's better in your game?
My drives, definitely, because they've improved. Yeah, they've improved a lot.
How far do you drive the ball? What's your average? Do you know?
No,
Coach
I do not.
knows.
About 220.
220. That's impressive. And I bet it's straighter than my 220. My 220 counts hitting that tree and then bouncing off that tree. And I count the roll and all that too. So that's good. So confidence-wise, last year you had to go in as a freshman pretty nervous. Are you playing more confidently this year?
Definitely, yes.
And how has that helped your game?
A lot. Yeah, it makes me feel more confident in my swing.
All right. So where do you feel most comfortable? Is it on the tee box, mid-range irons, around the green, on the green, or in the golf cart after? It's
definitely the tee box and the green.
All right. Without mentioning the girls at the table, since we'll talk to them, who are some of the other players that have impressed you already in the preseason and the early part of this season?
Lila Yeager. She's our number 4.
What is she doing well?
She's improved a lot, especially from last year, definitely.
With so much competition on the team, how does that help you elevate your game and focus a little bit more? Because everybody's coming for you. You're what, the 3? Or the 2? You're the 2. So you've got a lot of girls coming for you. How do you maintain that spot?
I just try to push myself just to be better every day.
All right, good. What kind of goals do you have for sophomore year?
To shoot low 40s and just help contribute to the team wins.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the season.
Thank
It's a
you.
short one. It goes quick.
Yeah.
All right, Emily, go ahead and grab a mic and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Name, grade, and best 9 and 18.
Okay, I'm Emily Capitosti. I'm a senior. My best 9 is a 34, and my best 18 is a 72.
You might be one of the happiest golfers in Northeast Ohio, and I'll tell you why. Casey Kanicki has graduated, and she seemed to be a thorn in your side, and you were chasing her, and I know she's a great kid, but you were chasing her, and now she's gone. So, obviously she was a great competitor, great golfer. How did competing against her help you?
Well, she just always, playing with better people, I feel helps you play better because there's no stress. It's just you're playing with people who are oh my God, the same, as confident as you are when you're out there. So it's kind of relaxing to just go out there. It's like you're just playing 9 with a friend, is all. Yeah. Avery on Edgewood is also very good. I think she's my competitor this year, if you will.
Yes, you're one of the top dogs in the Valley Division. Well, now is it the Lake Division, or is it still 2 in golf?
It's still 2.
Okay, so I'm so confused. I should know all this by heart, but it's hard to understand. There's so many different divisions and so many teams, or you're in this division for one sport, another, and so, yeah, it's hard. I need my chart. But so coming into the season, you are one of the top returning golfers in the Valley Division, and do you feel any pressure on that, or is that just something you thrive on?
Yes. A lot of pressure.
So how do you kind of deal with all of that?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Well, I haven't yet, so.
I don't know. the friends on the team, it's just they don't make you feel bad if you're not doing very well that day. So I guess pressure on the team isn't as high as pressure in general because they just make you feel like normal if you're not doing that great because nobody's perfect. You're not going to do great every time. So, yeah.
So whether it's a 9 or an 18 round whole round, when do you feel comfortable? When do you feel like you've settled in? Because I know when I get up to that first tee, I'm nervous, and then I hit it in the woods, and everyone laughs, and so my round never gets better. But I imagine you settle in a little bit.
Normally after like the second hole, things are just fine. The first and second are just you're hitting and you're like, oh, I don't want to mess up everybody because then my first hit's everybody's first impression. It's like I don't want to mess that up, but the second hole is where everything kind of clicks.
Yes, you definitely have to have the mental game in order. And so what are you doing to kind of fine-tune that? Because you get to sectionals and districts and state, it becomes very real, especially as a senior.
Just remembering that I'm not doing anything wrong. Like a bad hit doesn't mean a bad swing. It just means a bad hit. And it doesn't mean you have to start changing everything. It just means that you just focus, lock in, and just hit the ball like you know how to hit it, instead of just messing everything up.
As Coach alluded to, Perry's golf team has improved by leaps and bounds, and you've been a big part of that. So adding to this legacy for you, what do you want to leave behind?
States. At least bringing the team to districts instead of just an individual. I think everybody going would be something fun to leave behind. Getting another banner, CVC banner.
Banners are cool. What's the best part of your game?
Right now, it's second shots.
So mid-range irons, good. And what's it going to take for you to achieve your goals? What part of your game has to improve the most?
Drivers. Yeah, just need to straighten them out and start hitting them solid. So basically everything that's wrong with them.
It seems so easy. Just hit it straight, man. It's a lot harder than that. But all right, who are the golfers that have impressed you so far in the season?
I would say Lila and Kenzie. They definitely improved a lot from last year. I feel like they're lowering their scores like a crazy amount. Like they were like shooting high 50s, like mid 60s, and now they're like mid 50s, low 50s. It's really impressive, to be honest.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season as the hunted instead of the hunter. It's definitely a different role, right?
It is.
It is. All right, Addie, grab a mic and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Name, grade, and best 9 and 18.
Hi, I'm Addie. I'm a junior this year, and my best 9 hole is a 43, and my best 18 is a 91.
Nice scores. So coming into this year, what kind of goals did you have for yourself?
I just want to get lower putts in general. I want to cut down on my putts a lot.
That'll help your score.
Definitely. And having a consistent drive shot.
Are you 2-putting or 3-putting or worse?
It's a 2-putt, 3-putt kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I want to be like a 1-putt, 2-putt.
That would be nice, right?
Yeah.
Definitely. All right. So what have you done to kind of improve upon that?
Definitely going up to the course just to practice putting on the practice green whenever I can.
Being a part of this rising program that's really kind of taken off the past couple of years, what's it been like? What's that ride like?
It's definitely exciting because each season I just know our team is improving because each player is improving individually, which will overall make our team scores lower. So I'm excited.
And how does that competition, that inter-squad competition, how does that help your game?
I really just feel a bunch of support. It's not much competition because everybody supports everybody on the golf team, whether you are the JV number 8 or the varsity number 1. So everyone just supports everyone.
And I think we talked about this last year, Coach, but like the CVC has some really good golfers and golf teams. Hawkins, Ella Wong won back-to-back state titles. Hawken and Independence both went to state last year. Chagrin's been knocking on the door. How does it help you guys just understanding that, wow, these girls that we play with, they're succeeding at this high level? Do you see that and realize that, you know what, maybe I can do it too?
Yeah, playing with those girls definitely realizes that there's opportunities for everybody to succeed and meet their goals and reach expectations. And I feel like playing with those girls is such great opportunities to see what it's like to play with somebody who shoots in like the 60s on 18 holes, and it's definitely it's a great opportunity to see that and how.
And it's ridiculous when you see it, isn't it?
It is.
Jeez.
It's definitely. Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, that's like 60 less strokes than I need, and.
Exactly.
I don't understand it, but all right. So now that you've got some goals set, how's it going early in the season? Are you on track to hit those goals?
So far, yeah. Yeah. I mean, every time I play, my putts get lower, and I have better approach shots, which also definitely helps my putts.
All right, and then just looking at what your team has accomplished, what are you going to consider success this season?
I think we can definitely make it past sectionals as a team, and I definitely have a lot of confidence in us because our team over the years has just improved every single year from my freshman year all the way till now.
I can attest to that. I've been watching, so that's good. And so give me your golfers that's really impressed you. Who on your team has caught your eye?
Lila again.
Lila's got it going on.
She has. She has practiced so much over the summer, and I definitely think her short game has improved amazing. Like, she is so confident in her putts and her chips, and it changes everything. And I definitely think Carissa, she's our 5 or 6. They switch around, but she came out this year and she's already shooting pretty well, like high 50s, low 60s, which is very good for just starting this summer. So I think she has great potential and she could be really good if she sticks with it.
All right. Well, good luck to you this year.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, back to you. I remember, Coach, just going back a few years ago, and we had this discussion about golf and how you wanted to become like independents, and it seems like you're on track with that. I mean, you're close. You've got some outstanding golfers. You're starting to win the conference titles. These girls are now talking about taking the team to districts. So it seems like it's all coming together. Is that what you see?
Yeah, there's been a lot of diligent effort on the team members' part to make that happen. You know, we've mentioned Lila and Carissa, and they came out all summer long to every single practice that we had and built their skill. And these are disciplined young ladies, and they're going to make it happen. I do want to shout out, we had the opportunity we were awarded 6 brand new sets of golf clubs from the Northern Ohio PGA Foundation. And so I just want to shout out to them because that is a game changer. Getting girls into our program is hard to do if they don't have clubs.
Right.
And so now we have the clubs, and that's continuing to build our program. And Danielle Monis, I hope she's listening. Maybe she isn't, but she's a rock star in our mind because she's one that has helped us make that happen.
And I think you can attest to this, but girls golf is getting big, and I'm not talking about the numbers. I'm talking about the quality of it. And you know, some schools are doing better numbers-wise, but individually, we're just seeing a lot more of these better golfers that are coming up, and I think they're starting to say, "Oh, I can do this at a younger age, and I can get better and come to high school ready to play." And
we opened our practices up to the middle grades too, so 6th, 7th, and 8th this year, and we had some of our we have other players that no longer get to practice with us anymore because that's the rules, but so we're building an organization that is going to be successful. There's a couple things that each one of these girls said that I just want to repeat because I had notes down and they really covered it. The one is we have a strong team environment. Are we going overtime or are we okay?
We're good.
We're
We
good?
started
Okay.
early, so we're good.
We do have a strong team environment, and it's because the leaders on our team are reaching down to those others that are learning, and they're sharing their tips. And this is what it feels like when I do this. This is what I think of this. Huge difference because they're sharing the wealth of their knowledge and their experience and expertise.
And that's kind of what I referenced earlier when I talked about a legacy. What do you want to leave behind? And that's what it is.
That's what they're doing.
I'm dropping my knowledge on you. You drop it on the girl that comes behind you, and
exactly.
Who knows? Perry will
Emulation.
be at the state tournament soon,
Yeah.
right? That's what it takes.
Exactly. And I think the other one was that it's not about the last shot. It's about the next shot. And Ben Hogan has a famous quote about that too, but it's about the next shot. what happened happened, move on, and
that's an adage that carries across every sport. It's about the next shot, the next play, whatever. And
it does.
Yep. And
does.
when you have that mindset, it's a lot easier to forget. See, I don't have that mindset, though. That's why I shoot in the 120s, because I have a bad shot, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to drop, and then I make my bad shot worse, and it just takes off from there. But
maybe you should come out and practice with us. You would be welcome to come.
I would
come
be
practice with us.
Embarrassed.
No,
at least I could pretend that I'm good and just say, "Oh no, I'm just joking." But I'm terrible. No. But I appreciate the invite. Maybe I'll take you up on that someday.
Okay, you and me, Little Mountain, we can go.
There you go. But I mean, for you, it's just got to be very satisfying, though, because I remember that conversation a few years ago, and you're on track, and you're starting to see that success. I think even though they are a little bit less confident than they probably need to be, they're still confident, and I see it. They're talking about their shots and getting better, so it's just got to be satisfying for you to see it all come to fruition.
It is, but that confidence is there. There is no arrogance on my team. They're not arrogant, but they are confident, and that's probably what you might be reading. So yeah, that's okay. But they're focused. And they know they're playing the course, and they're making good decisions on each shot. And as a coach, I'm trying to follow John Wooden, although he's the guy. But if they do their best every single time and every single shot, there's nothing more I can ask of them.
That's it.
And that program continues to flourish. And a couple of us wore our championship shirts from the other. Yeah, and we want those back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You need 2 of them at least, and maybe 3 or 4. They fit better when you have more of them.
Keep it rolling.
Right. So, all right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you and the ladies coming out, and best of luck for continued success. And I'll see you out there at some point. So,
all right.
Good luck to you.
All right, take care.
All right, that is the Perry girls golf team here winding down our 3rd of 4 CVC Fall Sports Media Days. Up next, we've got the Harvey boys cross country team. They are due to go on air at 7:35, and I'm not seeing them yet. So I'm going to take a quick break and see if they're popping out in the hallway somewhere. And we shall be back momentarily here at Kirtland High School. Welcome back to the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. This is our third of 4 Media Day events. Our fourth and final one will be next Sunday right here at Kirtland High School. Up next here, we have the Lakeside Dragons girls soccer team. Coach, we just posted your preview, so I feel like I have some good information on the tip of my tongue. But go ahead, introduce yourself, the ladies you brought with you, and then just give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Dragons this fall?
All right, I'm Aaron Chamberlain. My coaching partner is Grace Stein. And then we've got Ruth Carcel and Evelyn Stein and Zofia Zajac. Grace was she was our standout best player last year. She had her season cut short with an ACL. And so it really put a damper on the season, but we're really lucky she's back here coaching us. So it's really helping the team out.
All right, and then just from the team perspective, what are you looking for your team to accomplish this year?
Probably go 16-0.
State title.
Sky's the limit. No, we only won a couple games last year, so we'd definitely like to, at least double that. We're trying to improve on that, and we think we can. So, it was our first year coaching last year, and then losing our best player, really was tough. So, we think we can take a step up this year.
All right, Coach, I'll come back to you after I talk to the girls. We'll go right there to Grace. And so, Grace, obviously a different role for you this year. This time last year, you were getting ready to play your senior season, and now you're getting ready to help your friends and former teammates prepare. But how different has this been for you, this transition from player to coach?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fun so far, really. So I've actually been a captain for a few years in the high school team, but really it's kind of pretty much the same for me. As a captain, I was always leading some of the drills and stuff, so really it is a different aspect, but definitely looking to be more competitive this year, hoping to get the spirit going a little more this year. So for Lakeside, it's always been off and on with the competitive level. Definitely looking to be more offensive this year, working it up more, so hopefully we can see some of that this year.
So as a player, you hope your teammates respect you and do as you say. As a coach, they have to. So
right.
how nice is that, right? If they don't listen, you can make your sister run. And
yeah. They've been pretty good listening so far. I'm definitely pretty hard on them, and they've been adapting well. We're actually pretty short on players this year, so you can expect a hard-working team definitely this year.
So as a prolific goal scorer, how are you imparting your knowledge onto the players now?
So I've done a lot of coaching in the past. I've coached little kid soccer, middle school. So I pretty much bring it across pretty well. I take what I do and then just show them and expect it from them. So on the field, they do pretty well with it.
Your sister wants to say something, and I'm going to get to her. I'm going to remember that.
All right.
All right. So no, keep them. I'll get to her. Yeah. I'll put it up here in the bank, and I'll remember to bring it up. But so, what do you see out of this squad? I mean, last year you were a player, and you were probably excited about what the team could accomplish. Now, from the coach's perspective, what's the ceiling for this squad?
I say the same thing. Sky's the limit. Obviously we're looking at short numbers, like I said, a younger team. We only have 2 seniors. No, well, we actually got quite a few more seniors, but it's their first years. So we do have a young team in the aspect of playing years. So I guess what we're looking for is building it out more. Like I said, we're definitely more defensively strong, but we're definitely looking on bringing some of those players up to be better. So a lot of first years for us, but.
Right. All right. Well, good luck to the squad this year. Let's move right on to your right and grab yourself a microphone and introduce yourself for the folks at home. Name, grade, and position. Flip your switch up. There you go.
Hi, my name's Ruth Carcel. I'm a junior. Center mid, right mid, really anything.
More of the offensive side or defensive?
Offensive.
Offensive. So let's talk about the offensive group then. How are you guys trying to create some scoring opportunities? What's the plan?
Right now, just trying to get up, passing back, making drops.
Who are the players that are in the midfield with you?
Evelyn Stein. Isn't it Judy, Alex, Grace Lockwood? That's it, right? Yeah, that's it.
So a lot of turnover, a lot of graduated seniors, a lot of younger kids now, so you become one of the elder statesmen. What are you doing to provide some leadership to those younger and more inexperienced girls?
Just helping people with the drills, making sure they know what they're doing, and such as like positioning. If someone's not knowing what to do in their position, I kind of tell them. I try to be nice, but sometimes I don't sound nice. Yeah.
You get your dad voice on and everyone listens. Yeah, I've got that dad voice. My kids don't like it either. So this team, obviously it's young. You're going to have some growing pains, but what are you doing to kind of just say, hey, we've got to keep our expectations in check and just gain that confidence and experience?
Just talking to them, encouraging them, making sure, again, they know what they're doing.
All right. What's the scouting report on you? What do you bring to the field?
Hopefully a goal, maybe 2. I don't know.
Let's not limit yourself. Maybe 3 or 4. Yeah, just
maybe.
Keep going. Get 1 and just keep adding to the total. That's good. Give me a breakout player, somebody on this team that nobody knows about right now, but after a few games, everybody will know.
I gotta say maybe our mid or forward, Grace Lockwood. She's new, but she's good. She's really aggressive when it comes to, I gotta get past this girl.
All right.
Gotta body her.
And what are your What are your individual goals for the season?
Well, last year I couldn't play, so
just playing's great.
Yeah, so basically just playing, giving it my, all.
The old college try. Good.
Maybe.
All right. Well, good luck to you this season. All right. Pass that on to your teammate and go ahead and introduce yourself. Name, grade, and position.
I'm Evelyn Stein. I'm in 10th grade, and I play all over the place. It switches every game, honestly.
So you're one of the top scorers on the team. I believe your sister beat you last year or maybe the year before. I don't know, but I'm trying to remember the preview, Coach, and now I can't. But obviously you're going to be one of the team's goal scorers, right? They're going to count on you to do some of that work.
Hopefully.
How are you going to make that work? What do you do? What's your work rate like? I mean, what are you trying to accomplish on the field?
I want to try to make plays with my teammates and get better at shooting and hopefully be able to shoot from farther out this year.
What do you do as an offense to create those opportunities? Is it anything in particular or just kind of feeding off the flow of the game and making something happen?
I like to try to communicate with my teammates a lot and work on some through balls. And sometimes I just kick it all the way up.
Sometimes you have to. What have you learned from your sister, who is a pretty good soccer player in her own right? What did you learn from her that's helping you in your high school career? And look at the face. You better be nice.
Just to be really aggressive and not be afraid to make some tackles and go for the ball.
All right.
Don't be afraid to take shots.
Who are some of the teammates that have impressed you in the preseason?
Eileen, it's her first year, but she's been pretty good at getting aggressive. Catalina's done pretty good at defense. I can't think of anyone else right now.
What do you think is this team's key to success? And success doesn't mean winning a state title, but just doing those little things you need to do on a daily basis to win some games or be competitive in games, that type of thing.
I think we need to get better at communicating, and our passing could use a little bit of work. But I think overall we're getting better, and we have a very new team this year, so it's difficult for us. But I think the team's overall bonding has been really good this year.
What have you guys done to bond? Anything unique and fun?
Just
showing up and...
Oh, yeah, I went swimming in a pond.
Oh, the things you hear at Media Day. All right, Eva, well, good luck to you this year, and pass that on to your teammate there.
Is this on?
It's on.
Okay.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Sophia. I'm a junior, and I kind of play like a lot of defense, like anything defense almost.
So on a young team, defense becomes that much more important because to stay in games, you got to keep the other team from scoring, and if you have a young team, that becomes very hard. How's that defensive unit coming together?
This year, it's actually doing pretty good. In our last game, like we played 2 scrimmages, and we kept the ball up for a long time. We've been really short on players, and we lost a lot of defensive players last year, but I think it's going pretty good.
Who are some of the defensive players that have been impressive in the preseason?
Evelyn. Evelyn. And I think Catalina's done really good.
And who's your goalkeeper this year?
Ava.
What's her last name?
What? I can't say that. I don't want to pronounce it wrong.
It's Ava Peninsula.
Thank you. Team bonding should include wearing name tags until you know your teammate's last name. And you have a small team.
I know, I'm just not good with last names. It's hard to say. I didn't want to say it wrong for her.
I respect that. Okay, so what are you guys doing as a defensive unit to know that, hey, we've got to step up our game? It's not always going to go well, but the effort has to be there. So how do you guys put that into action?
We've been watching for lots of offsides. Like last game, that's how we get a lot of good plays and kick-ups. Yeah. Kickoffs, whatever. Stop it.
So we know you're playing defense, but what's your role? What are your coaches actually looking for you to accomplish out there?
Just keep the defense in line and push up the line. Push up the defense so you can hopefully score.
All right. And what are your goals for this season?
Maybe score. Yeah, I want to score this year.
That'd be fun.
Maybe play some forward a bit. I've been trying, but I'm just get really tired.
I love the honesty. So
tiring.
Give me a breakout player, somebody that you think's going to have a big year for the Dragons.
I'd say again, Grace and even Ava. She didn't play a lot. She's actually kind of like a bench player last year, and she didn't play a lot, but she's so good at goal. She's really good at goal. I think she's going to do good this year.
All right. Well, good luck to you. Coach, back to you. You know, obviously, the theme here with all the girls seems to be, well, we're a little young, we're a little inexperienced, but we're going to make the most of it and have a ton of fun. As a coach, that's pretty much all you can ask for with a younger team, but at the same time, you have a competitive nature, I imagine. So how do you balance the two?
Yeah, we it is like you kind of said, managing expectations. You want to come out, at least be competitive. You'd like to win every game, keep we gave up a lot of goals last year. So, we would like to, it would be just a huge improvement if we could just bring down our goals against. But yeah, you see, I had a full head of hair when I took this job.
And that was last week.
So, no, that's a lie. But, it is kind of, and even though we do have an inexperienced and young team, we don't even have any incoming freshmen. So all of our new incoming players are like upperclassmen who've never played before. So it's a lot of training up. Soccer, it's a lot of skill, and if they haven't put in the work of off season foot skills and stuff because they're very new. So they never knew what it took to do that. So we're trying to learn on the fly as best as we can. So, but it is a very fun team. We do have a lot of fun laughing and listening to music and jumping in ponds and everything. So
your playlist or theirs?
It's a mix. It's a mix.
Oh, it is his.
What? Yeah, it's mine. It's my playlist.
So, obviously you've got to go into the season with some tempered expectations, and you want to be competitive. You don't want to just say, oh, we're young, we're inexperienced, let's just go out and do whatever. How do you manage your own expectations? Because you've got a competitive nature, everyone does, and you want to be able to go in and put your best team out there and your best effort, but some nights that's not going to be in the cards. So how do you just kind of manage that?
It's hard. I just have to keep telling myself, we're in this for the long haul. We're, hopefully Grace and I can work together for a few years, and start bringing in the younger kids and recruiting and training kids from a younger age so that we have a good base building up. And so I think for me it's just keeping my perspective, like, yeah, we want to win, we want to compete, we want to have a good time, we want to improve as individuals and as a team, but it's also like we're also building a program. And so sometimes you kind of have to take the long view and just say, we're building the culture, we're making sure that we're holding them to high expectations, and we'll just, the wins and losses they're gonna be what they're gonna be. So.
All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you and the ladies coming out, and wish you a lot of success this season. And even if that means, a win here and there, or just less goals allowed, whatever it means. But enjoy the season, have fun, get better, and a lot of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, Coach. Thanks. That was the Lakeside Dragons here, getting ready to close out our 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day. We've got one more team scheduled to arrive at 8:05. That'll be the Trinity Trojans volleyball team. So we'll be back momentarily. Going to take a quick break until Trinity gets here, and then we will close out our third of 4 CVC Fall Sports Media Days. Each of our CVC TV productions is presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. We will be back momentarily. Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the last interview of this third Media Day from the 2023 Chagrin Valley Conference Media Day Tour. We are live from Kirtland High School, and closing out today's show is the Trinity Trojans volleyball team. Coach, welcome. I'm going to let you start and introduce yourself, and then introduce the girls you brought with you and give us a elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Trojans this year?
Sure. Hi, I'm Coach Tizzuti. This is my 11th year at Trinity High School as a varsity volleyball coach. I brought with me my 3 captains for the 2023-2024 season. Next to me is senior Michaela Fields. She's my returning captain this year. She's also my libero, so she's my second season libero. Next to her is Maddie Messer. She's also a senior. She is a DS. That plays for us. She's been in the program for 4 years as well. And then all the way at the end of the table is Izzy. Izzy is a sophomore, and she is our setter this year that got moved up from JV last year up to varsity this year. And for us, what we expect to be a very competitive team. We have a big team. We have 8 seniors this year, so a lot of senior leadership on the team, 1 junior and 3 sophomores. So all of them will see playing time, and the entire staff or the entire playing squad will see playing time. And we're just going to be super competitive and looking forward to a great season. So far, the summer's been really good, and as well as our practice was for the past 2 weeks.
I have to imagine this is the first year without a Zeckler in quite some time.
It is. It is the first season we haven't had a Zeckler. I mean, we've gone through Jamie, we've gone through Abby, and then we had Ellie, but Ellie decided to transfer to another school, and we wish her the best, and both academically and also athletically. We wish her all the happiness. We're glad we had her for 2 years, but I'm sure she'll do great things for CVCA.
All right. Well, let's get started right to your left. I'll come back to you, Coach, after I talk to the players, but let's start right to your left. Go ahead for the folks at home. Introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Michaela. I'm a senior, and I play libero for the volleyball team, and I've been in the program for 4 years. 4 years.
So, Michaela, you're a 2-year captain. What led to that?
I decided to be captain again because I really love this team. They are my outlet. I put my all into the court and to the girls on the team, and I love them with my whole heart. I love the sport with my whole heart, so decided to just be captain.
Heading into that senior year, I mean, obviously you've got to be excited to be a senior. Everybody's excited to be a senior. Oh, yeah. But at the same time, that sport you love, every time you hit the court, it's bringing you closer to the end of that high school career.
More emotional.
Yeah, so what are you feeling heading into this senior year?
This year feels a little more different than all the other years. I'm way more like, I don't know the word, like more than excited. Like I've been counting the days since the first game. Like I'm so excited for this. I just feel it. This is gonna be our year this year.
What kind of goals do you have for your senior year?
I'm hoping more positivity on the team and more family oriented throughout the team. Like I just want it to be family and all positivity this year.
Looking at this team, how different is it from last year?
That's a good question. It's a little more different maybe because of all the seniors. We had a lot of seniors before, but I feel like our senior class is a little more closer than the other senior classes from the past. We all build bonds from our classrooms and stuff like that, so that's more of the reason why I'm excited, because all of us have a bond and we're open arms on the team.
What do you think the strength of this team is?
Definitely our hitting. Our hitting has, oh my God, our hitting is very good this year. We have a block this year, like a really good block this year. We call her Tree. Shout out to Trinity. But yeah, I feel like that's like our main strong suit on the team.
You're a libero, so obviously you know what your role is, but what is Coach looking for you out of as a complete player? That whole libero part, the leadership part, the effort part?
I think she's mainly looking for me to be more of a leader this year. I'm more of a quiet leader. Like I don't do like the speeches.
I don't believe you're quiet.
I'm not quiet, but on the court it's a little more different. Or when we're like down in the dump, like I'm gonna be honest, I don't really speak up, and I want to do a little more of that this year, and I think that's what she expects of me.
All right. What's the scouting report on you as a libero?
We're talking about college, right? Is this
no, just you as a. When people see you play, what do they see?
Happiness.
You play happy.
Every time I'm on the court, I'm happy. I might look irritated for losing, but I'm just happy to be on the court. I really enjoy the sport.
All right. I ask all the kids, give me a breakout player, somebody that maybe nobody knows right now, but after a few matches, everybody will know.
Definitely Trinity. Definitely Trinity.
And that's tree.
Tree.
How
Definitely
how
tree.
tall is this tree we speak of?
Like 5'9", 5.
So she's a tall girl.
5'11".
Okay.
Yeah, I would say
All right, good. What's going to be the key to success for Trinity this year, for you guys to achieve your goals and do some things that you want to do? What's that going to take?
Looking at what's important. I don't really know what to say that. Like, playing together. That's what I mean. Like, looking at what's important, playing together, playing as a team. And again, positivity. Positivity is very important in volleyball, so you got to have the mental.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you this year.
Thank
Let's
you.
go right down into the middle, and same thing. Introduce yourself to the folks at home, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Madison. I am a senior this year, and I'm a DS on the Trinity volleyball team. I've been in the program for 4 years now, and it's probably been one of the best experiences I've had with volleyball.
What do you like most about playing volleyball at Trinity?
All the girls, and of course, the coach, Dazudi. She makes everything so fun and so easy to manage. It's easy for our team to get along and communicate with each other.
Every year you have new players, you graduate some seniors, but every team has an identity. What is this team's identity, or even if it's not formed yet, what are you trying to get it to?
This team, for sure, is definitely probably one of the closest I've seen. We're more of like a family on and off the court. We do a lot of things in school, out of school together, whether it's just in small groups or we all meet each other out. We're always having fun together. So just our bonding is the tightest thing we have.
What kind of things do you do to team bond? I always like to hear creative ideas.
We actually came up with a list this year of things we wanted to do. We haven't really gone out in the past couple of years just because of being busy and everything. But this year we have planned to go to Top Golf, out to dinner, Cedar Point, and stuff like that.
That's fun. Good. So you're a defensive specialist. Talk about the other players on defense. Who are we going to hear from this year?
Definitely Michaela, Maisie, me, and Jocelyn. We all work the back pretty much together. It's more of we have to rely on each other to trust each other. We got to have trust that we're all going to come together and make it work.
What's the scouting report on you?
Honestly, I think a lot of people see me as a competitive player because I like to win, but I also like to just play with the girls and have fun.
Cool. Give me a breakout player.
Probably Inaya. Inaya's come a really far way. She's become incredible at swinging. She's starting to get really good.
Charlton?
Yes.
Good basketball player and track.
Track star.
Yeah, yeah, so good.
Multi-athlete.
All
really
right.
good.
Those are the ones you love, right? That just bring so much to the table, that competitiveness, and then the skill on top of it. Yes, absolutely.
She's a very complete athletic player. You can put her anywhere and she can do anything. Very smooth. And everything that she does. So yeah,
right.
I agree with that. That's a good one, Matt.
Fantastic. And what's going to be the key to Trinity's success this year? What has to happen for you guys to win some matches?
Definitely just all of us playing together as a team. Can't let anything beat us up, beat ourselves up. Just come together, be positive, happy to play.
All right, well, good luck to you this season. And last but not least, to your left, same thing. For the folks at home, just introduce yourself, name, grade, and position.
Hi, I'm Izzy. I am a sophomore, and I am one of our setters on the team. And this is my second year in the program.
All right, so Izzy, a sophomore coming to Media Day. Coach must be pretty high on you. Why?
I feel because I'm just always there and showing my dedication to the team and helping our team just be more like what they said, family-like, and just being together as one and not getting down on each other and just helping each other get picked up when we're in a slump or just not feeling that day or something.
Do you guys run a 6'2", 5'1"? What do you do? 6'2". Who's the other setter?
Sid.
And how do you guys work together?
I feel we work super well together. We're like, we're not experienced setters, so we're going out to this season as being new to setting on a varsity team. So we just work super well together, and when we make mistakes, we make them together. It's not just one person making a mistake, it's both of us making the mistake.
I agree.
So as a setter, you're kind of the quarterback of the offense. What's the goal on offense? Are you guys running plays or just kind of react to the flow?
We definitely try to run the plays, but we just want to get the ball over the net. We just want to keep volleying, so we want to be together and try to run some plays.
I've had the defensive players talk about some of the defensive players, so talk about some of your hitters that you get to set to.
I love setting to definitely our middles and outsides. We have some great hitters this season, and I cannot wait to continue setting to them. And our outsides are probably one of our strongest out there. Definitely Inaya, she can put a ball down when she has to put a ball down, and I'm super excited to set to her this season.
Looking at your setters, are you confident you guys are going to put it together and run that offense well?
Definitely.
All right. What's going to be the key to that, making that happen?
Definitely just being together and not like making mistakes. We all make mistakes, so just not getting down on each other, me and Sid as setters, and just picking each other up and like say like you got the next one and shake it and just be supportive for each other.
Give me your breakout player.
I would say maybe Maisie, because in the back row she can get some very good balls up, but she's also very she's quiet back there. So yeah.
All right. Well, good luck to you this year. Coach, back to you. One thing I always like to do is double back and ask the coaches, when you're at practice, you know the girls, you interact with them, but you're coaching them up. You don't often get to hear their perspective on the program, and now you got to. And is your message being received? Are they saying the things you want to hear?
I think so, yeah. One of the big things that we wanted to put together was this idea of a very tight family group working together on our positivity. What Michaela said, we do have a tendency to kind of, when we get down, to stay down. And one of the things that we've been working on is we're not going to do that. We're going to take our, if we miss a ball or something like that or make a mistake, we're just going to move on to the next one. And we've been trying to do that all summer. So it's really good to hear them, things that I've tried to express to them in the huddle or after, practice conversations and things like that, that's what they're buying into, and that's kind of important. And so, and the idea of family, last year we only had one senior, and she was a great, great senior, but this year you're coming in with 8 seniors, and that's a lot of leadership. That's a lot of people that have been in the program who want to succeed. And so I think that kind of brings a little bit of stability, especially we do have very young setters. Izzy is a sophomore, Sid's a senior who's never set before. Trinity in the past has always had setters coming through, whether it was, Abby, Sarah Metz, Sierra Parasliti going through. We've never had someone who wasn't really a setter. Izzy sets for club, but Sid's never set, and so we made her a setter. And so she's doing super, super well. Izzy was chosen captain. You asked a sophomore coming to media day. She was chosen by her peers to be a captain of this team by her hard work and dedication all summer. What she brings to the setting floor, how hard she's working, the girls respect that. And so I think, they are really responding to both Sid and Izzy. And when they do struggle at times, they're right there supporting her, supporting Sydney. And it's good to see. It's not an ego thing anymore. It's really a team thing. And that's kind of what we've really stressed this whole summer. It's not about the individual. It's about us as a Trinity family, as a volleyball team. And that just kind of also goes along with what we are as a school. One of the things that we express as a school is that we are a family, both whether it's in retreats and ministry or whether it's in academics and also in sports. So
I've asked each of the players for a breakout player. Who are yours?
For me, the girls hit it on the head. I think Trinity Johnson, she is a second year varsity starter. She came up late for us in the season, but being a sophomore, as we like to refer to her as tree or sycamore, like a sycamore tree, I think she'll do really, really well in the middle, getting more play time. Last year she was sporadic. This year she's going to be super important. I do agree with Anaya. I think Anaya is going to fill that role of that starting outside, where last year she was kind of the second one behind Ellie. But she's really kind of filled in that role. I think her, and I also do think, we had to fill out the outside spot. And I think tonight, Jenkins is going to be one. Gabby Hemphill have really come on as seniors with both power, with leadership, all of those. So I think those are going to be the breakout people that you're going to see. And I look forward to Trinity this year watching them play because it's been great to see them this summer. So
outstanding. And the last one I'll leave you with is how are you going to define success for this squad?
I think success for us is if we put everything out on the court and we leave everything out on the court, whether we win or lose, that's going to be success. If those girls go out and play their hearts out every single game and they do their very, very best, win or lose, I'll be proud of them and they should be proud of what they can accomplish. Again, we're not the most experienced team. We don't have the most JO players. We don't have the top AVC or CVC players. But what we do have is grit. What we do have is family. What we do have is support and love for each other, and I think that can go a long way, especially for us to be successful.
Absolutely, especially in high school sports.
Yep.
So that's great. All right. Well, Coach, appreciate you coming out with the ladies, and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you so much. We
and
appreciate
thank you
it.
for closing out the show tonight. I get to go home. Woo.
Yay!
All right. Thank you,
Bye.
Trinity. That was the Trinity Trojans here closing out the 2023 CVC Fall Sports Media Day, the third of 4 events, all presented to you by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. I am Steve Hare, and I will see you